History of Witches, Coven of Shadows and Secrets, Book 3, by Ashley McLeo, narrated by L.C. Johnson. Chapter 1, Tobias.
Rage unlike any I'd ever known boiled through me, scalding, vital, dangerous. Meredith had just vanished, clutched in the talons of a hideous, bull-faced demon. I stared at the spot where she'd soared over the top of a New York City skyscraper and began to vibrate. The need to find her, to hunt the demon who'd taken her, overcoming me in a way I'd never experienced. Even someone like me, a vampire with superhuman strength and speed, couldn't reach her now. I roared, my hands digging into my hair. "Tobias!" Luca's voice, normally calm and smooth and lilting like the Mediterranean Sea on a sunny day, called out. Fast footsteps followed as the mage sought me out. "What's wrong?" I tried to reply, but words wouldn't form. My hands remained stuck in my hair, my nails digging into my scalp and drawing blood. Unexpectedly, a growl worked its way up and out of my throat to rumble through Central Park. The violent noise should have acted as a warning to others, an alert to stay away. Luca, however, wasn't like most people. It did not surprise me when he appeared around the corner, brown eyes wide as he took in my crazed state. "Tobias, where's Meredith?" Her name hit me like an adrenaline shot, straight to the heart, snapping me out of the all-consuming fury. I turned to Luca, staring him in the eye. The mage jerked back. Bloody hell, I must look like a madman. "Tobias, is Meredith okay? Did you—" He trailed off, unable to finish the question of if I'd drained her dry. Just days ago, that concern would have been insulting yet valid. But since I'd shared my blood with the witch, everything had changed. Me. Her. The air between us, which often crackled with energy, potential, desire. The way I saw her, and wanted to be near her, to protect her, but no longer dominate. "They took Meredith," I ground out with effort. "Who?" Luca barked, shoulders stiffening. "The demons." "Was it the prince? Did he return?" Tension laced his voice as he scanned the area. "Not him." I considered the winged monster who'd clutched our Coven's seeker in its talons. I had no name for such a beast, but he was certainly not a prince of darkness. Those vile royals looked all too human, but also somehow more, much like vampires. "But the creature must work for him," I added. "I don't know what kind of demon it was, but it had grey skin, wings, and horns. Looked like a bull. She went that way." I pointed and noticed that my entire arm was shaking. "Over the buildings. I lost sight of her within seconds." I swallowed, the worst part not having been said yet. "Luca, they know what she is." "Merda!" Luca swore in his native tongue. "Veni con me." He took off, and though my body hadn't seemed to work properly before, just the knowledge that I wasn't alone in finding her was enough to set me in motion. As the Coven Master requested, I followed. The mage stormed through the park, calling out names, magical messages flying from him as balls of light that would deliver his directives. He led me to the edge of the green space, and one by one, members of our Coven appeared from where they'd been looking for humans caught in Prince Wrath's reign of terror on the city. Harper was among the last to join us. Her gaze landed on me, and then scanned the area for Meredith. My jaw tightened, my teeth grinding together so hard that if I were human, they'd surely crack. "Meredith was abducted," Luca announced. "Half of us will search for her. The other half will remain here and continue to assist any injured humans we find." "But how?" Harper cried, her face crumpling. "A demon grabbed her and soared above the buildings. I spat out, took her away. Likely one of the prince's peons, Luca added.
I'll help search for her.
Harper stepped forward. Luca nodded, pointing out a few others, and then repeated his order for the rest to continue helping the humans. The Coven master's choices went unchallenged, and those who would remain near the park were dispersing to fulfill our duties. When Shay and Hans rounded the corner, sweat beading their faces. "We saw the texts about the prince and got here as soon as we could," Hans shouted. "What's happened? Where is he?" I closed my eyes, ignoring the way my muscles trembled with the need to act. The last thing I wanted to do was go over the issue again. I'd stood here long enough and needed to move. Meredith might be miles from the city by now. The Prince of Darkness might have... No. A lump lodged in my throat. Prince Orion had seemed far too smug before we fought, even for a prat of a prince. He'd offered us a place in the Darkborn, but when Meredith denied him, the saucy minx, he'd snapped. "We'll use your power, whether you are with us or not, and when we're done with you, well, then you'll learn what hell is really like." Those words, coupled with the fact that Josiah was gone, sent my usually still heart racing. "They have a necromancer," I blurted out, the pieces coming together, pummeling rage through me so hard that again I found myself immobilized. What the bleeding hell? I didn't freeze. I was a vampire, a royal, once a sailor and a fighter, a hunter of the highest order. Freezing like prey was not in my nature. What was going on with me?
"How can you be sure?"
Shay asked. Nicoletta told Prince Orion about Meredith, I said for the benefit of everyone save Luca, and he threatened that they'd use her power whether she joined them or not. Clearly, they have a human in play to absorb her magic, and if they transfer her power to someone they can control, the Darkborn can find the other lapis caelesti with greater ease.
"How so?"
Shay's eyebrows pinched.
"Meredith didn't know where the stones were when she found the pearl, and she hasn't known where they are since then either. Seeing as she's touched one more than almost anyone else, she'd know how to find them, but she hasn't."
"We don't know much about the stones, but some lore tells us that the stones wish to be together," I reminded her. "Now, the Darkborn have 2 lapis caelesti. That could make it easier to find the others, particularly if they can control a Seeker's magic." It was all theoretical, of course, but from the looks of horror on the others' faces, my idea made sense to them too. And Josiah did just escape from the Coven dungeons and disappeared. I hate to say this, but it could be him. A muscle in Luca's jaw twitched. One of our own, against us. "Time is of the essence," Luca said. "Josiah still hasn't been found guilty of the murders of those in the Night Circle, but if he is guilty, and determined to take Meredith's magic too, her life is on the line." Supernaturals rarely survive the barbaric process of necromancers for hire stealing their magic to place it within another being. Usually, a human who wanted power. But Luca was referring to something even more horrific. For whatever reason, the murderous necromancer ripped the heart clean from their victims' chests. Using those methods, survival went from rare to impossible. The gaping hole in Lola's chest would haunt me for the rest of my life. If Josiah was guilty, which I was quickly coming to terms with as a genuine possibility, Meredith might meet that fate. Their urge to attack and dominate the necromancer burned so hot through me I could barely breathe.
"How can we track her, though?"
Harper asked, and I wrangled my attention back to the group, watched her sniff the air, trying to catch the scent of her roommate.
"She flew."
"Shay?" Luca twisted. Shay normally did not fly, in order to avoid human attention, But who would care now? The city was already in shambles. No humans walked the streets of New York. They were too busy hiding and fearing for their lives, and rightfully so. Before the humans retreated, Wrath had targeted their kind, terrorized them, used his peons to possess them. The Covenant would already have a hell of a time covering up the events of the day, erasing memories, cleaning up the prodigious damage. Why not add a half-angel soaring about? Shay clearly agreed, as she leapt into the air and took flight. Her white wings gleamed as she flew above the skyscrapers, and only then did I realize the sun was setting. This day, one that had started with an undercurrent of fear that had exploded into sheer mayhem, was slipping away. Would Meredith vanish with it? We all watched the Nephilim with hope, though mine was mixed with that same pulsing fury that had gripped me since I'd watched the demon fly away with Meredith. Shay soared from side to side, seemingly examining all angles of the sprawling metropolis, before descending. She landed lightly on the cracked cement.
I didn't spot her, or anyone in the air,
Shay said, tone tight.
When exactly was she taken?
No more than 10 minutes ago, I growled, sure of my estimate, though I had not glanced at my watch when she disappeared. Hadn't thought to do such a thing in my panic.
That probably means they didn't take her too far, right?
Harper piped up.
What if they're hiding away in a building? So many places nearby look like they've been ransacked. What if they're using one?
It makes more sense than traveling a great distance for the procedure, Luca admitted, and I still think the Prince of Wrath would love to place a permanent headquarters somewhere like the city. There's a prestige here. But we can't search all of New York, Hans said. We need a lead. And you can't sense anything? Luca asked him, his bushy eyebrows arched. No, Hans shouted, his face turning red. I'm hell-blooded, but not a fucking demon detector. At that, the tide of rage that had been sloshing through me broke. I stepped forward, fists clenched. I don't bloody well care how we find her, but we have to move, now. The others backed up. Luca's magic flared. Harper flinched, and even Hans blinked in fear. Shockingly, though, Shay did not respond to my aggression. Instead, the Nephilim moved closer, her blue eyes searching me. She cocked her head, like a dog listening, but I didn't know what for. I had excellent hearing, and no unusual sound met my ears.
Tobias,
she breathed.
Can you sense her?
What? I gritted out, sweat dripping down my face from stress.
Meredith, can you sense her?
She flew, Shay. I can't hunt in the air. What sort of idiotic nonsense was this?
I don't mean can you scent her.
The Nephilim swallowed. Her hand moved slowly to her heart before falling away. It might have been an innocent gesture, but the look in Shay's eyes was too intense for that.
She drank your blood.
Pursed lips hinted that the half-angel suspected what I'd been feeling for days now, that the exchange of blood had changed things between Meredith and me, that, though I'd not been the one to take the witch's blood, it had changed things inside me too. From the moment I'd met her, the witch had rubbed me the wrong way. She felt off, too hard, too opinionated. Most of all, too close for comfort, despite not knowing me at all. After Luca freed her magic, the sensation mounted to the point where, if I didn't drink liters of blood a day, I could not stand to be around her. But since that fateful night in the New Haven Museum, when the witch drank my blood, I hadn't so much as needed the blood I drank as I had used it, a precaution for her and for me. Perhaps even for everyone around me. I didn't know. Bloodlust hadn't affected me for many years, but I knew one couldn't be too careful. After all, Meredith was part of the Coven now, I'd vowed to protect and assist those of my coven, which included not sucking blood from their veins. Had there been more to the blood exchange, though? Something that tied us together in a way I hadn't expected? Or had that tie already been there? Shay had hinted that she thought so. More than once, in fact. Giselle, my sire, had hinted too, that a bond was already in place. How were these women sensing these things? Oftentimes, where Meredith was concerned, I was too confused to discern one emotion from the next.
Tobias?
Shay prodded, head tilted as if she was listening to words on the wind.
Meredith drank your blood. Can you sense it in her?
My mouth slammed shut. Where only anger had boiled through me before, now something else took over. My blood, so hot, so dangerous mere seconds before, was vibrating, just like the rest of me. No, not just vibrating. I blinked as the rage took a turn and stark realization sailed through me. My blood is singing. The song keened low, a chorus of hums that sometimes sounded like words, but most often not. Shay arched an eyebrow. Had the Nephilim heard it? But how?
There's something inside you, isn't there?
She asked. I didn't know what she was doing. If she was using angel magic, which her kind kept very secret, or if this was all in my imagination, but without a doubt she knew something had shifted. My rage was broken, and the song of my blood, a vibration I did not understand, but that had to mean something, took over. The force washed through me like a tsunami, significant, undeniable. And it pulled me in one direction. North, I said, though that wasn't the precise direction the demon had gone. I think, somehow, my blood bonded to her. Or maybe I do sense my own blood in her. I don't know, but we have to go north. Shay exhaled.
I think you'd know best.
My brows knitted together, but this was no time to ask questions. Ask what made her feel this way. Instead, I took off. I ran slower than my vampiric speed would allow, but only because I was focusing on the pull, the song inside me. We did not have time for errors, so I needed to make sure I made none. I'd gone 2 blocks when something yanked deep inside me, veering me right. A soft breath left me. Was the sensation growing stronger? The odd humming of the song louder? I turned the corner, focused on my body. Yes, the hum had amplified. I was on the right track. This way! I yelled, aware that the others chased me, and Shay flew above. We're coming, Meredith. Just hold on.
Chapter 2. Meredith. The ringmaster's peon, a gangly wizard with a rat-like face, tightened the straps around my wrists for the 3rd time. As if relishing my captivity, ravens cawed from where they perched on the open windowsills of the abandoned office building my captors had set up shop in. The wizard moved down to my ankles, tightening the straps there with such force that it shook my body. I grunted, the straps digging in painfully. If you're going to kill me, why not just knock me out? He sneered. I suggested the same, but your old boss was against it. His eyes flashed to the side of the room, where Josiah and the ringmaster spoke in hushed tones. They stood next to a table by the windows. The surface of the table was littered with bottles and other items, some sharp and glinting in the room's faint light. Not so bright of you to work for her. Looks like you're doing the same thing, I spat back. Fuck no. I'm just on loan. He shook his head. She's the type to enjoy the screaming as life drains from a person. Ice slithered over my skin. He spoke like he'd heard that sound firsthand. I wouldn't be surprised if he had. Unmasked, the ringmaster might not be at all like I'd imagined her. Thanks to the hired bodies she sent to discipline me and the ominous black-silver mask and voice synthesizer she'd used when we spoke online, I'd always thought the ringmaster was actually a man.
As it turned out, I had never been face to face with the real ringmaster. Still, I knew how she ticked. She was brutal, power-hungry, sadistic. A woman who took revenge on those who had slighted her, with zero shits given. The person who'd owned me for years did not allow herself to be made a fool of, which was exactly what I'd done when I'd walked out on my debt. Now that she'd found me, she had one aim. The ringmaster intended to make me pay, with my magic and my life. The wizard, done with me, turned and crossed over to the door, where the sulfur-reeking demon who'd lifted me off the street stood guard. Taking my chance, I pulled at the binds restraining me, trying to slip my slender wrists from them. They didn't budge. So carefully, I called on my hedge magic. That didn't work either. My teeth ground together. Of course, I wasn't great with my hedge magic yet. Hell, I'd only known I had it for a couple of weeks, but I was sure it should have done something. There had to be magic on the restraints, nullifying my power. Footsteps sounded, and I turned my neck to find the necromancer walking toward me, the ringmaster at his side. The ravens by the window stayed put, watching Josiah, their master. A dozen more soared outside. Maybe someone would see the birds and realize who controlled them, but that hope was only a sliver. We'd flown here, and I did not know where I was being held in the city. Far from Central Park, where the demon had swept me off the sidewalk, that was for sure. How would the Coven track me in the air? Was that even possible?
"How about you let me handle this?"
Josiah said in response to a whisper from the ringmaster. Tension riddled his tone, as if my old boss had been trying to push him to do things her way. She frowned. "It would be faster if I assisted." At her words, the scars on my back tightened and my heart rate spiked. For a long time, I believed she'd been the one to give them to me. Though now that I'd learned she'd used a decoy to hide her identity, I knew that wasn't true. But I remained certain she was to blame. The marks I'd lived with for years, the lines made by a cane, were ordered there by her. She was responsible for so much of my pain.
"Remember what happened before? I couldn't work with those witches if I wanted to."
He arched an eyebrow and lifted a feather he'd been clutching, pointing it to his heart. She shrugged. "I wanted to ensure the women were ready for you when you arrived." My tongue went dry. I hadn't seen Lola or the other witch after they'd died, but I had seen the way Tobias and Luca reacted to finding Lola's body. A shiver ran through me as I recalled Tobias's tense jaw, his roaming gaze as he assessed each person at the party as a threat or non-threat. He'd been handsome as ever, but there was no denying that Lola's death freaked him the hell out. Rightfully so. Who expected to discover a body with a cavernous hole in her chest at a birthday party? From what she'd just said, and what I recalled from the party's timeline, I gathered that the ringmaster had torn open their chests before Josiah arrived. Perhaps she'd even pulled out the witches' hearts, too. Apparently, she'd straight up murdered them under the guise of preparing their bodies for Josiah to do magic. That woman was insane. I bet she relished slaying those witches.
"Like I said," Josiah replied after a prickly pause, "let me handle it."
He broke eye contact with the ringmaster and caught me watching him.
"Actually, I forgot something. Can you grab the bottle of sage oil?"
"Why?" the ringmaster asked, lips pursed. "You never asked me to have that on hand before. What's its purpose? Are you hiding things from me?" My jaw tightened, an old, fearful reflex. If there was one way to piss off my old boss, it was to withhold information.
"Not intentionally. I told you I'm still learning about this,"
Josiah replied, annoyance lacing his tone.
"Using sage oil is something I've heard about before and think we should try it. Some say it clarifies the area where magic is being performed."
"Which does what?"
"Ensures no power escapes." He paused. "You understand that even when you hold her magic, None of what I do will apply to you, right? You won't be a necromancer. You'll have seeker magic, and that's it. We made a deal. I won't do this again. Not to anyone else."
She glared at him, glacial eyes seeming to glow dangerously. I had no idea what she was pissed about, but clearly Josiah had struck a nerve. "Don't put your limitations on me."
"I won't do this to anyone else," Josiah repeated. "One type of magic is enough."
She scowled. "I'll get your damn oil." She turned and marched back to the table. The moment he was free of her, Josiah rushed over to my side.
"Meredith," he whispered, "I'm so sorry."
I scoffed. "Screw you."
"I'm going to keep you alive,"
he added. My eyes narrowed. "Is that possible?"
"If the necromancer is very careful and skilled."
Well, I was screwed. "You killed Lola and that other witch," I growled. "Forgive me if I doubt your skill as much as I doubt your word."
He cringed. "She did that. They were both dead before I could even touch them. She was sure all I needed was the heart, the seed of power, but that's not true."
He checked that the ringmaster was still at the table, searching for the vial.
"I have to do this, but I can spare your life."
"Maybe." The word hung in the air between us, unsaid, light as the black feather in the necromancer's hand.
"Meredith," Josiah whispered. "She has Sarah, the love of my life."
His voice cracked when he spoke his girlfriend's name. A bigger person might have felt sorry for him, but I couldn't muster such pity. I'd barely had a chance to experience my own life, to know who I could become, and now it was all being taken away. He's a weak-ass douche canoe. Josiah had the power of an elite coven behind him. Yes, the ringmaster had somehow taken Sarah and was threatening her. Perhaps the psycho was even threatening to try to steal Sarah's magic in addition to my own. That would track with what I'd just heard, though how she expected to convince Josiah to do that for her was beyond the limits of what I could fathom. Truly, I felt for Sarah. She was sweet and innocent, a necromancer by birth and a healer by heart. But the question remained, why the hell hadn't Josiah asked S&S for help? The option was there, as it had been when the Coven offered to pay my debts to the ringmaster. Of course, I declined that help, but the circumstances were different. I'd only been gambling with my own welfare. Josiah, on the other hand, was gambling my magic. In all likelihood, my life, too. "She's crazy, you know that, right?" I said. "If you give her my magic, there's no telling what she'll do."
"I know," Josiah gulped. "But I have to.
His excuse died on the back of a breath as the ringmaster appeared at his side, a brown bottle in her hand. "Saying your goodbyes, Meredith?" My boss smirked down at me. As if I would waste my breath on him. A wounded expression crossed Josiah's face, but no remorse cut through me. We all made choices. His decision had been to screw me over. Now he had to live with that. Even as a girl, you had a sharp tongue. Let's hope your power is just as biting. The ringmaster held up a bottle. "The sage oil." Josiah took it.
"Do you have the scalpel?"
"You didn't ask for that." The ringmaster glared at him, and damn, if looks could kill, he'd be a goner. It was so clear to me that, while she needed the necromancer, she did not enjoy being bossed around. After all, she was usually the one commanding others, most with deadly skill sets. As if her thoughts were in line with mine, instead of moving to retrieve the blade, the ringmaster snapped her fingers. "Jazzco, get the instruments!" The wizard detached himself from where he'd been lingering at the doorway with the winged demon, and walked to the table the ringmaster had been perusing. The way he moved was cat-like, loping, but not nearly as graceful as most felines. He was too tall, too gangly for grace. "What do you need?" "The scalpel!" The ringmaster barked at him. Then she turned to Josiah again.
Anything else? Necromancer? A saw, perhaps? I tensed, and the corners of her lips pulled upward, the word having hit its intended mark.
I told you, we don't need to cut deep, Josiah murmured.
But it's so much more fun!
Psycho, I snarled.
Revolutionary, the ringmaster corrected me, and for the first time, I glimpsed what might motivate her. I'd assumed she wanted power, but did she want to use that power for something she really believed in? Had she been doing so behind the scenes while I worked for her? As Jasko's slender fingers plucked up the scalpel, and he came our way, my questions disintegrated. What did it matter what her motivations were, or that she was working with the Darkborn to fulfill them? Josiah might hope to spare my life, but even if he could, which I doubted, the ringmaster wouldn't allow me to keep breathing. I owed her, and I didn't believe my magic would be enough to cover my debt. For the ringmaster, blood would be the only suitable payment for my betrayal.
Here you are. Jasko offered the blade to the ringmaster.
Before she could take it and plunge it into me, Josiah snatched it from the wizard's hand so that the implement joined the black feather he carried. The ringmaster snorted delicately. Any last words, Meredith? Messages you'd like us to pass on to your loved ones? What a bitch. She knew I had no one in my life. Why would I sign on to do her dirty work if I had even a single fallback? But I couldn't let her know she got under my skin. As if you would. I've always been a monster to you, child, but I'm not without my reasons, nor humanity. Ice blue eyes I'd seen 1,000,000 times behind a black-silver mask glinted down at me. I'm making the offer. Tobias's face, the way he watched me as I'd woken in the Coven's infirmary, flashed in my mind's eye. I blinked, and a strange vibration trilled through me. Before it could latch on, though, I shook the sensation away. I'd known Tobias for little more than 2 weeks, and though we stood on more solid ground than before, and I was certainly attracted to him, the vampire wasn't what I'd call a loved one. Hell, he was barely a friend, more like someone I was starting to trust. For me, trust took a long time to grow. The only exceptions to the rule remained Harper and Shay, probably because the latter wouldn't take no for an answer when it came to being friends. The Nephilim had shoved her way into my heart and pulled the more serious wolf along with her. Besides, even if Tobias was someone I'd consider family, why have the ringmaster send whatever macabre note she had in mind? What would be the point? Knowing who murdered me would only torture anyone who loved me. I don't want that, I said. It's kinder to let them think I vanished. The ringmaster smirked. Spoken like a true shadow in the night. Get to work, necromancer. A bead of sweat trailed down Josiah's face as he lifted first the feather and then the scalpel, the latter aimed at my heart. Chapter 3. Gunner.
Deep in the rainy woods of England, Silas and I followed 3 witches toward a house in the distance. These witches were connected to a lapis caelesti, the opal of heaven specifically. Did they know more of the other sacred gems too? They were largely a mystery, but one thing was plain as day. These ladies reeked of magic. They also had to be at least 70, and the elders in my pack were the ones with the most information. Wise ones, we called them. Those wolves were revered, though they could no longer run far and fast or fight, and were just below the alpha in importance. Pa, the alpha of the Blood Moon Pack, had 2 primary betas who he trusted with his life, and he'd shown me time and time again that he trusted the wise ones just as much. I hoped that when I became alpha, I'd have the same strong relationship with the wise ones. How many live out here? Silas asked, peering about. It was dark and rainy, though the Fae was protected from the water by a magical shield. The witches were too, actually. I,
the shifter of the bunch, was the only one soaking wet. But I didn't care about that. There were more important things. Like, was he asking for numbers because the Fae sensed more magic around us? A potential attack? I scanned the women. I'd been trained to assess threats since I was a pup. Far as I could tell, there was no scent of magic in the air, just the smell of rain and greenery, ferns and damp bark. These ladies were doing just as they said, showing us to their home. They'd claimed we might be able to help. Seeing as we'd come here for their help too, I was pleased as moon punch to oblige.
At all times, 8 wardens exist to protect lost knowledge.
Miriam Black, the very woman with access to Meredith's vault in Bastion, replied. My ears perked up. She hadn't quite answered my partner's question. Did more live here? Or just the 8? Time to dig. Do you all live here, though? I asked. It's a big place. Could fit more. Then again, my family's home was just as large, and our plantation home didn't seem near big enough for 5. When my ma or my brother went on a tear, it was all Pa, my sister, and I could do to stay out of their way. No need to talk about that, though.
It suits our needs,
Miriam replied, not bothering to look back at me. Another non-answer. I shot Silas a warning look. The Fae nodded, his silver-white hair shining in the moonlight. In less than a week, the same moon would be full as a summer peach and calling to me. By then, I'd be home, running through the forests of New England, singing her praises. The only thing that could be better would be being back in North Carolina with my own pack, racing my sister through our land and scarfing down Pa's Beta's famous barbecue and homemade vinegar sauce the day after our full moon fun. A pang ripped through my heart. I loved being surrounded by other wolves, loved the camaraderie, and how we understood the other's need to be together. But as much as I missed those days, I didn't go home too often. What I did was important, and I wanted to make a name for myself before I inherited the honor of Alpha. I needed something apart from the Bryant name to show others I deserved the power bestowed on my family. Something to make Ma believe I was worthy of following in Pa's footsteps.
Touch nothing, the short witch with the raspy voice said as we approached the door to the home. And say nothing.
You hiding us from your roomies or something? I gave the witch a cheeky grin.
The others are sleeping,
Miriam replied, twisting so we could feel the full effect of her steely blue stare.
We do not wish to disturb them.
Oh, right. I guess it was late, though I didn't know exactly what time. We'd traveled so long to get here, and I hadn't been concerned with the time when we'd been searching for this place. I patted my pocket, hoping to peek at my phone. It wasn't there. Oh, hell. I'd left the damn thing in the car so it wouldn't give away our approach. A frown pulled at my lips. What if Luca was trying to contact me? My questions fell away as the witches led us inside their manor, and the stoutest witch with the smoker's voice motioned for me to stop.
We don't want water all over our floors. You need drying off.
She extended her hand, whispered a spell, and warm air blasted me, drying my clothes. As the magic worked, I locked away the fact that this woman was probably a caster, like Hans. His type of witch used spells to work anything more than basic magic. The more spells a caster knew, the more powerful they were. I'd bet, given her age, that this woman had learned a whole heck of a lot of spells. Once I was dry, the spell fell away, and I could focus on getting the lay of the land. I sniffed. Scents of their craft, honey, sage, rosemary, and the faintest hint of something darker, filled the air. My eyebrows screwed together as I tried to discern what that last aroma might be, but I couldn't focus for long before the crones took off down the corridor.
Follow us closely,
Miriam barked, as if that wasn't the very damn thing we'd been doing all along. Bossy like my sister, I muttered low enough the grannies couldn't hear. Silas let out a dry laugh. Don't go mistaking them for family. In other words, don't let the wolves into the henhouse. And this time, I ain't the wolf.
I smirked at the private joke, but nodded to the Fae. Silas and I were ideal partners, as we balanced one another well. Where I was more the wheelin' and dealin' type, he was careful, calculating. The witches led us to a room dominated by a circular table ringed with 8 chairs. In the center of the table, a small tree grew, and on it gems gleamed. I took them in, recognizing the colors and deciphering a pattern. "Are those meant to represent the lapis caelesti?" Silas asked, beating me to the punch. "They are," Miriam replied, pushing a lock of short gray hair out of her glittering blue eyes. "How much do you know of the sacred stones?" "Others in our coven research them, and I have basic knowledge, but nothing too deep," I admitted.
"I can't imagine that those researchers find information readily,"
Miriam replied, arching a gray eyebrow. "No," I answered, thinking of how many times I'd heard Toby cussing a blue storm about the lapis caelesti. Sure, he'd found information, but most of it was basic. Toby was used to knowing everything and getting what he wanted. The fact that so much about the stones evaded him pissed the vampire off.
"That's as designed,"
said the witch with long gray hair. She had an accent, but it was faint, and I couldn't tell what it was.
"We're the keepers of the most important knowledge surrounding the lapis caelesti. It's our job to ensure that little is known on the subject."
"But people know about the Pearl of Hell," Silas pointed out. "So why are there tales of that stone?"
"Sometimes secrets simply cannot be kept, no matter how hard we try. Now, take a seat."
Miriam gestured to the table, and then nodded at the long-haired witch.
"Can you get the wine?"
Miriam and the shortest crone swept to the table as the other witch poured 2 glasses of wine. My partner and I took up seats, waiting for the niceties to be over so we could get down to business. Once the goblets were good and full, she handed them to me and Silas with a smile.
"I'm Claire. If you want water, we have that too."
"How about a beer?" I asked, hopeful.
"Afraid not."
"This'll do." I toasted her, and sipped the wine, which was actually pretty darn good, for wine.
"Dame Gloria,"
the third said, her voice deep and raspy, fitting her stout frame and stern gaze. Claire settled into her seat, the wood creaking beneath her.
"We were on watch tonight."
"Do you have a watch every night?" Silas asked carefully, taking a sip of his wine as he leaned back in his chair.
"Perhaps you'll find out,"
Miriam replied.
"But first, what are your names, unless you prefer us to continue calling you Wolf and Fae, or the intruders?"
"You haven't called us anything," Silas said.
"Not that you can hear,"
Gloria laughed dryly.
"This coven, though small, has very particular gifts."
"So, they could speak mind to mind, like my kind could do in wolf form. I'd not heard of a group of witches who could do that before. It set me on edge." Silas leaned forward, propping his elbows on the table. "How did you manage that feat?"
"We've been around a long time, boy,"
Gloria grunted. "As have I," Silas retorted. 300 years. The stout witch arched an eyebrow.
"Well, if we learned how to mind link, you certainly should have figured it out by now. You're positively ancient."
A roar of laughter burst out of me, which earned me a glower so fierce from my partner it could peel paint off a barn. Gloria softened a touch, but my laughter didn't do anything to loosen up the other women. Actually, Miriam seemed mighty inclined to pretend things were business as usual. Kinda like an English vamp I know. Must be a redcoat thing. "Sorry," I whispered to Silas as my mirth faded. "She caught me off guard." "You and me both," Silas muttered beneath his breath. "But a show of solidarity is appreciated." "I know, man. Got carried away."
"If you're quite done," Miriam's voice rang out, "perhaps you can finally tell us your names. Then we can proceed."
"Sure thing, miss," I said, momentarily returning to my schoolboy days, when I'd been reprimanded for talking out of turn too much. I'm Gunner Ray Bryant. Silas Astraka, my partner said tersely.
Do you live here now, Silas?
Claire asked. I do.
Which court? The Fae often cross over in my homeland. I'm always curious as to where they come from.
The Irish lilt in Claire's voice grew a little stronger, maybe 'cause talking about her home brought it out of her. She must have lived in England a long time for it to fade that much. I'd been out of North Carolina for nearly 5 years, and most of the time I still sounded like I just came back from a fish fry. I relocated from the Winter Court 200 years ago. I listened with interest. I hadn't known all that about Si. The witch's eyes widened.
How?
Claire asked.
From what we've learned, no one has entered or left that court in nearly 500 years.
That's untrue, Silas said. The royals travel, though not much. My mother and father work for them, and travel too. On one trip, they took me with them and paid someone to smuggle me into this world. They wanted a fair chance for me, one I wouldn't get in the Winter Court. I've observed parents doing the same here.
Of course,
Gloria said.
But why not remain in Fairy, or at least Isila? Why come to the human realm?
She sounded like so many mortals from this world did when they spoke of the other realm. Odd, wistful. To me, Isila didn't deserve that, but witches and many other supernaturals never visited Isila. I'd only been on one trip to the other realm, and never wanted to go back. It was a hard place. Dog eat dog. Or on the island I'd visited, wolf eat wolf. If you lived in the Winter Court, you'd understand. Silas folded his hands on the table, hinting that the matter was closed. Gesturing to the three in front of us, I chimed in, ready to change up the topic. So, we know these represent the sacred stones, but why? Miriam's expression softened as it fell upon the centerpiece.
That is a reminder of our wee Coven's purpose.
I'm a simple man, so I gotta say, I'd love to be enlightened a bit more about that. Miriam's lips quirked upward.
As Claire said, we're keepers of knowledge of the lapis caelesti. We're also responsible for training the 7 chosen to hold and protect the stones when they're ready.
I blinked. You're telling me there's been a coven of women like you around for... I trailed off. I had no idea where the lapis caelesti had been hidden away. That was much more a Toby fact.
Thousands of years, yes, Miriam supplied. Women of my bloodline have always served. The same can be said of Claire and Gloria.
Is it always the ladies who do this?
No, but it is in my family. We have one male arcacusto at our coven right now.
Archaic... The word stuck in my throat.
We are arcacusto,
Gloria hissed.
derived from secret keeper. Is everyone in your organization such a simpleton?
Afraid not. Just me. I shrugged, used to such talk. Toby, Luca, and Hans were the scholars in S&S, and they often had to enlighten this old southern boy. It's been the same families? Always? Silas looked intrigued by the idea.
Yes,
Claire answered. Might I ask? Silas interjected. Does your rather unique coven have a name?
the abscondita.
Claire answered. The hidden? Silas translated.
Precisely. We are tasked to wait here for when the 7 arrive.
Did they have a fancy name too? I asked, 'cause it seemed like they must. Wolves in this world preferred more straightforward names, but mages, vampires, fae, and witches liked puffed-up titles, like abscondita. What a mouthful.
Of course they do,
Miriam scoffed.
The 7 to whom the stones are entrusted can wield the stones in times of danger. They are the most important people on the planet. We call them the Vindix,
Claire added. Champions, Silas told me. Now you're just showing off.
I muttered. You live by Yale, the Fae retorted. Take advantage of it. I did, just not the same way many of my Coven members did. So I brushed off his remark and soldiered on. All right, so they're the Vindicts. Since you recognized her name, it seems like y'all already know about Meredith and think she's one of the chosen ones. How about the others? Are they here? Miriam eyed the other two women for a moment before a sigh parted her lips.
Unfortunately, Meredith is the only one we're familiar with.
How can that be? Silas asked, his eyes wide.
Her mother's line were the keepers of the opal of heaven, and they are the only ones who kept in touch with the abscondita. There were a number of catastrophes in history that had to do with the lapis caelesti. After that, some families hid from us, thinking they'd be safer. As the world grew larger, they had an easier time of concealing themselves.
You and Mrs. Stone spoke, and that's how she knew to put your name on the vault at Le Bastion, I pressed, needing to put the pieces together.
In case of a disaster.
A look of exhaustion crossed her face before vanishing.
Because unfortunately, disaster tends to follow the 7 families of the Vindicts lines.
But if you lost touch, how do you know that all 7 Vindicts are alive? What if the family lines died out? Silas asked, sipping at his wine faster. I followed suit. If ever there was time for a drink, this was it.
There were signs, Gloria replied this time. Ones we knew to look for.
Like? Silas prodded.
The night of the first Vindict's birth, a shower of stars filled the sky in 7 key locations around the world.
Gloria's narrow eyes shone with the memory.
That same phenomenon occurred 6 more times afterward, all within the span of 7 years.
We were to look for a rare celestial phenomenon repeated 7 times in rapid succession,
Miriam added.
That fit the bill, and when I learned of Meredith's birth, she was the 5th Vindix born, according to the astrological signs. I knew it was true.
So did you know about the pearl being unearthed when we did? I asked.
We too felt the magical phenomenon when the pearl came to light,
Miriam said with a nod.
Of course, most supernaturals would feel it, but have no bleeding idea what it meant. Only those who were looking for the signs would recognize the significance. Which brings me to the question. Why is your coven looking for the lapis caelesti?
I leaned back, crossing my arms over my chest. We're dark artifact hunters, and our coven master knew that if they got in the wrong hands, the stones could be real bad for the world. So he wanted to be the one to find them. I don't think he knows about the Vindicts, or any of this. I gestured to the room at large.
Are you sure he wouldn't use them for evil?
Miriam asked. Luca? Never. There was more I could add, that Luca wished to keep them out of the midst of very powerful people who weren't even in this world, but that wasn't my tale to tell. Miriam, Gloria, and Claire stared at me, as if assessing whether I was telling the truth. Finally, Claire stood.
I think that's enough for tonight. We should show them a room, she said. You're staying for the night, correct?
A surprised glance passed between Silas and me. Not that I didn't appreciate the gesture. After all that travel, I was flat beat. But really, I hadn't been expecting these ladies to offer us anything, so a bed was above and beyond. The sweet British gal manning the inn we'd planned to stay at flashed through my mind. I could have had a lot of fun with her, and the wolf inside me was already whining for that kind of touch and affection, but I nodded. S&S business had to come before pleasure. If you're offering, we're staying, I replied. We have many more questions, but you're right. They can wait till morning.
Remember, the other members of our coven are sleeping,
Gloria said as the women rose, as if anticipating that we'd start yammering, which, actually, with me, was probably a pretty good guess. I hated too much silence. A hush fell over the group as the women led us through their home. The deeper into the manor we went, the more I discovered I'd been wrong about its size. It had seemed large from outside, but I was pretty damn sure there must be a spell on it. There were too many hallways. It shouldn't have been possible. We took one more turn, and the crones began to descend steps. A damp smell filled my nostrils, and the nape of my neck tingled. "You showing us to the suites?" I joked. "Of a sort," Miriam replied, turning and smiling. That curl of her lips should have been my first sign that something was up, but I brushed it off, and when we got to the bottom of the stairs and Claire pointed out 2 doors next to each other, I exhaled. They probably just didn't want outsiders sleeping too close to them. I could understand that. You had to protect your own.
"Your rooms. There's a connecting door, should you two wish to hold a meeting."
Claire raised an eyebrow like maybe she thought a meeting might be something more. "Guys can be good-looking, but I'm an admirer of females only," I said to set the record straight. Claire looked to the Fae. He shrugged. "We're far more fluid, but Gunner's a bit muscle-bound for my taste. Untalkative." Claire smirked.
"What a shame."
Okay, things were officially getting weird. Time to hit the hay. I went to the door and stepped into the room. A grin spread on my face as my eyes raked over it. This was nice. Something even my ma would like. I was about to thank the witches when a cold chill cut through the warmth budding inside me. Magic. I spun in time to see Miriam slam the door in my face. To the right, another door slammed shut, and I heard Silas yelling through the wall. Lunging forward, I gripped the handle and twisted. Locked. And not just with metal, but with a spell.
"You'll only hurt yourself if you try to get out."
Gloria's gruff tones seeped through the door.
"Or shift."
"How?" I growled, pissed that their hospitality was taking a mean turn, especially if it affected my ability to shift.
"Your wine will make shifting excruciating, and the wards will keep you in place,"
Gloria replied.
"We must be sure that you are who you say you are. If Meredith comes here looking for you, if she can find us, we'll release you."
"And what if she can't?" I asked, recalling how long it had taken us. Seekers could use their magic to find things, but not people. What if, when we didn't return to New Haven, Luca decided not to risk sending her?
"Then measures will need to be taken,"
Gloria said.
"Memory erasure, perhaps more."
My fist clenched, but I knew better than to fight back. Already the magic in the room was working against me, suffocating my inner animal. Isolation, a wolf's worst nightmare. This coven had gotten one over us. And though I hated it, it seemed like I'd have to sit tight and wait for S&S to make a move.
Chapter 4. Shay. I soared high above the streets of New York, relishing the air that ruffled my feathers. Below, I tracked Tobias's movements as he searched for Meredith. It would soon be night. Would we find her before dark? If anyone can, it's him. The certainty in my thought shook me. I wasn't sure how I'd known he'd be the one who could find her. Some angels had great intuition, though I'd never claimed that power. But as I'd studied the vampire earlier, I'd felt something, heard something, and somehow I'd known it was a connection to rooms. That Tobias was the key to finding her. Once that girl was safe, I was abso-freaking-lutely having a talk with the vampire, because I was getting the sense from him that I wasn't the only person feeling something was off. Plus, I just wanted the DL on how he felt about rooms. I was pretty sure he had a thing for her, and I was getting likey-likey vibes from her too. She tried to hide it, but I had a tried-and-true radar for romance. There was totally something there. I glanced down, checking that I was still soaring above Tobias, and then twisted to verify that the others ran behind. I was the bridge between the vampire and those who lagged, so I had to stay within their line of sight. As it did every time I looked back, my gaze caught on Hans, his blonde hair gleaming in the setting sun. Before I could stop myself, my attention dipped to take in his arms, the tats climbing them, how his muscles bulged as he ran. Inwardly, I groaned at the tragedy of it all. Lilith! Of all the demonesses, why did he have to be related to her? I might be able to overlook his dark side. Heck, I might savor it even. Who didn't like a bad boy? But his mother, and the power she possessed, the power she might have passed to him, that was too dangerous. Even if he didn't act it, having Lilith's blood in his veins was some seriously bad juju. Dad would be furious if he ever bothered to pop into this world. Before I could go too far down that road, I pulled myself out of those thoughts, considering my parents would only cause me misery. Luckily, a distraction presented itself right away, as Tobias veered closer to a building and stopped. My heart began to race. Had he found her? I swooped down, waving my hands to catch the other's attention. Of course, Hans was the one to see. He shot me a thumbs up and a hopeful look. Instead of reciprocating the gesture, I merely dove and landed on the cement next to Tobias. He stared up the side of a dilapidated building that, judging by the bold geometric motifs typical of Art Deco, had once probably been stunning. "You think she's here?" I asked, skeptically.
My body says yes, and it's the perfect place to hide out,
the vampire replied. "Looks unstable."
All the better. Who would suspect?
If he said so. Personally, if I were to hide out somewhere, I'd like there to be Egyptian cotton sheets and room service. How do you know, though? My gaze raked over him, trying to pinpoint what I observed earlier. Tobias tore his attention from the building and arched an eyebrow, so I rushed to continue. Back by Central Park, something was telling me that you would know, and now you feel different, more vibrating-y or something. What does it mean? This was freaking hilarious. I was basically asking him to explain my own intuition.
I thought you'd be able to explain that yourself,
Tobias replied slowly. I can't. He sighed.
I'm not sure I understand it either, but I felt, or what you sensed. All I know is that my blood sang, and something inside pulled me in a specific direction.
Sang?
Yes, it was rather odd.
I snorted, just a touch. We said no more because at that moment the others arrived, their breathing deep, chests heaving. "Here?" Harper asked, her tone high with disbelief. "See?" I said to the vampire. "I'm not the only one who thinks this is a horrible place for a hideout."
"This is the place,"
Tobias confirmed. Suddenly, a cacophony of caws rang out. Everyone looked upward, and I gasped. A flock of ravens had soared up to the building and now circled as if they were just waiting around. The behavior might not draw attention normally, but I took it as a sign.
"Josiah,"
Tobias growled. Luca cocked his head. The question of how in the world the vampire could possibly have known to come here was written clearly on his face. But instead of asking, the mage rolled with it, showing his trust in Tobias, and turned to the others. Altogether, we had a team of 8, each with a strong set of skills for their species, which ran the gamut of 2 wizards, 1 with demon blood, a mage, a vampire, a Nephilim, 2 shifters, and 1 siren.
"I think we should split into pairs,"
Luca said.
"And each duo stick with another until you can't any longer. But always, and I mean always, stay within view of your partner."
"I'm with Tobias," Hans said. The vampire didn't even turn. His neck remained craned upward to stare at the building, but he did nod slightly, accepting Hans's bid. The two weren't friends, but they were among the strongest in the Coven. From how Tobias had reacted when Meredith was taken, we all suspected he'd go in guns blazing.
Hans could keep up, and if there were demons in there, his dark magic might be able to battle theirs.
Shay and I are together. Harper came to stand by me. Luca agreed and chose the other wolf, Avon, to fight alongside him, leaving the final pair to be a wizard and siren. Then he pointed to my team and Tobias's.
You four, stick together. If anyone will find her, it's you. We'll have your backs and do our best to search. Ready,
Tobias said, looking seconds away from jumping out of his skin. The only reason he was still even standing here was that he respected Luca and the Coven so much.
Go,
Luca said.
We'll follow.
We rushed into the building, Tobias and Hans taking the front, Harper and me right behind. My roommate remained in her human form, but I already sensed the wolf in her just begging to come out. There was always a strange tension around wolves before they shifted. Harper was exhibiting that in spades. Inside, a rundown office building with an astonishing amount of space spread before us. The lobby boasted 40-foot-high ceilings, and the floor was made of white marble with onyx streams running through it like arterial rivers. On the opposite wall, a staircase switchbacked its way up 3 floors. A busted-up desk that had once probably accommodated 3 security people was positioned in the middle of the lobby.
This way.
Tobias moved toward the staircase.
I doubt this place has electricity, so the elevator won't work. She's on the top floors.
How sure are you? Did we have to search all the floors on the way up?
Quite sure. I feel... bloody hell!
He skidded to a stop as 6 winged demons fell from a level above to land at the base of the steps, fangs bared. Light flashed through me, and I cupped the beam in one hand. In the other, a sword of flame and light, a token of Archangel Uriel, my father, flared to life. Harper shifted, a snarl ringing from her lips, and Hans's magic was at the ready. "What the hell are those?" I barked, watching the beasts who blocked our way.
The same kind that took her.
The vampire caught the half-wizard's eye.
What are they, Hans?
How should I know? He snapped, face reddening.
Let's just kick their asses.
But before we could launch an assault, someone yelled,
"Behind you!"
I spun to find our adversaries had doubled, and another batch of demons was attacking the other team.
No more distractions. Fight your way up the stairs.
Tobias growled. His irises tinged red in a way that only happened when a vampire was either really hungry or super pissed. The demons might be hulking with muscles and have 4-inch-long talons, but if they had a shred of sense, they would also be scared. One roared and lumbered forward. Sweet, they're idiots. I lifted my flaming sword. Should be easier to beat. I leapt into the air, thankful the building's high ceilings would give me a chance to pummel them from a different angle. The others had the floor covered. Already 2 demons lay dead from a mage strike and 1 from vampire fangs. If I could pull a couple away from the main group, that would be a huge help. Unfortunately for me, I attracted a bit more attention than I'd hoped. And not from below. Another waterfall of demons fell from whatever floor they were amassing on above. 3 of the brutes beat their wings to come to a halt mid-air right in front of me. Drool dripped down the chin of the closest one as he broke into a horrible smile.
"Ang,"
he grunted, swiping his meaty hand at me. Jagged claws came within inches of my face, but I jerked back in time, retaliated, slamming my sword of fire and light straight into his gut. He roared and blood spurted, dotting my sleeves as he writhed. But no matter his size and strength, it was only seconds before the angelic magic in my sword took hold and the beast fell. "Watch your heads!" I hoped my team could hear my warning over the fight now raging below. The other 2 monsters from the underworld struck quickly, and again I swung my sword. They seemed to have learned from their buddy's swift death, because they were careful to tag-team me. One approaching from the front while the other closed in at my back, or sometimes surging from below or diving from above. Always, They were quick to retreat. Within 10 seconds of our aerial dance, however, I learned something important. Whatever type of demon this was, it didn't seem to have magic. If they did, and they weren't using it, these creatures were stupider than I thought, and I already believed them to be of base intelligence. Though I was much smaller, I had the advantage. I just needed to maneuver myself so I was not getting bombarded from both sides. I veered right and barely dodged a set of claws ripping into my wings. Predictably, the other swooped in right away, striking from the front. I swung my sword and managed to graze his shoulder. The demon howled in pain as my heavenly magic blazed through him, and he clutched the wound, soaring upward. A quick glance behind told me the monster was still in retreat at my back. I spun in the air and backed up, ensuring both demons were in front of me. Then, calling on my inner angelic light, I extended my hand to send a beam from my palm straight into the closer foe. My assault seared right through the demon's chest, and he fell with a shriek of pain. A grin spread across my face. I turned my attention to the one above. His red eyes were wide as he worked out what was coming. "Too slow, bucko." I blasted him, the power surging from me, lighting me up from inside. My palms glowed white, and the veins shifted dangerously from blue to crimson as the magic traveled through me. Heat followed, flooding me, and I swallowed down the building pain. Burning out wasn't too far away. I had to hurry. Thankfully, my opponent had slowed, and I had enough strength to hold on to my beam of light, fighting my own pain as I followed him with the light until I cut him in half. As the pieces fell, I released my magic with a sigh of relief. Immediately, my veins returned to normal, no longer red and glowing beneath my skin. Any longer, and I would have been on the edge of burning out. Just like in Le Bastion. I shook my head. I needed to be more careful. Angelic magic was dangerous. Only pure angels could handle it without repercussions. As a half-breed, I used my light minimally and trained mostly with my sword. Using great blasts of power in rapid succession could literally burn me to death from within. More than one Nephilim had met that fiery end. Though I'd always been scared of that, now that we were at war with demons, I wondered if my reliance on my sword had done me a disservice. I'll have to practice more with— Claws dug into my wings, and the putrid stench of sulfur flooded my nostrils as yet another beast from the underworld fell from a floor above. Using all my strength, I twisted, calling my sword of fire and light, and slammed it into his chest. But I was too slow to avoid blowback, and the brute managed to get in another strike, his talons piercing my non-dominant arm. I dropped the sword, which disappeared into the ether, leaving me wide open as I beat my wings to stay aloft. The demon growled, the hot stench of his breath rolling over me before the hole in his chest did its work. He fell like a boulder, leaving me alone in the air. An exhale parted my lips, and relief sailed through me, but only for a moment. Suddenly, stars began to appear in my vision. I tried to blink them away, but to no avail. When the reason for them hit me, I swore. My shoulder throbbed like hell, but adrenaline had seen me through, so I hadn't thought it was too bad. How wrong I was. Blood poured from the wound, which somehow seemed inches bigger than it had seconds before. My wing, too, looked ragged, and with each beat, pain pulsed through it with a little more intensity. I was bleeding too much, and I was 30 feet in the air. As if to hammer that terrifying point home, a cloud of darkness crept in at the edges of my vision. Freaking out, I descended as quickly as I could with an injured wing. It wasn't fast enough, and I made it only about halfway before my compromised wing gave out. "Help!" I yelled as I fell, my other wing fluttering madly to slow my descent. "Got you, Shay!" A voice called out above the guttural roar of a demon and the defiant howl of a wolf. "Stop trying to fly!" Though I was close enough to hit the marble floor and not die, broken bones weren't out of the question, so I did as the person asked, allowing my body to free fall as I wrenched my eyes shut. "Oof!" I grunted as, seconds later, hands caught me, and I jostled a little. Oh, thank God. I opened my eyes and tensed. Hans stared back at me, sweat trailing the thin scar along his jawline.
You good?
Yeah, I croaked. Why did he need to be the one to save me? Thanks. I can stand now. He set me down gently so that I stood on my feet. I took a step, but it was no good. I collapsed to the ground, right on top of my injured wing. Mother effer! I gripped my shoulder, slapping wetly at the blood there.
That's your blood?
Hans asked incredulously.
Why did you say you're okay?
Of course it's mine, I snapped. Why do you think I couldn't fly?
I didn't think about that. There's so much.
He trailed off.
I thought maybe it was all demon blood. Your hair covered the wound.
I got cut with a talon after it attacked my wing. I gasped, and tears pricked my eyes when I tried to roll off my wing.
Let me see.
I can do it, A whimper left me as I tried to sit up, and I collapsed again, right into Hans's tattooed arms. I groaned. Good grief, it was like the heavens were testing me. But despite being super uncomfortable, I didn't protest when Hans maneuvered me to the side of the room, away from the rest of the fighting. Are we winning? I asked, trying to take my mind off the fact that a demon was touching me, that I didn't know how to handle the scenario with the grace my kind should exhibit.
Yeah, Luca and Tobias just left to go upstairs.
But Tobias is your partner.
He saw I had you and they pivoted. Luca's partner is still here, so the numbers are even. All the demons are almost gone.
A shadow dripped in his voice, and I wondered if he felt for them.
I'm going to lay you down.
He did so gently, putting most of my weight on my uninjured side.
Let me have a look at your wounds.
Fine, I murmured, no longer possessing the strength to fight his ministrations. Those stars had returned, plaguing my vision, the darkness creeping in from the edges. Hans bent over me, and his scent, freshly clean with a hint of motor oil, washed over me. Part of me relaxed, but then I caught myself and tensed.
Chill,
Hans muttered, prying my wet, blood-soaked hair from the wound. He sounded annoyed. Surely he'd noticed how uncomfortable I seem. Yet he was still helping. Why didn't that make it any better?
Shay, this is bad,
Hans whispered a second later.
We're going to need a... Oh no.
What? The word was just out of my mouth when the reek of sulfur hit me, and yet another demon dropped from above to land mere feet from us. We were too far from the others for them to help in time, and I cried out in pain as Hans maneuvered himself out from where he'd been supporting my weight and leapt to his feet. My heart rate spiked as the demon lunged, and a new round of stars burst in my vision, obscuring everything. Panicking, I tried to rise, and a scream wrenched its way up my throat as I fell back to the ground, right on my bum wing. My head collided with the marble, and darkness began to descend in earnest. The last thing I saw before unconsciousness took me were black tendrils soaring through the air, wrapping around the demon's neck and choking the life from the beast.
Chapter 5. Meredith. My chest ached something fierce. Though the line Josiah had cut into my skin just below my collarbone was fairly shallow, it stretched all the way from shoulder joint to shoulder joint, curling up at each end in a macabre smile. And as if the gash in my skin wasn't enough, the necromancer was waving a raven feather over the wound, cleansing the area. Like I was dirty or something. Plus, the process kept wafting the strong aroma of sage oil, dripped all around my body, right up my nostrils, making me feel nauseous. Between the laceration and the knowledge of what had happened to the Night Circle witches, I should be terrified. But the strange actions of the others in the room had sparked a flame of hope. Just 5 minutes ago, Josiah had barely anointed the table with oil when the demon at the door began grunting. That got the attention of the wizard Jasko. Talk about a douche canoe name. Somehow, the wizard understood and spoke to the damn thing, and he'd called over the ringmaster. Since then, her movements had been hurried and tight. Perhaps most telling, the demon guard had vanished,
leaving only the wizard at the door. Had the Coven come for me? The hope grew hotter, and I couldn't resist casting a glance at the door every few seconds. This, of course, caught the ringmaster's attention, and eventually she repositioned herself so that she stood directly in my line of sight. Bitch. Waiting for someone, Meredith? She hissed. Just for you to keel over, I replied lazily, not about to let her know I was scared to death. If my magic would soon be stolen, and I'd probably die in the process, I planned on going out looking like a badass. Keep dreaming, child. Come morning, only one of us will be dead. I'm not a child, I gritted out. If you say so. Will you shut up? Josiah growled, but he directed the comment at the ringmaster, not me. I'm working here and need to concentrate. Actually, you need to step back anyway. Meredith's magic won't want to be freed, and you're human, with no means to protect yourself against its backlash. Give me 6 feet so I can contain it before the transfer. She shot the necromancer a look of pure contempt, but didn't reply. She only gave him the space he requested, and watched as he set down the black feather, poured a liquid smelling faintly of flowers on his hands, and held them over my collarbone. I'm sorry, Josiah mouthed for what felt like the billionth time. I turned my head. Actions spoke louder than words. He was choosing to do this, plain and simple. Meredith, Josiah whispered, his voice pleading. Get on with it, or don't. I snapped back. Silence prickled between us, and for a moment I dared to hope he'd take the second option. But then pain struck, sending my breath hissing between my teeth, and I knew I was dead wrong. Maybe literally. Calm down, Josiah muttered. Hurry up! The ringmaster yelled behind him, her tone frantic. Ugh! I screamed as dark gray streams of magic rushed inside me and seemed to wrap around my heart, squeezing the life from it. Back arched, my fists curled so tightly the palms grew wet, slick with blood. Another scream wrenched its way up my throat as the necromancer bore down, pushing his power deeper to the center of my being. I'd never felt anything like it. The necromancer's magic was constricting and threatening. It pressed inward, it like scissors, cut at my very soul. Or my power. I didn't freaking know which, but did it matter? I whimpered. It hurt so badly. I wished I could just pass out to not feel it. Then, something far worse happened. Josiah's magic was inky gray, nearly black, but from the cuts he'd made in my skin, wisps of white began to emerge, right as weakness overcame the pain. My magic! It was leaving! Panic tore through me, and I strained against the binds on my hands and ankles, but they held firm, as did the wizard's invisible restraints on my magic. Tears stung in my eyes. Stop! Please, stop! Stay still, Meredith, Josiah yelled. I dared to meet his face. Tears shimmered in his eyes. If I wasn't in so much damn pain, I might feel a sliver of pity for the guy. But I was freaking dying here, so screw him. I opened my mouth to demand once again that he stop, when a roar from the other side of the room and the banging of wood on wood caught my ear. Touch her again and you die. My heart skipped a beat. Is that? Tobias appeared in a flash, grabbing Josiah by the head and pulling back. The ravens on the windowsill loosed a cacophony of caws, but Tobias paid them no attention. His eyes flashed menacingly at the necromancer, the irises crimson. If you don't stop, I'll sink my fangs into your neck and drain you dry. There will be no fair trial. The necromancer's magic stopped flowing. The white wisps coming from my chest vanished. I gasped, sucking down air, and feeling deep within for my power. It was still there. Get away from him! The ringmaster snarled, and then the foolish woman snapped up the blade on the table and stabbed it into Tobias's arm. The vampire glared at her, fangs descending. Step back, mortal, or court your own doom.
For the first time since I'd been in her presence, the ringmaster paled. She took a step back, only to be stopped by someone. Luca. "This was a poor choice, Josiah," the mage said. "We could have—" A blast of light from the side of the room cut him off. Tobias swore. "The door didn't knock that twat out." "I'll handle him," Luca replied. "Unbind Meredith. Get her out of here." "No!" The ringmaster launched herself at Tobias. Not missing a beat, the vampire tossed Josiah to the side of the room and protected my bound body from the crazy woman. When she landed, he grabbed her and hurled her away too. She slammed into the far wall and slumped against it, apparently too dazed to move. But before Tobias could release me, Josiah was back. "Please, Tobias, I'm sorry." A snarl ripped from the vampire. "Back away." But Josiah came closer. "I didn't want to do it. I promise. I was going to try to spare her. You'd steal her power? Who is that woman?" They have Sarah." Tobias must have reached his limit, because he grabbed Josiah and sank his fangs into his neck. The necromancer screamed and thrashed, throwing blood all over the place. Second by second, Josiah's umber skin paled, took on a sickly hue. My heart started to race. Would Tobias really kill Josiah? Did I care? "Stop! Don't kill him!" I yelled, before I even made a conscious choice. Tobias stilled and slowly lifted his head. Blood coated his face, and that should have repulsed me. But it didn't. He'd attacked Josiah to save me. I couldn't find a damn thing disgusting about that. "Are you sure?" the vampire asked. "You would have died at his hands." "I was going to keep her alive," Josiah wheezed. "If you were capable, which I certainly doubt," Tobias spat. "Stay quiet." "Yes," I answered the vampire. "Let him go. He needs to face a trial for killing those witches, or at least being an accomplice, and I don't want you to kill him on my behalf." "I'd do it gladly." Why the hell did my stomach flutter when he threatened to off someone for me? And why did that feeling just get stronger as Tobias's eyes continued to bore into mine, waiting for my word? Be reasonable, body. "Let him go. A trial is what I want, what the other witches deserve." Tobias glared at Josiah. "Count yourself lucky." He released the necromancer, shoving him across the room, and I watched in horror as the ravens on the windowsill soared at the necromancer and began circling him until we could no longer see his body. Oh no. What was happening? Again, I tried to rise, and again, the binds around my wrists and ankles made it impossible. So I lay there, helpless and fearful, as the storm of ravens grew to hundreds. "What are they doing?" I called to Tobias over the loud cawing. "I'm not sure." He leaned over me, protecting me. Oh my God! Clouds of birds moved toward the window, Josiah with them. "They're going to help him escape." "Not without me!" a shrill feminine voice cried. The ringmaster had shaken off the discombobulation of being thrown against a wall and was sprinting toward Josiah. "I have Sarah!" I gasped as the ringmaster, in a display of lunacy, bravery, or both, ran into the swirling conspiracy of ravens and disappeared as the birds soared out the open window to join 100 others darkening the sky outside. I listened. No screams, just cawing. "The ravens are flying with them?" I asked, unable to believe what I'd just seen. "It seems so." Tobias shook his head. "They do whatever Josiah wishes, and he clearly wished to escape." "And to keep the ringmaster alive, so she could tell him where Sarah is." My hands formed tight fists. Damn it! I pulled at the binds, furious that the ringmaster was still at large, and desperate to get to her. To pry Sarah's location from the psycho, and then put an end to my old boss. If she wouldn't stop until she got my magic, then getting rid of her was the only way I'd survive. Of that much, I was sure. Tobias glanced down and, perhaps for the first time, noticed the straps. Quickly, he undid the leather. "Careful, Meredith. You—" Not heeding his caution, I shot up. The world spun and the nausea returned. I grabbed for the table, folding in half, about to hurl my guts out. Damn, I'd been horizontal for way too long. "Are you okay?" the vampire asked. The low rumble in his throat hinted he might tear out someone's throat if I said no. "Yeah, the cut hurts, and my wrists and ankles sting like hell. But more importantly, I can't use my magic. I thought it was the straps that kept my magic from working, but now that they're off, that can't be it. The wizard did something to me." Tobias's eyes narrowed before he twisted to face the door. "Luca!" "Un secondo!" the mage called back. The whole time Tobias had been fighting off Josiah and the ringmaster, our Coven leader had been preoccupied with the wizard. Now he had the man cornered and delivered a blow of magic that hurled the wizard to his knees. The moment that opponent was out of play, the Coven master gave us his full attention. "He might be a criminal, but he certainly knows his defensive spells. What's up?" "Meredith's magic is bound," Tobias answered. "Again?" I inserted, because he was right. I hadn't considered it while I'd been strapped to the table, but that was exactly what the wizard had done. My parents had bound me to keep me safe, so I'd never considered it as an offensive tactic. I needed to learn how to prohibit a similar attack from ever happening again. I hated that someone could so easily disarm me, take away part of who I was. Luca approached, his brown eyes scanning the laceration from one side of my collarbone to the other. "How much did Josiah take?" "Not a lot," I answered, sort of stunned he knew the process had already started. "May I?" Luca raised a hand and tilted his chin to my shoulder. I nodded, and repressed the wince burning through me when he laid a soft hand on my shoulder. He exhaled. "Thankfully, the wizard is not nearly as strong as your parents were. This will be nothing like your first unbinding." "Good, 'cause I don't really feel like blacking out today." The Coven master chuckled. "Sit tight." I closed my eyes, preparing for a twinge of pain, so when Luca released me a second later, I was confused. "That's it?" I asked. "Done," he said. "Try your magic." I went basic, pulling a small ball of light into my hand, and it flared to life right away. "I didn't even feel you unbind me at all." "Like I said, your parents were strong witches." Luca turned his attention to Tobias. "Is the area outside clear?" The vampire nodded. "Safe. Grab the wizard and let's leave. Hopefully the others took care of the demons in the lobby." "More demons?" My heart raced. Luca's eyebrows pinched together, so thick and hairy they resembled a caterpillar. "You didn't hear the fighting?" "There were dozens of them in the lobby." "Lobby?" We arrived on the roof. I thought I sensed something, but I couldn't hear a thing. The wizard must have soundproofed this area. I had no idea fighting was going on. Is anyone hurt? "Shay was injured," Tobias said. "Hans is caring for her." That probably wasn't going well. Tobias scooped up the wizard and threw him over his shoulder, fireman style, before we exited the room. In a line with me in the middle, we rushed down a hall to a stairwell that opened into a lobby littered with bodies. Demon bodies. I swallowed, taking in the carnage. Luca hadn't been joking when he said they'd fought many. There had to be 24 demon corpses. Thankfully, the rest of the people, and one wolf I recognized as Harper, seemed okay. They milled around, some collecting samples from the demons, others healing minor wounds. As we got to the bottom of the stairs, Luca broke away from Tobias and me. "I need a word with Avon." He gestured to a man I hadn't met yet, but from his build and thick chest hair, would guess him to be a wolf. "See to Shay?" "We will," I assured him, rushing to the Nephilim's side. As I neared, Hans glanced up, his eyes lighting up when he saw me. "We weren't too late." "Not to save her, but the bloody necromancer maimed her." Tobias grunted, clearly pissed off. Hans's eyes dipped, the blue of his irises darkening. "He'll pay for that." "He will. Take watch over this wizard." Tobias dumped the wizard next to Hans. "Meredith, I need to speak with you." Ignoring the vampire's request, I knelt by Shay. "How is she?" My eyes told me she was in a bad place. Her wings, which I hadn't seen much of before today, were matted with blood, and there seemed to be a gash on her shoulder. "She lost a lot of blood, but I think she's fine. Do you mind watching her?" Hans asked. "I don't think she'll want me here when she wakes up." Throat tightening, I nodded. "Sure, No." Tobias growled. "Come with me, Meredith." I twisted to face him, incredulous. "Dude, Shay is my friend. Why do I need to go with you so badly?" "You're wounded, which I can fix. I need to take care of it." Before I could question why, Harper rushed over to me, now in her human form, and knelt at my side. She threw her arms around me. I was surprised to find that she was shaking, so un-Harper-like. "Meredith," Harper said, voice tight. "Thank the old ones you're alive. We were so worried." "I'm okay," I assured her, trying not to get teary. Harper was more stoic than Shay, but over time that veneer had cracked. She really cared. They all did. They'd come here for me. Fought for me. Bled for me. Even Tobias's insistence that I come with him was semi-sweet, despite his growly, bossy-as-hell tone. "Meredith," Tobias insisted, and this time, something in his voice made my heartbeat kick up.
Not in a scared way, but in a way I didn't quite understand and couldn't name.
"Your blood."
Suddenly, his insistence clicked. Oh, right. He'd always had trouble around my blood. That must be why he wanted the wound closed so quickly. I looked at Harper. "Can you stay with her so I can put Tobias out of his misery?" "Of course," Harper replied weakly. She often gave Shay a hard time for, well, being Shay. But there was absolutely love between the shifter and the Nephilim. "Heal up fast, Meredith. We just got a message that Covenant seats have arrived in the city, and they want a word." Tobias led me away from Shay to a corner where no demons sprawled on the ground. "Are you trying to pull a fast one?" I teased, trying to loosen the tension in his shoulders. "Pardon?" My lips curled up. There was a lot about Tobias that put me off, but his proper sayings and turns of phrase from the past didn't make the list. I found them charming. "You're taking me to a corner, like a guy would at a bar when he wants to suck-face with a girl. Or maybe—" "I would never disrespect a woman in that manner." Tobias's eyes narrowed, and the green in them intensified, as if lit from within. "It was a joke," I said quickly, because clearly I'd hit a nerve. "So, how are you going to heal me?" He quirked a brow at me. "You say it like I haven't already done so." "Oh, right. The blood drinking." I tried really hard not to think about that, to pretend it had never happened. But the blood in Tobias's veins had kept me from dying in the New Haven Museum. Obviously, there were major healing benefits to vampire blood that I knew practically nothing about. "Do I have to drink it again?" I was seriously pleased I had been passed out the last time. At that, Tobias cracked a smile. "You're not one of those girls who wants to be turned?" "Heck no." I wrinkled my nose. "You get to keep all the blood to yourself. I'll stick with pizza and tacos and whatever else Harper cooks for me." He laughed. "Then you'll be happy to know that you do not always have to drink vampire blood to heal quickly. I can apply it topically. It might not heal as fast, but—" He eyed the trail the scalpel left. "That doesn't look too deep." "It's not," I assured him. He just needed an opening to siphon magic out of. I felt like I was defending Josiah, which was pretty strange considering all that had just happened. Tobias nodded and lifted his wrist, biting into it. My mouth dropped. "You said—" "Shh," he breathed, licking the red from his lips in a way that made a shiver trail down my spine. "Here," Tobias murmured, dipping his finger into his own blood. "Move your hair." I did so, pulling the pieces that had fallen out of my ponytail behind my shoulders. He inched closer, and I inhaled his scent of spice and soft leather. Then, ever so softly, He placed his finger on the cut in my skin, trailing it lightly all the way across my collarbone. The touch sent a wave of goosebumps down my arms, and I rubbed them so he wouldn't notice. I didn't think he did, because the vampire was not looking anywhere but at my eyes. "How's that?" he asked, his raspy tone making my mouth go dry and heat pool in my belly. How the hell was his blood on my cut turning me on? Was he really asking about the wound? Did he notice my goosebumps? Oh my God, can he tell that I'm turned on? Heat flooded my cheeks. I wasn't an innocent little virgin, but right now I was freaking mortified. Without success, I tried to dampen the electricity racing through me as Tobias continued to stare into my eyes. What was he thinking? Am I overthinking this? Is he just trying to see that I'm really all right? After only a few seconds, I found I couldn't take the intensity, the questions that arose, the feeling of being alit under his gaze, any longer. I broke our stare, glancing down to see my skin was already knitting together a touch. The pain had lessened too, becoming barely noticeable. Better. My words acted like a spell, and the air began to crackle between us, electrified. I breathed out in awe. "Thank you." "My pleasure, Miss Stone," he replied, hooking my chin so that I met his eyes once more. It was then that I knew I wasn't crazy. The vampire looked at me like I was water in a desert. There was totally something new there, an attraction that had been growing between us for days. I exhaled a little of the tension riddling my body. I didn't know what was going on between us, but one thing was certain. It was something I desperately wanted to explore. Chapter 6. Tobias.
I wanted to kiss Meredith, yearned to do it, needed her lips on mine, her body crushing against me, her... Bloody hell, man, stop it! I blinked, trying to center myself. What was going on with me? What if Giselle had been right all along? My breath hitched. Impossible, isn't it? But as I stared into those mismatched gemstone eyes, I had to admit it didn't feel impossible. Not anymore. I'd been on the verge of killing Josiah for what he'd done. He deserved it, of course, but I knew as well as anyone that wasn't how things were done in our world. People died in the heat of battle, but I'd completely overpowered Josiah. He couldn't have stood up to me. There was no battle between him and me. And yet, had Meredith not spared him, I would have drained the fucker dry for hurting her, for even touching her again. "Tobias! Meredith!" A voice called from behind, breaking the spell perfuming the air between me and the witch. Equally thankful and frustrated by the disturbance, I pulled away and found Luca marching toward us. "Everything all right?" "For now," Luca replied. "But the Covenant officials are waiting. They want to speak with as many people in S&S as possible." I stiffened as the possible repercussions of meeting the supernatural ruling body rolled over me. They would want to know why we were here, how S&S knew to be in the city before anyone else. They'd also want to hear about the Prince of Hell and his minions. All roads led to the Pearl and the Opal, and they'd want to know how we knew about that too. I took in Meredith once more, her attention now on Luca, oblivious to what this could mean for her. If they learn about her... We're not telling them about Meredith, are we? Absolutely not. Luca glanced at the witch. Meredith, the Covenant is the ruling body among all supernaturals. Just say you're a witch and don't mention seeking. Won't they ask? Her brows pulled together. S&S has powerful members, so won't they assume I have a specialty too? The bird was smart. The Covenant would want to know her skills, but we had to minimize others knowing of her power for as long as we could. It was bad enough that we'd have to tell them about the stones and Wrath's invasion of Earth. "I'll take care of any prying," I said. "We stick together." There was no way in hell I was letting her out of my sight. "Okay," Meredith said, surprising me. No sass, no raised eyebrows or defiant chin tilts, just okay. I was sure she'd felt that heat between us, but had she felt more? Had her blood sung as I searched for her? Could I ask her that? It sounded so crazy. Shay's awake, so we should get moving, Luca commented, waving at Harper and the half-angel, who was now sitting up. Tobias, carry the wizard. I want Hans to be ready to fight any straggler demons from afar. I'll have others help Shay. A second later, though, it became apparent. Shay didn't want to be helped. The moment the Nephilim could stand, she staggered over to Meredith.
Rooms! Are you okay?
I winced, watching her move. Her wing was covered in blood. She needed to see a healer.
Better than you.
Meredith looked hesitant about embracing her friend and turned to me.
Can you give her your blood? No effing way,
Shay said.
What? It works, though.
Meredith gestured to the line below her collarbone.
A minute ago, this was a cut, and it's nearly totally healed.
I cleared my throat. There was a reason I hadn't offered. Vampires are considered damned, and Shay is Nephilim, angelic. We mingle, can be friends even, but no one with angel blood would accept vampire blood.
Yeah, sorry, Tobias. It's too deeply ingrained in me,
Shay said.
I'll be fine. The Covenant will have brought healers. Just need to get there. Then let's go,
Meredith said.
'Cause you look like crap.
Shay snorted.
Pot, meat, kettle. We can create a club.
The girls devolved into chatter, which only grew more frenzied and ridiculous as Harper joined. I resigned myself to carrying Jasko over my shoulder and walking behind the trio. I needed to stay close to Meredith, but could see she needed time with her roommates. As Luca led us through the city, I assessed the landscape. It looked like a bloody war zone. How could we convince the humans nothing had happened here? The Covenant was filled with powerful supernaturals and commanded squadrons of people to assist them at the drop of a hat, but even they would have a hell of a time covering this up. Would we have to bring in mages from Asila to help? The idea, while full of merit, did not sit well. The mages in Asila were extremely powerful, but most despised the human realm. When asked to travel here, they would only do so for a steep price. For Luca's sake, I hoped the mages would remain in the mirror world. He did everything he could to avoid the mages of Asila. Well, I never asked exactly why. I knew it had to do with the royal court. I felt the same way about the Court of the Blood, so that gave me a fairly sizable hint. At that moment, the lump of a wizard that I was carrying groaned. Without hesitation, I punched him in the head. He fell limp, and I didn't feel at all bad. That's for Meredith, I muttered low enough so that she couldn't hear. I remained half determined to tune out the women's chatter and half lost in thought until we reached a street lined with people and tents. Magic filled the air, and people walked about without fear, full of purpose. We'd found the Covenant. Luca marched straight up to a recognizable man wearing a red beret. Artem Kovalenko was one of the 3 Covenant seats for the witches. He had a reputation among witching kind as a no-nonsense wizard who got things done. Like Hans, the Ukrainian wizard was a caster, and it was rumored he had acquired a prodigious lexicon of spells in his 60 years, one of the largest ever mastered. Seeing him here brought me hope that the city really might be restored and the humans clueless as to what had occurred.
Looks like you need a healer.
Someone spoke nearby, jarring me slightly so that Jasko slipped. I repositioned the arsehole over my shoulder. He wasn't heavy, but I couldn't wait to be rid of him. I'd been so intent on watching the Coven Master and Artem, I hadn't noticed another person approach. I twisted to find a woman, the scent of rosemary and honey coming off her in thick waves indicating she was a witch.
I do,
Shay replied, cringing as she had to maneuver her wing around Harper so that she could turn.
Are you a healer?
I am.
One from a local coven. The Covenant called on me for the crisis.
The woman gave a kind smile.
We're setting up a station over there for any humans we might find with injuries. Best to get you in there before they start arriving.
We'll need to fix those wings before you can hide them. Shay nodded and made to walk toward the tent. Meredith started to follow, but I reached out, wrapping my hand around her wrist to stop her. We have other matters to attend to, I said, though at the moment there was no task on our plate. I simply didn't want her socializing with anyone close to the Covenant. Much to be done, the healer agreed. Is anyone here a shifter? Harper stepped forward. Wolf. Oh, wonderful. We need your kind to sniff out humans. The healer cast a wary glance at me. Vampires are welcome too, if they can resist drinking blood. We expect there will be lots of it. As I said, I have another matter to attend to, but if I can help, I will. My first priority was to keep Meredith safe. The healer nodded, relief sweeping across her face. The wolves are meeting over there. She pointed for Harper's sake, and our group split up. For a moment, Meredith and I were alone, and by how her shoulders stiffened, I suspected she wasn't entirely sure what to do about that. Nor was I, for that matter. Thankfully, Luca returned, dissipating the tension before it could mount to unbearable heights. A few members of the Coven will stay to help, he said. I don't want Meredith to, but... He looked from side to side. I had a thought. What do you need? She asked. Her expression suggested that, despite all she'd just been through, she was eager to assist. Since you seem fine, I wondered if perhaps you might be willing to do a search for the pearl before you leave. Luca asked softly, just to see if it's still in the city. I suspect not, but I'd like to be sure before S&S disperses. But we can't have the Covenant realize what's happening, I reiterated as I shifted Jasko again. They would want to use you, Meredith, and some members of the ruling body are not as pure of heart as others. One ruthless, traitorous vampire, a two-faced wizard, and a cruel siren were top of my list. Though I had not seen them milling about yet, it was best to proceed with caution. Absolutely. Luca agreed. You can seek, but you must be careful about it. If you sense the pearl or the opal, let me know immediately. Only when S&S members are around me, though. Got it, Meredith said, looking completely unbothered by the scenario. I'll check it out and text you. Perfect, Luca said, his lips curling up. I'll take the wizard to a holding cell. Tobias, stay with her. Obviously, I replied as Jasko levitated off my shoulder, now under Luca's control. I didn't need Luca to request that of me. Even standing here, I knew I wouldn't be able to leave the witch's side. Not yet. Though she was safe, and according to her, fine, my protective instincts were still too strong. Separating would send them into overdrive and banish reason from my mind. Once I dispose of this one, Luca gestured at the unconscious floating wizard, I'll be with Artem. Ask for him if you need to find me. With that, he left, and again I was alone with the witch. This time, Meredith turned to me, purpose burning in her gaze. Maybe we should veer down a side street. Get out of sight. Yes. We want no suspicion regarding what we're up to. That's what I was thinking, too, she replied, her full lips spreading in a smile. Look at us, agreeing like a team. Something inside me warmed at that, and the soft singing in my blood returned. Meredith cocked her head, and I blinked. Did she hear that? How? Or did she feel it? I swallowed. Before, the question had sounded too crazy to ask, but now... Let's get out of earshot, she said, halting the words in my throat as she marched down the street. I followed, stunned. We were associated as colleagues, but if she felt the singing too, then I'd have to admit to myself something deeper was happening. That perhaps Giselle was right. If Meredith and I were mates, this was no normal blood bond between vampire and vampire. In my magical order, true mates were rare, but often instantly recognized. That hadn't happened with Meredith,
and I wouldn't have expected it. She was not a vampire. This should not be happening at all. But no matter what the laws of fated mates were said to be, the attraction, the pull, was quickly becoming too much to deny. Would it continue to grow with time? With our acknowledgement? Would there be a trigger? How can I deal with this? Aside from my original concerns, many more presented themselves. Like how, if it were true that we were mates and we went public, the target on Meredith would expand. I was a royal vampire. Though most of our kind fell in line around us, many other creatures hated the Laurents. They'd viewed anyone I cared deeply about as a prime target. It was why, aside from my family and supernaturals who could take care of themselves, like Luca, I rarely made close friends. Being a friend of the Laurent family was a risky position.
How about here?
Meredith piped up after we'd gone a couple of blocks.
This has to be far enough, right? Or can your kind smell and hear things miles away?
Trying not to let on that fear raced through me, I managed a small smile. This is good. We slid down a narrow side street, the kind that one often saw on films portraying a tight-knit New York neighborhood. There was even the quintessential Italian pizzeria and a brightly colored beauty salon that was undoubtedly filled with women on a daily basis.
Cute street,
Meredith commented.
Homier than where we were earlier.
Manhattan isn't very warm, I agreed.
I doubt the Prince of Wrath will be anywhere nearby. This isn't flashy enough. He looked like he'd be flashy, right?
Agreed. A memory of the dark smoke rolling toward us came back to me. He's certainly a showman.
Yeah, still, we have to try.
Meredith shrugged.
So, should we get this show on the road?
I scanned the area, and after determining that no one was, in fact, around, I nodded. At your leisure. She smirked and turned to face the street. The moment she called her magic, her scent intensified in the air, the aromas of jasmine and pine mingling with the sweet honeyed aroma of witching power. However, this time something was different. As Meredith worked her magic, the honey became cloying, almost overwhelming, and again vibrations racked my veins. Then suddenly, my blood began to hum. Meredith spun to face me, eyes wide.
Okay, what is that?
I pressed my lips together. What do you mean? Was it wise to speak of this? Were we experiencing the same thing?
Don't play with me, Tobias.
Meredith scowled.
You heard that.
Her hand fluttered to her heart, but it dropped almost as quickly. My eyes narrowed. I didn't sense her blood singing, but perhaps it was just too faint. Who the bloody hell knew? This was firmly in the realm of the uncharted. What, exactly? I pressed, because I had to be sure before I laid out my own feelings.
The humming. There's a song I hear when I'm around you, and...
Her mouth snapped shut, and I knew. And your blood seems to sing? I asked. She gasped.
Yes.
Mine as well, I admitted, somewhat relieved, somewhat fearful. I don't know what it means, but I believe that it's a result of you ingesting my blood. She nodded, licking her lips in a way that made me want to cup her face and take her lips in mine.
That does make sense, but it feels like something more, too.
Giselle's belief nearly launched off the tip of my tongue, but I held it in, because even if it were true, even if Meredith and I were fated mates, my reason for not wanting her to know remained valid. For now, probably forever, it was better that she did not entertain such thoughts. Even if, with each passing second, it grew more difficult to deny my growing attraction to her. I doubt it's more than that. I forced the words out. Blood exchanges can be quite powerful, otherwise you wouldn't have survived that night. I sensed a hesitation in her, but the next second her magic flared to life again, perfuming the air with honey, and Meredith turned and began to walk slowly down the street, seeking. I remained quiet, so as not to distract her, and though I usually found comfort in silence, after our conversation the quiet felt prickly.
Or perhaps it was just the fact that I had, at worst, lied to her, and at best omitted information. It's for the greater good, I thought, increasing the distance between us by 2 steps, hoping that would help stave off my discomfort. After 3 blocks, she sighed and stopped. Nothing. Like, seriously, nothing. Not even a hint of the pearl. Then Prince Orion must have fled, I said. If I'm being frank, that's what I would have done. Still sucks, she replied. We came here for one thing and totally screwed it up. There will be another opportunity.
What have we here? A man with long black hair and moon-pale skin appeared from an alleyway some 10 yards ahead. No, not a man. A vampire. One I had hoped to avoid. Igor Drago, a vampire seat in the Covenant, and unofficial peon and spy for the Court of the Blood of Laurent. "Keep back," I whispered to the witch. The only indication she heard me was the half-step she took to remain behind me. It was the best we could do. The rest would be a show, a farce to hide Meredith's magic. I had to hope this vampire fell for it. "Igor!" I tried to infuse some enthusiasm into my voice, and found it impossible as his shrewd eyes, grey like his morals, raked over me. "What are you doing here?" "Searching for injured humans," he purred, a cunning smile on his thin lips. "What else?" "What else indeed. Have you found any?" I asked. "None in these blocks. Most are holed up in their homes." Igor craned his neck to glance at Meredith. "Who's your partner, Tobias?" "A colleague in the Coven," I replied. "We two are looking for humans to assist." "Were you?" Igor arched an eyebrow. "Because I thought I smelled magic. Rather strong magic, too. Are you a caster, witch?" Meredith cleared her throat. "No." "She's a warder." I flung out the first witching specialty I thought of to throw him off, again stepping closer, blocking Meredith's body with my own. "Why would you need a warder to escort you, Tobias? Afraid of humans leaping from their homes and throwing themselves at you?" He snorted. "Giselle's children always were vain." "Precisely." If he thought my maker and her offspring, a branch of the Laurent family he'd never quite taken to, were that pompous, then so be it. As long as it got him to leave, I'd lean into it. She's here for my protection. The other vampire let out a low hum. "And do you have a name, witch?" "Meredith." "Lovely name." Igor inched forward, eyes trained on what he could see of Meredith. "But I'll be honest. It didn't seem like she was protecting you, Tobias. In fact, if I didn't know better, it seemed to me that the pair of you were searching for people." I cut him off. "As we've already told you." "Then why would a warder lead you, a Laurent? No witch is better than a vampire in seeking out humans." He craned his neck once more to peer at Meredith, and though his emphasis on the word seeking made my heart thump, I did not let the growing fury I felt show on my face. Let him try to question Meredith, to take her. I'd rip his throat out and throw it to the royal court of vampires he worshipped. "I don't know when you began spying on us, Igor, or why you'd bother, but I simply was returning to Meredith's side after scanning a building." My tone was low, warning. Now, if there isn't anything else, I believe we all have a job to do. After a prolonged pause, Igor shifted his attention, so it was solely on me once more. "You're right, of course. I should be getting back to the meetup place. Tell the others what I've seen."
"Who you've helped, you mean?"
Meredith spoke up, her tone challenging. Though I largely wish she would have kept quiet, a small part of me relished the look of outrage on Igor's face. A young witch, well versed in this world, would know better than to take on Igor. but Meredith knew little of this world. "Of course," the vampire gritted out. "Great," Meredith snapped back. "See you later then, bud." She stomped past me and Igor, who I was sure would whirl about and try to wring her secrets from her. "Pardon me." I moved around him, again putting my body between him and the witch. My partner grows impatient. "I see that. You do well to educate your partner." Actually, I believe I'll let her continue her self-study. I glanced back in time to see outrage flicker across his face. "Until next time." The vampire's chin tilted up, and for a heartbeat I thought for sure he'd follow us. But instead he turned and blurred away, using his vampiric speed to run down the street. Who was he really going to inform? The Covenant? Or someone else? Not the time to dwell on that, I thought, as Meredith disappeared around a corner. I chased after her and skidded to a stop when I found the witch leaning against the wall, gasping for air, hyperventilating. Inside me, a monster roared, and in 3 strides I closed the distance between us and placed my hands against her cheeks, steadying her. "Look at me, Meredith. Look at me."
That man! Tobias, who was that?" Her right hand flew up to land on top of mine, and suddenly my skin was alight. Desire burned through me, nearly as hot as the urge to chase after Igor and rip his head from his body for scaring this woman. He courts his doom. "Tobias?" My name, whispered off her lips, ripped me back to the moment, and she became my entire focus once again. "Who is that person? He felt so wrong." "Igor Drago is a Covenant seat, one of 3 vampires on the council." She shuddered. There was something off about him, like evil. Her eyes filled with tears, and I pulled her close to me, wrapping her in my arms. Shockingly, she accepted the embrace, her breathing calming as I held her. Meredith was as tough and headstrong as the old salt sailors who'd taught me to crew, and they did not take an ounce of shit, yet Igor terrified her. What was it about the man? Why hadn't I sensed it? Before I could make sense of my thoughts, Meredith pulled away, and I loosened my grip on her. She looked up at me, one blue eye and one green, staring into me so deeply I thought she could see my soul. And then her lips parted. She leaned closer, and desire flooded me. A deluge. I fought against the tide, and at the last second, sense took over. Remembering the Laurent's many enemies, I leaned back, releasing her. "I'm sorry, Meredith. I don't know what came over me." She blurted. "I'm sorry, too." I looked away. We should keep searching. Just a few more blocks. We needed to do something. Anything. To take my mind off that almost kiss. "Right." Meredith sighed. And then she whisked past me, back into the street. I followed, my whole body alit in a way I hadn't felt in years, in a way I wanted more than anything to ignore. The problem was, I didn't believe I'd have the strength to do so for much longer.
Chapter 7. Hans.
I sat on the sidewalk, watching those of the Coven mill around. Of those in the group of ruling supernaturals, only Artem Kovalenko had acknowledged me, as I was one of his kind, as far as he knew, and had even voted the man into his position. I appreciated that. Just as much as I appreciated it when he left me alone to think. Because as I stared down at my forearms, the veins still darkened but largely hidden by my tattoo sleeves, I couldn't believe what I'd just done. My head fell into my hands. To protect Shay, I'd called on my demon magic, and somehow, after being dormant for years, the power that had once plagued me cropped up, ready, and willing to do my bidding. It had been so easy, too easy, as if I hadn't been ignoring that side of my magic for well over a decade. Would my veins stay that way? Or would they fade? Something told me my grey veins were a sign of the hellborn powers inside me wanting out. Was pushing for it. Thank the goddess I'm inked. The Covenant was supposed to be there for the supernatural community, but they had a history of being draconian with hell-blooded individuals. Seeing as Lilith was my mother, I suspected that would shift me out of the wizard camp and into the demon spawn one. Luca didn't have to tell me to stay quiet about my bloodline. That was second nature to me. I trusted everyone in SNS not to spill it too. Largely because Luca had decreed it, but also because many were friends, and hadn't treated me differently since the truth came out. Well, except for Shay. She'd been on the verge of passing out when I sent those black ribbons out to protect her, but as she'd been shooting scathing looks in my direction since then, I was certain she'd seen them. Thinking about her regular disregard sent anger trickling through me, and with it, a push of darkness. I slammed the latter down, aghast. Since I'd basically tortured that demon with black ribbons, the dark magic remained closer to the surface than ever, simmering just beneath my skin. I didn't know what to do, or how to deal with myself. And for a guy who'd been in total control for years, that was fucking terrifying. "Hans!" Luca called out. I lifted my head to find the Coven master walking my way, his stride urgent. "What's up?" I said, and brushed the grit of the city off my pants. "I have a job for you." Ready for anything. Seriously, anything, to get my mind off my own woes was welcome. I need you to search for possessed people and handle them. Luca cleared his throat. Okay. I sort of understood why he'd want me to search. Though I couldn't follow the trail of demon magic like some thought I could, I was a strong enough wizard to keep a possessed human in check. But that was about all I could do. "Shay will be going with you," he added quickly, as if he thought it would be like ripping a bandage off or something. "I want you to be her eyes while she works on the exorcisms. Make sure she doesn't burn herself out." "Dude, are you serious?" I barked.
"I'm not too pleased with it either,"
a voice said from behind. I whirled to find Shay approaching. No longer bloody, her wing and shoulder looked 1,000,000 times better.
"But I need someone with me," she added. "They cleaned me up, but my wing is still throbbing, and you're the only one from the Coven left."
The Nephilim was right. Every other SNS member who'd congregated here had already been sent off to help deal with the catastrophe that was the city.
"We can be adults, Hans."
Even as she said the words, her lips pursed in disgust. Can we, though?
"The Coven needs help cleaning us up, and aside from 2 Nephilim representatives, I'm the only one of my kind here right now. That's not nearly enough for how many people might be possessed."
A long exhale left my nostrils. She was the one who had a problem with me, so if she was willing to work together for the sake of the city, I could suck it up and do so too. After all, what were a few judgmental looks compared to how hard I judged myself? "Fine," I muttered. Luca's shoulders loosened. "Excellent. You two will be working with the Covenant for as long as it takes to settle things here. Could be a day or two, but we hope not. Memory witches are on their way." The Coven master paused, as if he wanted to add more, but then he clapped his hand together. "Call me if anything strange arises." "Where are you going?" I asked. "I'll remain here through the night, then head back to New Haven," he replied. "I'm not sure we'll see each other before I leave." So it was basically me, Shay, and the Covenant, a bunch of elected officials, some of whom were pompous assholes. Wonderful. Best get started, then. Luca marched off, leaving me and Shay alone for the first time since she'd woken up. An edgy silence fell between us. Shay fidgeted with her healing wing, and I swallowed thickly, still not sure how much she'd seen. "Are you going to keep those out?" I asked. She remained staring pointedly at her wing.
"For a while. The healer said I can retract them once the tingling stops."
"Oh, okay. Where the hell to go from here?" A huff left the half-angel, and finally she deigned to look at me.
"Look, Hans, I know we're at odds."
"I'd like to point out that you're the only one of us who thinks that," I said quickly.
"I am?"
"Yes." Shay's lips compressed, and for a moment, I thought we might be able to get through this right here and now. But then she shook her head.
Maybe. But what I was going to say is even though I do not approve of the means you use to keep that demon away, I wanted to thank you for saving me.
The backhanded apology stung, and I couldn't let it slide. You don't approve of the means? What are you saying, Shay?
I saw your dark magic. Why did you lie to us about it? You said you never use it.
That was the first time since I was a kid, I roared. People walking by stopped to stare, and my cheeks heated.
My vision was blurry,
Shay hissed.
But you seem pretty skilled for that to be your first time in years.
I snorted. I can see that no matter what I do, I'm never going to be anything but a hell-blooded devil to you. So why don't we just go and do our job? I didn't even wait for her response. I couldn't. I was too pissed off. So before she could get another word in edgewise, I stomped past her, down the street, sure she'd follow so we could complete our mission. He went around that corner, I yelled. Hurry!
Coming!
Shay gritted out.
Just tackle him!
She sounded annoyed, just as she'd sounded for the last 2 hours that we'd been searching for people possessed by non-corporeal demons. 2 long fucking hours of silence, interspersed by bouts of verbal sparring. Thankfully, we finally had a distraction. We'd spotted a man with red eyes, indicating that we'd hit gold in the possession department. I hope that we managed to successfully work together as a team. It would dissipate the black cloud of tension hanging between us. Shit. At this point, I'd settle for the cloud shifting to grey. So I bore down and put on a burst of speed, lunging at the man as soon as I was close enough. I just caught him, and together we fell and rolled across the litter-strewn cement. The man snapped his teeth at me, the fucker. Hurry! I yelled as we rolled to a stop, and I struggled to pin down the man. He easily had 30 pounds of pure muscle and 4 inches on me.
Almost there,
she shouted back. He needs to be still. What do you think I'm trying to do? I shot, grabbing the guy's flailing arm and slamming it to the pavement. Dance with him? The man snarled and snapped, but after a few more seconds, I managed to straddle him. Gelditi. I pressed my palm to his chest, and the man grew stiff and still.
Why didn't you do that spell earlier?
Shay asked, huffing and puffing as she caught up. He was sprinting. If I immobilized him while he was in motion, it could really hurt the guy. It's not his fault he's possessed.
Like he's not scuffed up now,
Shay retorted. Unfortunately, it was true. The tumble and roll had opened a gash in the man's cheek, and I was pretty sure my leg was bleeding. Still, I preferred this method. At the very least, he didn't faceplant and break a few bones or shatter his teeth. Seemed more humane to me. Just pull out the demon, okay? I hauled myself up off the man. You might want to step back. I ground my teeth, but I did as she said, giving the Nephilim her space. I didn't want her claiming that she couldn't work her angelic magic with my hellborn influence nearby, or some other shit like that. Once I was far enough away, Shay began to work. Though she hated me, I found watching her use her power a delight. Her magic was so unlike mine, so different from anything I'd ever seen. Among the supernaturals in both realms, there was no direct parallel to angel magic. They were in a class of their own, which made sense, seeing as their ancestors had created all other supernaturals. The light bloomed from Shay, growing ever brighter as she entered the man. Paying close attention, I watched for an intense glow around her veins, indicating that she was pulling too deep, but it never came. And when a dark cloud exploded from the man, who began coughing up a storm, I knew it wouldn't. She'd succeeded, and done so without threatening herself. What the hell? The man cried out. Who are you?
My name is Shay,
my partner said calmly.
I mean you no harm. Just calm down and listen to me, okay?
I took a few more paces back, knowing that Shay's angelic influence would lower the man's pulse. I didn't need to be hovering over them, potentially distracting her patient. Useless for the moment, I turned slowly, taking in the area. The street was dark now. night having fully fallen. For once, the city was eerily quiet, non-threatening. The humans still seemed to want to huddle in their apartments and hide. Good. That would make everyone's job of erasing signs of a supernatural battle so much easier. Hopefully they stay that way all night. Fucking hell. My heart rate spiked as black ribbons of magic teased beneath the light of a street lamp some 30 feet down the street. Nicoletta. I broke into a run, chasing the ribbons, just like I had the first time. This time, though, I swore I wouldn't leave this street. Or Shay. Since, being in the city, I'd already broken one SNS rule. Leave no Coven mate behind. It wouldn't happen again, but I couldn't resist the lure of seeing if my sister was nearby. Did she want to speak to me? To apologize? It seemed too good to be true. That belief panned out when I reached the streetlight and followed the ribbons to the side of a building, where they disappeared into solid brick. But they didn't leave me nothing. Atop a windowsill, to the side of where the strands of darkness had danced, an envelope bearing my name sat. I exhaled, picking it up.
What the heck are you doing, dude?
Shay yelled, making my heart stutter. Quickly, I pocketed the letter. Thought I saw more flashing red eyes. The lie slipped off my tongue easily. It was that, or become even weaker in Shay's eyes. I had to stop jumping at any sign of my sister. Though of course that was easier said than done. Nicoletta was my little sis, the only sibling I'd ever had, and despite reason, I felt like I owed it to her to bring out the good in her. No matter how unreasonable it was to want to speak to Nick, to convince her to leave the Darkborn, I couldn't stop trying. I couldn't give up on my own blood. It simply wasn't in me.
What was it?
Shay yelled back. I twisted to find her approaching, and I made to meet her, not wanting her to get too close to where the letter had been, in case she sensed dark magic. I didn't think she could, but I wasn't about to take the chance. Lights from an electronic, I said. The guy's okay?
As good as a person can be who was just possessed.
Absent-mindedly, I patted my pocket. The paper crinkled, drawing Shay's attention, and I bit back a curse, wishing I wasn't such a nervous screw-up. I cleared my throat. Let's keep on keeping on. She eyed me warily, but I steered her down the street, keeping an eye out for my sister with each step.
Chapter 8. Shay. My palms pressed into the supine woman's shoulders, and sweat poured down my face, getting in my eyes. Through all of it, though, I watched my forearms carefully. My skin was warm, indicating that I might be reaching my edge. Hans and I had been trekking through the city for hours, so long that the sun was rising over the New York skyline. I'd freed a dozen people from possession, but I sure as heck wouldn't be able to go on for much longer, not without burning out. The idea of my own magic lighting me on fire drew a shudder up my spine. This is the last one.
You doing all right?
Hans asked. I didn't turn, but could feel the blaze of his blue eyes as he watched my back, both literally and figuratively. Fine. Almost done. An explosion of black smoke, reeking of sulfur and mold, burst out of the woman. Predictably, the victim gasped and clutched at her throat as she began coughing. Though the non-corporeal demon rarely made a clean exit out of the mouth, 99% of people coughed after an exorcism. Who are you? The woman asked, her eyes widening as she stopped coughing and found me straddling her. Magic washed over us, and though the recently possessed couldn't sense it, I knew Hans was undoing his immobilization spell. This human would be none the wiser that she'd been paralyzed. I got up and held my hand out. Surprisingly, she took it. My wings were healed, and I'd been hiding them for hours. But still, most people usually slapped my hand away like it was a snake and ran for their lives, especially the women. I'm Shay. We found you here, passed out. Your heart had stopped, so I did CPR to revive you. A small smile graced my face, and I allowed a little angelic influence to seep out and make her feel more relaxed. As it always did, it worked like a charm, and her shoulders loosened. Sorry I had to get so close, I added. Her hand fluttered to her heart. No, Thank you. I've always been so healthy. I can't believe that happened. Maybe you saw something that affected you. Trauma responses can be really intense. I fished for details. Do you remember what you were doing before you fell? The last 2 humans I'd exorcised had not recalled coming upon a demon, hinting that the Covenant and other local witches were probably already bathing the city in memory reversal charms. No, She craned her neck to see around me. Is he with you? He is, I replied firmly, hating the words. But they had to be said. Anyone would freak out if they were being watched by a guy like Hans, tall, muscular, tatted, and after a night of scouring the city, filthy. Don't worry about him. Or should we? I frowned at how easily that popped into my mind. Though logically, I knew Hans was a good person, and always had been, it was nearly impossible to turn off my angelic distrust, especially after his demon magic had made an appearance earlier. Plus, I was feeling justified. I was pretty damn sure he was hiding something from me, something I intended to figure out. Okay, she murmured, still watching the demon wizard, though now with something more like desire in her eyes. I feel you, girl. He's hot. But run fast. Anyway, I said, it's early in the morning, and I don't know how long you were out before we found you. Oh, my lord! My family is probably worried sick. The woman gasped, looking down at her watch, and then began digging through her bag, which miraculously no one had taken. When she looked back up at me, her cheeks were pink. I'm so sorry. I don't have cash to give you. I don't need anything, I assured her with a smile. Just glad to help. The world needs more people like you two in it, she replied. Thank you. The woman left, and I waited until she was out of earshot before turning to Hans. I can't do any more. I didn't see any signs of burnout. He frowned. Not any outward ones, but they'll come if I keep it up. My skin is getting hot. I don't want to get close to that mark. You know yourself best, he said. We should probably... His phone chimed, interrupting him. That's Luca's ringtone. He answered the call. Hey, man. While they spoke, I scanned the area. Morning light was spilling across the concrete now, threatening to consume the city. I was glad the Covenant had, most likely, put memory reversal charms in place. But how much more was needed to right New York? Had they brought in more Nephilim to exorcise demons? Over the hours, I'd done 12 by myself. But there had to be more people in danger. The city was too big. The job couldn't be done by just a small group. Okay, Hans said, bringing his attention back to me. Luca is returning to New Haven with Tobias, Harper, and Meredith. He's leaving his car for us to take back, and he's going to catch a ride in the Stiffmobile. I snorted at the nickname. The term pissed Tobias off, but damn it, if it wasn't true. Why is he leaving? It's still early. Hans shrugged. Something cropped up with the scroll and key that requires his attention, and he wants to check in with Night Circle and tell them about Josiah. Oh, freaking A. That'll be a nightmare. He said we should return to the Covenant's camp and see what else they need, assist them in any way possible. He paused, and he mentioned that your mother was there. My throat tightened, and the sense of heaviness that had descended over me when Luca assigned Hans as my partner weighed me down a little more. It was no secret Mom and I had a strained relationship. After the other 2 Nephilim seats arrived to help the city, I had been wondering if she'd show. My mother held one of 3 Nephilim Covenant seats, and always liked to be in on the action. She also had a habit of claiming credit for positive outcomes, even if she didn't deserve it at all. I exhaled. Thanks for the heads up. I say we go back now. I don't think we're far. After quickly pulling out my phone, I confirmed we were only 7 blocks from where the Covenant had set up camp. Basically, we'd traveled in a huge-ass square. This way, I said, and we started hoofing it to the camp. It was easy to dismiss the uncomfortable silence between us as we walked. The city was being repaired, and along the way, we did what we could to put it in order. For Hans, that meant magically scrubbing blood from the streets, whereas I picked up dropped items, groceries, phones, bags, whatever I could find, and tossed them in the trash. Anything we could do to make the city a touch more normal would be useful. When we arrived at the camp, the area was even more bustling than before. As promised, Luca was nowhere in sight. Neither were Rooms and Tobias.
Artem has Luca's keys.
Hans gestured to a bear of a man in a red beret.
I'll go get them and see if they have more for us to do.
The unsaid hope that maybe we could just go home, too, hung on his lips. I'll be around here. After exercising so many people, I just needed a moment to chill. Hans strode off to speak with the wizard Covenant representative. As soon as he was gone, an ease I hadn't felt for hours swept through me. Really, Hans had been doing all that he could to keep me comfortable, but it just wasn't working. And I knew for a fact that a lot of it was down to me. I hated that, but it was true. Usually I was a people person, happy to get to know pretty much anyone, and I could chill with most of SNS's members. But since the moment I'd learned Hans was half demon, things had changed inside me. I was still crushing on him, for sure, but a loathing coated that desire. Some of that loathing was targeted at myself. An angel lusting after a demon? But part of it was for him, too. Though I told others it was because we were on opposite sides of a heaven-hell divide, that wasn't the whole truth. There was something more, something internal that I couldn't describe and didn't understand. Mom might know. As soon as the thought cropped up, I cringed. Not only did Hans want to keep his ancestry a secret from those outside of SNS, but me admitting to my mother that I had a crush on a half-demon was just asking for her to be disappointed in me. Not that that took much. Shelina! Shoot me, I scowled at my horrible given name. One only a single person in heaven and earth used. Speak of the Nephilim. Pasting a fake smile on my face, I turned and found my mother, a tall, blonde, Mexican woman who still drew many stares, despite appearing over 50 years in human age. Basically, she was still a bombshell, and I was glad to get my looks from her, all except my blue eyes, which were purely from Dad. Mom! Her brilliant smile dimmed for a moment before she realized where she was and who was around. Then it returned. Only I could see the annoyance lining her eyes. Oops. I'm in for it. Call me Angelina, darling. Mom said once she stood in front of me and had taken my hand, again, probably for show. I'm here on Covenant business. Like that would matter. Since I'd turned 15, she had insisted I call her by her first name. Sorry, I muttered, not meaning it. I wish she could be like a normal mother. Have you been scouting the city? She nodded. I've performed 20 exorcisms. Oh, great. 3, 2, you darling? 12. I had to stop because I was in danger of burning out. Her full lips pursed. But you've been here for longer than me. I'm proud that you're helping, but really, Shelina, have you given it your all? I have, I gritted out, trying to keep my cool, though she always made it difficult. Maybe your possessions weren't as intense. She shrugged. It was obvious she considered my lower number a personal deficiency. That annoyed the hell out of me. Perhaps. Walk with me. There's so much to do still. As we strode through the camp, Mom left little chance for us to catch up. Instead, she filled the awkward silence between us with commands for others. Apparently, she'd brought her whole business team, all Nephilim, save for one excellent vampire accountant, to assist the Covenant. As far as I was sure, she would not let anyone in the ruling body forget when it came time for re-election. So, I hear you arrived when the Demon Prince was still in the city? Angelina asked, finally speaking directly to me. Did you see him? How many demons did you come across during the battle? Unease trickled through me, thinking of Hans. There was no way I'd out him to my mother, but she'd flipped her shit if she knew that. For most of the battle, I'd been working with a demon. Shelina? I saw a lot of demons, but not the prince. Got there too late. Disappointment flashed in Mom's eyes. I bet she would have loved it if her daughter was responsible for vanquishing a demon prince. She'd always wanted me to follow more in my father's footsteps, to be extraordinary. I did see hellhounds, though, I added. A pack straight from hell. They were huge. She gave a nod, slightly mollified. In the background, I caught sight of Hans, and suddenly I had an idea. One that could earn me more of my mother's respect and give me more information on why my feelings towards Hans were so intense. Actually, I said slowly, I got really close to a couple of demons. One was a hell-blooded girl. She must have had a powerful parent because her magic was astonishing. She wasn't a full demon, then? At first, I thought she was just a teen who needed help. I lied to avoid tossing Hans under the bus. No matter my personal feelings toward him, Coven members didn't do that. She was really playing it up, and I was full of compassion for her. Liar, liar, pants on fire. But then she showed her true colors. As soon as I realized what she was, this sense of deep loathing filled me. It came from the inside, and it was like I couldn't even see the little girl anymore. That didn't happen with the possessed people I came across, though. Is that normal for us? My mother studied me, as if she sensed there was something I wasn't saying. And yet, instead of prying, which was normally her way, she nodded. It is. I worked hard to shield you from the hell-blooded as a girl, but those with stronger blood, of which there are not many, affect Nephilim. But why couldn't I sense it before? It was so weird. Like the moment I knew she was a demon, that switch flipped and loathing filled me. She was one the whole time, though, so I should have felt it from the start. It's ingrained in our souls to despise anyone with demon blood, Shaelina. However, they can wear convincing costumes. I pictured Hans, a bad boy wizard who I'd lusted over many times without once feeling gross about it, at least not until recently. Tell me about it, Mom. Is there a way to turn it off? I asked. Mom cocked her eyebrow. It was so distracting when I fought her, I added, hoping she'd think the excuse was good enough. I'm not sure, but I do believe you would be able to stop it. Not that you should wish to, anyhow. A shuddering breath left her. Did you put the girl out of her misery? No, I said, stopping there. Mother's lips flattened. Shame. Another disappointment. Sit Ramos! A voice called out, pulling my mother's penetrating gaze away from me. As she turned, the frustration she felt for her daughter disappeared, and a brilliant smile blossomed on her face. Yes, Gigi? Mom asked, taking in the short, plump Nephilim who worked for her. We've finished our sweep of this burrow. As far as we can tell, there's no more possessed humans. What would you like us to do? Gigi, my mother's assistant, spared me a smile as she approached. The Nephilim appeared to be in her mid-30s, so she was probably nearing a century in age. She was gregarious and ambitious, and I liked her, despite how much she kissed Mom's ass. Move on to Brooklyn. No one has burnt out? We're being careful. Gigi's dark eyes found me. Would you like to join us, Shay? Shaelina informed me that she came close to burnout, so no, she will not be assisting. Mother replied for me, regret in her tone. Really, it was fine with me if I didn't help. I was dead on my feet and seriously didn't want to risk burning out, but I still hated how the words sounded on her tongue. No worries, Gigi said with a shrug. We've got it under control. My team always does. It's why I brought you. Mom turned to me. It was good to see you, darling, but I fear I must go. There's much work to be done, and I have energy to spare. Mom pulled me in for a brief hug, and then she was off to continue saving the world. In her absence, the annoyance I'd been holding back since the start of our conversation bubbled through me freely. I loved my mother, I really did, But she expected so much from me, and I never met those expectations. Even when I could do things she couldn't, like wield a sword of fire and light, she'd simply wish I was more like my father, that my sword was bigger, brighter, better. Like his. Dad was an archangel. It was incredibly hard to top that. Frustration surged, and seeing as no one was paying attention to me, I let my fists curl into tight balls, the only outward sign of my anger I'd show. Angels were supposed to be happy, light, to keep negative feelings away, and usually I could do that. But sometimes... Breathe, I told myself, and inhaled deeply. A few more rounds of breathing exercises proved beneficial, and I'd nearly gotten through the deluge of emotion when something caught my attention. About a city block away, Hans marched down the street, away from where the Covenant members and those taking their orders congregated, and then with one cautious glance over his shoulder, he slipped, unnoticed, into an alley. What's he up to? I wondered, sweeping through the larger group and following. As I neared where he'd vanished, I slowed my pace, not wanting to be heard. Was that? Did he just tear a piece of paper? What is going on? Carefully, I poked my head around the corner. Hans's back was to me, so he didn't see, but I could see the letter plainly, just as I could see the name scrawled across the bottom of the page in large, bold letters. Nicoletta. What is that? I snapped. Hans whirled, shoving the letter in his pocket just as he'd done after our first exorcism. Is that what you've been keeping from me? I yelled, not at all caring if someone else heard. My vexation after talking to Mom was so fresh, and this was making me burn hotter. So hot, in fact, that before I knew it, my sword of fire and light flashed in my hand. What is it? Hans took a few steps backward, his eyes trained on the sword. We were an even match, and both knew it, but my sword was mythical. My father was the only angel who could call such a thing, and I'd inherited that gift. Shay. Hans raised his hands, a gesture of surrender. Calm down. When had saying that to an upset person ever worked? I saw your sister's name, and I know you went across the street to get something after that first exorcism, Hans. Do not treat me like an idiot. Are you turning to the dark side? Did Lilith ask you to align with the demons? No, he shouted. Nothing like that. Then what is that? Tell me or you'll what? His chin tipped up in defiance. Luca said to keep that quiet. Yes, and normally I'd do anything Luca said. He wasn't the leader of a ruling supernatural sect, like those in the Covenant, but sometimes I got the sense that the mage cared for magical beings more than some in our ruling body. Still, I needed to know what was in that letter, and I was just fine with Hans thinking I might betray S&S, even if I'd never actually do it. So I just held his stare, my eyes blazing into blue ones that were trying to work me out. Finally, he sighed. It is from my sister. I'll let you read it, but you can't tell anyone here. Fine, I agreed. Hand it over. He fished the paper from his pocket and smoothed the crumpled paper out before extending it to me. My fingers had just grazed the letter when he pulled it back. I snarled at him. I'm not playing, Hans. I know. I just want you to be warned that you're not going to like what you read here. I'd expect nothing less from your demon sister, I spat, and immediately regretted the words. Hurt cut across his face, and even though Hans recovered quickly, I felt like an ass for saying them. Take it. He shoved the paper at me. I read each line hungrily, my incredulity growing. This girl had major balls. She wants you to kidnap me and bring me to Prince Orion? I said, reaching the end of the letter. What the actual hell? For the record, I have no intention of following through. Hans said, I just started rereading this when you interrupted. Well, it's a relief that you're not going to give me up to your demonkin. Stop saying that. Hans threw his hands in the air. I have no say in what I am, Shay. You have no say. A male voice boomed behind us. But you certainly should have mentioned this, Hans. My breath hitched. and I spun in time to see Seat Artem Kovalenko, wizard of the Covenant, rounding the corner, his arms crossed over his barrel chest.
Chapter 9. Hans. My body went rigid, and Shay seemed to disappear from sight as I zeroed in on Artem. The Eldercaster stared me down like a bull in a ring, and I was the red cape, waving frantically in the wind. Before I could continue, I zipped it. What the hell was I going to say anyway? It wasn't like I could claim to be naive to my parentage, nor did I want to lie to this man, the most steadfast and trustworthy wizard I knew, someone I looked up to. Equally as much, though, I didn't want to become a pariah, unable to help myself. I glanced down at my arms again. Over the hours, the gray tint of my veins had lightened a touch, which seemed to support my theory that the hue was a product of using my dark magic. The more time I went without using that magic, the less noticeable it should be. Still, if one looked hard enough, they might see. I swallowed thickly. Would they know what it meant? It was all good and fine for those in my village to know what I was. They were small-town folk. The longest journey any of my neighbors had taken was to London. Plus, the only supernaturals in Minim were the wolf pack, and they wouldn't give us up to the supernatural ruling body. They didn't even trust the Covenant, or anyone outside of our village. But the Covenant? The supernatural world at large? Nicoletta might sing her bloodline from the rooftops, but I wanted no part in that. I'm not mad. Artem's muscular arms dropped to his side. But now I have to register. I sounded so fucking small, so unlike myself. Perhaps not, if we play this right. Artem eyed me thoughtfully. My heart rate slowed. How do you mean? Shay remained silent. Though she'd stepped out from between Artem and me, her blue eyes were ping-ponging between us. I overheard almost everything Shay said. Artem admitted. Is it true that your mother is Lilith? Yes. Do you think the demon prince would be interested in that sort of power? I assume you inherited some of her dark magics. I did. Before yesterday, I could have claimed that my demon powers no longer worked, that they had died since I shoved them deep inside me. But they hadn't. Just last night, those demonic powers had helped me save Shay. Don't you believe we could use your lineage to get close to him? The Prince of Wrath wishes to conquer Earth, Hans. You would be helpful in this. You want me to play spy? Artem glanced around the corner, as if worried someone would overhear us. It's a possibility. However, I believe we should speak with the rest of the Covenant first. For the first time since the wizard appeared, Shay's attention landed solidly on me, the question plain in her eyes. Though it seemed impossible, I did have options. SNS ensured its members were not powerless, and while Luca was not a political figure, he was a powerful mage, and SNS had major clout among those of the Covenant. I could claim to need to discuss this with the Covenant Master. Artem would most likely agree. He was, after all, one of the most reasonable Covenant members. In the end, it would be my choice, and I had to admit that the idea, though fucking terrifying, had merit. Before you decide, I should add that I believe Shay should come too. If the contents of that letter is any indication, to a Prince of Darkness she is nearly as valuable as you. Artem glanced at my colleague with discomfort. I hope you take my meaning, my dear.
You're talking about using me as bait for the prince. Shay spat. I get the picture.
You are your mother's daughter. Shay straightened, and for a moment I thought she'd deny Artem, even hoped she would. She was an angel, so seeing a demon prince would be even more dangerous for her. Plus, a denial from her would buy us time.
Fine. Let's speak with them, Shay said, astonishing the ever-living fuck out of me.
Why would she want to do this? Did she not realize how perilous this was? Of course she did. Shay was a smart woman, so what was motivating her?
Hans, You in?
Now that she'd agreed, how could I say no? It would look weak, and like I had more to hide. But I didn't. My secret was out and sure to spread. Seeing as that was all but inevitable, I wanted to make very certain that others knew they could trust me. No matter how powerful I was, or how renowned my mother was, I needed others to understand that I wasn't that kind of hell-blooded. Sure, I breathed, finally, hoping it wasn't a huge mistake. Let us go, then, Artem said. The Covenant members who made the trip to New York are convening to discuss what to do next. This will be an ideal time for you to speak with them. He turned and left the alley, sure that we would follow. Before we did, I glanced at Shay. You don't even want to talk to Luca about this? She shook her head.
This has nothing to do with S&S.
Then she strode out onto the street after Artem. I snorted, still not sure where the hell Shay's head was at, but went along with it because right now she was my partner, and in our coven we didn't leave a man or woman behind. Instead of leading us back toward the camp like I'd guessed, though, Artem turned down a side street. It was empty, and if he'd been a shady sort, that would have had me questioning his motives. But Artem wasn't that way. Where are we going? I asked. On the other side of the wizard, Shay leaned forward, curious too. The Covenant is borrowing a local coven's meeting place, Artem replied. It's quite kind of them to share. The wizard marched another 2 blocks in the same direction before turning down a street filled with brownstones. He then climbed up the steps to one and knocked. Right away, a Latina woman who looked exactly like Shay but with blonde hair and brown eyes opened the door.
Shaylina,
the woman said.
This is a surprise.
Her eyes trailed to me.
Who's the young man?
Shaylina? My lips twitched as Shay scowled. Someone else had secrets, too. I'm Hans, ma'am.
Please don't call me ma'am. I may be this lovely young one's mother, but it makes me feel old. Do I look old?
No. And it was the truth. Now that I knew for certain that this was Shay's mom, who I'd heard of but never met, the resemblance made sense. Still, there was no way in hell I would have guessed this woman was old enough to have birthed Shay.
Good boy,
Shay's mom purred, which made her daughter's nose wrinkle.
Call me Angelina.
She turned her attention to her wizard counterpart.
Now, Artem, why are these 2 here? This is Covenant business.
I believe they will be able to help, he replied. Angelina raised an eyebrow, but stepped aside.
If you insist, but this had better be good.
Shay began coughing, her face turning red as she covered her mouth. Though she'd been the one to agree to this scheme, I got the sense that, in the face of her mother, she had doubts. No surprise there. What mom would want their daughter to give themselves up to a demon prince? Angelina led us through the brownstone, which appeared larger inside than it seemed to be on the outside. Magically enhanced, no doubt. The coven who owned it was also wealthier than I'd imagined, or maybe they were just more ostentatious. Our coven's tomb was grand in an old-world way, but this home-turned-meeting place put the headquarters to shame. Cream and gold were the colors of choice, which made me cringe. They were too pale, too difficult to keep clean for someone like me who was so often covered in machine grease in his spare time, which, technically, I hadn't had in a while. We took a turn down a hallway, and suddenly images of the famed witch Circe were everywhere. My eyes widened at the blatant display of supernaturalness. So now we were deep enough into the magically enhanced home that the coven felt safe showing their true colors, their witchy nature. And who they held on a pedestal? Not every witch coven worshipped a powerful predecessor, but those who did were usually the strongest of our kind. Powerful, and most often secretive. Which hinted at one thing. This coven likely wasn't allowing the Covenant to use their space out of the goodness of their hearts. When Angelina led us into a room dominated by a circular white marble table, large enough to seat 20. The damn thing must have weighed hundreds of pounds. Around the table sat a few recognizable faces. 2 annoying ones, Igor Drago and Richard Bronze. The latter was a wizard, bald as an egg, and with a pretentious, pointed beard he loved to stroke. Douche, I thought, moving on from Bronze. Aside from them, a smattering of vampire, siren, necromancer, Nephilim, shifter, and of course the third witch representatives were present. Not every seat was present, but almost every magical order that held a position on the Covenant was accounted for. Most seats I was somewhat familiar with by sight, though there were 4 people I couldn't name. And 1 woman I couldn't place at all. She was a mature woman of about 80, dressed in an expensive-looking outfit. Her attire felt incredibly pompous, given the state of the city outside the front door, but she held herself like a queen, unbothered by the fate of the world. Her steel-gray hair had been pulled into a bun worn at her nape, and blood-red lipstick colored the elegant woman's lips. My own lips curled into a smirk. That had to be the representative for whatever coven this was. They wanted in on the action. A part of me didn't blame them. New York was their home. A larger part of me, however, was on guard. Artem knew my most closely guarded secret, and we were about to expose it to these people. The Covenant was one thing, but any witch or wizard on the street? Artem, I whispered, who is that? Grand High Priestess Rebecca Knox of the Sisters of Circe. I stiffened. I didn't make it a rule to familiarize myself with many covens, but I actually had heard of this one. They weren't just rich and powerful, but very influential in the Covenant elections. I suspected they were responsible for getting Richard Bronze on the board 3 years back. I shuddered, despising the wizard and what he stood for. Does she have to be here? I whispered. It was a stipulation of using their space. Artem swallowed, clearly not totally comfortable with the idea either. He turned to me first, then to Shay. I should have mentioned this earlier. I apologize. Do you 2 wish to change your minds, or put off speaking of this? Shay shook her head emphatically. I'm all in. I exhaled, still not sure where her mind was at, but I agreed that doing this later wouldn't be better. I just needed to put a few rules in place. No, but I have a few stipulations of my own for the Sisters of Circe. We will all do our best to accommodate your wishes. Artem said seriously, Do you trust me? If I didn't, I wouldn't be here, I replied. Shay nodded, and the wizard's shoulders loosened. Thank you. Artem said, I value that trust. Now, we should sit. 4 seats remained. Shay and I took up chairs flanking Artem, who leaned forward and placed his folded hands on the table. As everyone can see, I have brought 2 members of SNS with me. And why is that? Asked Igor Drogo, a vampire and one of the most unlikable people I'd ever come in contact with. I didn't get the memo that this was an open meeting. It isn't, Angelina said. But Artem claims to have a good reason for my daughter and this man, Hans, to be here. So let's hear it. The Ukrainian wizard cleared his throat. As mentioned, these 2 are members of the Coven of Shadows and Secrets, and are therefore trained to undertake dangerous missions. They have agreed to go on one for the good of the Covenant and all supernaturals. That said, before I go further, I must request secrecy from all members regarding Shay and Hans. What they are about to share is quite personal. Angelina snorted. Shelina is my daughter, Artem. What could she have to hide from me? From the corner of my eye, I caught Shay shift in her seat. Did Cit Ramos know her child as well as she thought? I must have assurances from each person here, Angelina. Artem pressed. If Shay and Hans wish to divulge their personal matters to others later, that is their choice. But as their elected officials, we should honor their wishes. Angelina rolled her eyes, a delicate gesture that I'd seen on her daughter, though often more exaggerated.
Of course, I will keep secret whatever they wish to share.
Everyone else in the Covenant nodded their acquiescence, and then Artem turned to Rebecca Knox. "And you, Grand High Priestess, we request your silence too, and while I cannot bind you to Covenant rules of conduct, I ask that you submit to them willingly." Rebecca's gaze fell first on me and then Shay, as if assessing if we were really worth so much trouble. Then, like she was doing us the biggest favor in the world, she heaved a sigh.
"I will remain quiet until otherwise notified by my Covenant representatives."
"Very good." Artem leaned back in his chair. "Does that suffice, Shay? Hans?"
Yes.
The Nephilim replied. I nodded. It would have to do. Only time would tell if these people would stay true. I, for one, would be keeping my eye on Igor, Richard, and Rebecca. "Very good. Then I'll proceed."
Finally, Angelina huffed. You'd think you were about to tell us that you were in league with the princes of darkness.
"It has come to my attention," Artem continued, his tone stronger than before, "that Hans here is not only a wizard."
Have a little human blood, then?
Angelina snorted derisively.
Welcome to the club.
If only. He is, in fact, a hell-blooded, related to the queen of the underworld herself. "Lilith?" Richard Bronze shot out of his chair. But how?" "I don't wish to share that information," I spoke up. "Not about to throw my father under the bus. If it came out that my mother could slip into our world, and had been doing so for years, and father knew, he'd be in deep shit. But what Artem says is true. My father didn't know who she was when they met. Not until after my sister was born."
There are 2 of you?
Bronze's eyes went wide. "You know the law, Hans. All hell-blooded are required to register." It took everything I had not to glance at my veins, to check on how gray they were. I knew about the registration, and I'd avoided that racist-ass law for years. Even now I had no intention of willingly putting my name on the list. Though I was definitely more demon than 99% of those on the list. Far more powerful, too. "I am aware." I looked at Artem. He nodded, as if to say, "If you wish, go on." So I did. "I have my reasons for not registering. I request that I maintain my status as only a wizard. My sister, too. I hadn't considered such a thing before, but that was my limit. I was sure that once they heard what I had to offer, they'd buckle." "You'd better be willing to give prime information, boy." Igor Drogo growled. "Lilith killed my maker, and I would absolutely love a little retribution." I swallowed. I wasn't about to apologize for my mother's actions, but this new information would make it harder to bargain for her safety, which I belatedly realized I should do too. Failing Nicoletta had been out of my hands, but this wasn't. And though my sister was making all the wrong choices, I loved her and didn't want to see her hurt. Not when I truly could provide a better life for her, if she'd just give it a chance. "My sister has fallen prey to the Prince of Darkness's sway. She gave me this letter." I pulled it from my pocket, "which requests that I bring Shay to a specific place at a specific time. I believe this might be the Prince of Darkness's way to gather more power, as Shay's father is a well-known angel." Angelina's chest puffed out.
Perhaps he wishes to transfer Shay's or her father's power to another using a necromancer.
A female shifter representative raised an idea I had not considered. Clearly Luca had told them about Josiah. He'd probably had to do so. I assumed the ringmaster was in cahoots with the Prince of Darkness, since there'd been a shitload of demons in the fight.
Shaylena's father would never stand for that,
Angelina said.
If he heard his own blood had been taken, he'd offer up much to get her back.
Shay squirmed again. Did she agree? We all knew that her father was the Archangel Uriel, and the pure-blooded angels did not make appearances on Earth often. In fact, Uriel's coupling with Angelina was the last known occurrence. But wouldn't he come to the aid of his daughter? Actually, I believe there's another reason for this, Bronze said slowly. If the Darkborn can't get all the sacred stones, this is their backup plan. I blinked. Wait, what?
What do you mean?
Shay asked, leaning forward in interest. Very few things can open the eyes of darkness, and the gateway from this world and hell. The lapis caelesti are rumored to be able to do so. Bronze replied, his bald head glistening under the bright light of the room. But so is pure angel blood. An archangel's blood would be even better. It might open all the gates at once. It's so strong. I sucked in a breath. I hadn't known that, and was curious as to how Richard Bronze learned the information. There was not much written on the lapis caelesti. Most of it was in the Beinecke's supernatural section. How had he gotten such information? And how did he know of the uses of pure angelic blood? Angels weren't exactly forthcoming with information on their kind. From the looks on the other Covenant members' faces, they didn't doubt him, so it must be valid. Was the Covenant hiding information from the public?
Do you wish to do this, Shay?
Another Nephilim representative, a woman I didn't know with long blonde hair and piercing green eyes, studied my partner.
Even if your father came to save you, you likely would not survive. We are dealing with demons here, child.
I do. Shay's voice broke slightly, hinting that might not be the complete truth. I want to help. She finished, and looked to the wizard at her side. As others have mentioned, the demons are surely setting a trap of one kind or another, Artem interjected. However, I believe we can turn the tables on them, with or without the Archangel's help.
An ambush?
Angelina scoffed.
On the Prince of Wrath? He's a general of hell, a master tactician, and you think we can get one over on him? You do recall Luca informed us that he'd been hiding here for decades, correct? Just biding his time?
It's an option, Artem replied. That is, unless you have better means to find him. The room fell silent, and I had a hunch that Artem's plan, risky as it was, would see light very soon.
Chapter 10. Meredith. I threw open the door to Shay's home, weariness thrumming through my bones. Tobias and Harper marched in after me, the wolf letting out a groan of relief that I felt all the way down to my soul. I might skip classes today, she announced. Might? We'd been up all night long chasing demons. Going to classes hadn't been at the top of my list.
You should rest. Tobias nodded. There's no telling when we will have to act again.
I'm fully aware of my obligations, Tobias. Harper turned, a hand on her hip. S&S first, Yale second. I blinked, because that really put things in perspective, and it made a ton of sense. Luca had gotten a few of us into Yale. He could surely maintain our enrollment if we needed to take time away and flunk out as a result. Not that I wanted that to happen, but with the Prince of Hell on the loose, it seemed likely that classes would be postponed. When would I have to search for the pearl next? When would I even be able to? Nicoletta had let Wrath— I rolled my eyes at that pompous name— in on my secret. Surely he'd be more careful when he planned to use the pearl next. Was it possible that he'd even figured out how to cloak the stone? And what about the opal? Had he used it before? It grated that no one knew what the other lapis caelesti could do. What if Prince Orion had used the opal of heaven already and we had no idea? What if its effects were even worse than those of the pearl? Something told me that it wasn't likely. Just the full name of the pearl indicated a more ominous nature. But still, no one really knew.
so nothing was off the table. Anyway, I'm going to pray to the old ones for those in the city. Then I'm hitting the sheets. Night, you two. Harper threw a wave and disappeared down the hall, shutting herself in her bedroom. Suddenly, the vampire and I were alone. I inhaled slowly. Was it just me, or was it already getting warmer in here? Are you going to rest too? Tobias's hand landed on my shoulder, sending chills up and down my spine. On the drive home, I'd noticed him glancing at me in the rearview mirror many times as he and Luca discussed the events of the night. Maybe it was just me projecting my own desires on him, but it almost seemed like he'd wanted to connect with me. I'd like to, I answered. Do you just want to stay down here? Or I can show you to the spare room. It's next door to mine. I'll remain on the couch, Tobias replied, though I didn't miss the shifting of his gaze up the stairs, nor the bobbing of his Adam's apple. Okay, I do have classes today, in the afternoon, but I'll skip them. Unless I wake up feeling amazing, of course. I'm going to play it by ear. Don't stress yourself, the vampire replied. You've done quite a lot the last 24 hours. I nodded. Then I guess I'll head up. See you soon. With that, I began my slow trudge up the stairs, my aching muscles wincing with each step. When I got to the top, I peered down over the banister, only to find Tobias's intense attention still locked on me. I waved awkwardly, unsure what to think or do with myself, and went to my room. The moment I opened the door, Benedict hissed. Where have you been, Meredith? Oh, crap. Benedict leapt off the bed, where he had been expressly told not to perch, and stomped his little cat paws all the way over to me. I was worried sick, Meredith. You didn't come home. None of you did. Light amber eyes glared at me, demanding an answer. I'm sorry. I held up my hands, a plea for forgiveness. New York was under attack by a demon prince, and you didn't get me to help? Benedict let out a yowl of anger. Did you even think about me? The truth was, I hadn't. I'd been so caught up in finding the missing stone in my ring, and then being called to S&S's headquarters, driving to the city, and dealing with the demons, that I hadn't spared my familiar a second thought. But I couldn't admit to that. It was too mean. The expression on his face told me I didn't need to. He looked equally crushed and pissed the hell off, and I felt like a super asshole. I'm sorry, Benedict. It won't happen again. Too right you won't. I'm sticking to you like glue. Awesome. Now I'd not only have a vampire shadow that I was feeling increasingly conflicted about, but an invisible cat. One who didn't know how to shut the hell up. I was pretty sure conversation with my invisible familiar on campus made me look totally insane. Wasn't looking forward to that happening daily. Tobias is still my guard, I told him. He's actually downstairs right now, so I don't think you really have to follow. Oh, yes, I do, Meredith. Benedict turned around and gave me an unashamed view of his butthole. Your parents said that when I was called back to your side, I was to protect you. I had thought the vampire would be good enough to assist while you're out, but from the looks of that scar, I no longer think that's true. My fingers went to the line on my collarbone. Tobias assured me that, thanks to the healing powers of his blood, the scar would fade. That, despite it being made by a necromancer's blade, it should be almost invisible, if not completely gone in a day or two. As much as I wanted to argue with the cat, I found I couldn't. Benedict was only showing he cared, and he'd always honored his word to my deceased parents, whether it made sense or not. How did it happen? Benedict strolled to his cat bed and sat on the cushion like it was a throne. Oh boy, here we go. I had a run-in with the ringmaster. Excuse me? The story of the last 24 hours spilled from me. With each beat, Benedict grew stiffer, ramping up my own stress. Only when I got to the point that Tobias and Luca arrived to save me did he loosen. Sensing his relief, I did the same. Josiah is guilty, the cat murmured. That no good, He is. I cut Benedict off, not wanting to think about Josiah anymore. The necromancer had his reasons for selling me out, but I still believed he could have asked for help. The Coven would have assisted him, and Sarah would likely already be safe. Now that he was on the run with the ringmaster, that could only spell trouble. Until he was caught, I'd be wary of every raven I spotted.
Is the Covenant still in the city?
To my knowledge, I said. It was a war zone, Benedict. I bet it takes them forever to clear up.
You'd be surprised what magic can accomplish in a short period of time, Benedict remarked. This isn't the first time supernaturals have gone on a rampage and the Covenant had to cover it up. And having members of SNS to assist will make the process go even faster.
I blinked. This isn't the first time? Benedict's features softened.
Far from it.
I wanted to ask what other sorts of magical disasters had occurred throughout history, but when I opened my mouth, a yawn escaped me instead. Benedict reared back, disgust evident on his face.
You need to brush your teeth.
That was saying a lot, coming from a cat that ate tuna daily. Still, rude.
Thanks, Benny.
I shot Shay's favorite nickname back at him. Tit for tat, jerkface. He glowered, but instead of reminding me that he didn't do nicknames, he just stood and stretched.
Someone did a perimeter sweep when you returned home?
Actually, no. I gaped, unable to believe Tobias hadn't done so. He'd been so focused on getting me inside, on watching me, on making sure I was okay.
Well, since the vampire, who I'll be speaking with about his lackluster bodyguard skills, by the way, is downstairs, I'll take up that mantle.
He gestured to the window, which I'd left open yesterday, totally oblivious that it would be a full day before I returned home. Okay, but I'm going to wash off. Though it was impossible, I'd definitely been imagining the stench of demons on me on and off for hours. And, to be honest, I don't feel comfortable with it being left open right now. I saw too much in the city. And the ringmaster had peons who were masters at breaking into places. Sure, the wards around the home were better protection than a cheap lock, but if I was going to sleep anytime soon, I needed every extra reassurance. Everything is just freaking me out a little, I added, feeling like I needed to justify myself.
Close the window after me,
Benedict said, not a trace of judgment in his tone.
I'll either be waiting outside when you're done, or let you know when I get back so you can open it.
Sure, I agreed, touched by how much he was showing he cared. Benedict slipped outside a moment later, leaving me alone for the first time in over a day. I closed the window behind him, latched it shut, and shuffled to the bathroom, more than ready to be clean and sleep the day away. Removing my filthy clothes, I stepped into the shower. The hot water felt heavenly, and I allowed steam to fill the en-suite. Once done, I grabbed a towel, wrapping it around me. I felt 1,000,000 times better, and after sleep, would be good as new, ready to take on whatever came next. Just some face lotion and I can collapse. I moved to the mirror and wiped the condensation off with my forearm. The moment the mirror was clear, I stared at myself. The woman there was one I knew, but was also just discovering. Someone capable of thieving, but also learning to love and trust others more. A woman claiming control of her life. I closed my eyes, exhaling deeply at the thought that once had seemed so far away. When I opened my eyes again, I screamed. A flash of black and silver. A person wearing a mask glimmered back at me. The ringmaster! Fast as I could, I scampered out of the bathroom and ran right into Tobias's broad chest. He gripped me tightly. His fangs were already descended, and his brilliant evergreen eyes locked on me. What's wrong? What happened? The ringmaster! I saw her! I pointed to the bathroom. Tobias rushed past me into the steamy room, but when he emerged a moment later, it wasn't with my nightmare in tow.
No one is in there, Meredith.
His tone had softened, as had the steely look in his eyes. I groaned as what I'd done, how crazy I'd just been, washed over me. I'd imagined her there, in her mask. I shook myself, a chill still creeping over me. The vision of her looking over my shoulder had seemed so real, so dangerous.
Meredith?
Tobias asked softly.
Are you okay?
Obviously not. I just imagined her there. I huffed out a breath. Sorry I scared you." Tobias nodded, and then his eyes dipped. A sheepish expression came over his face as he cleared his throat and looked at the ground. The towel. I glanced down, and my cheeks burned. The towel was still on, but a part of it must have slipped when I ran into him, and now one of my boobs was hanging out. How mortifying. I pulled the towel up to cover me. Shit, I'm such a mess. I can't believe that happened. You were just kidnapped by a person you fear. Tobias came closer, his words rumbly, but in a reassuring way. Additionally, someone you thought you could trust, a Coven member sworn to have your back, sought to steal a piece of you and endanger your life. If you weren't experiencing some form of PTSD right now, I'd be worried that you had no heart at all. Tears pricked my eyes. It wasn't just what he said, but the way he said it that was getting to me. I was just still getting used to a social network that cared about me as a person, rather than just what I could do for them. "Thank you," I breathed, and unable to stop them, the tears began to fall. I bowed my head, not wanting him to see my weakness, hating that I was crying in front of this man. You have no idea how much that means to me. In 2 steps, Tobias was there again, wrapping his arms around me, pulling me close. Believe it or not, I do. I leaned into him, allowing myself to be held, supported, and for the tears to seep from me. I'd had one hell of a night, and though I didn't normally find relief in crying, right now, I did. I let the tears flow. With them, some of my pain, fear, and anxiety leaked out of me, too. When the waterworks finally ran dry, I drew in a big sniff and lifted my head. Tobias stared down at me, his gaze intense and soft at the same time. We'd rarely been as close as we had in the last day, and as my skin tingled and heat rushed through me, I found myself wanting to get closer. As if he felt my desire, he tilted his chin downward, his lips parting slightly. My heart skipped a beat. This wasn't the first time I'd felt like the vampire might kiss me, but this time felt so real, so much more. I could hear his breath, feel his heart beating inside him. It seemed to pulse with mine. "There you are," a sharp voice called out as Benedict rapped on the window with a paw. "Let me in. I need words with you, vampire." Tobias twisted to take in the cat, and when he turned back to me, I swore disappointment flashed across his face. I pulled back, my teeth digging into my lower lip. Regret tore at me with every inch that expanded between us, but the moment was gone, shattered. Benedict is pretty pissed we didn't bring him along to the apocalypse. And it appears he wishes to give me an earful, the vampire said, a smirk pulling at his lips as a mask descended over his face. Perhaps you should let the cat in so he and I can go downstairs and discuss all my shortcomings. In the meantime, you can get some rest. I snorted as the attempt to lighten the heady sensation swirling between us worked. Just don't call him a cat, or it's your funeral. Chapter 11. Gunner. I stared at the ceiling and sighed. I couldn't remember the last time I'd gone so long with nothing to do, but I was going damn near stir-crazy being cooped up in this manner like a chicken. One more day, and I'd begin to wonder if S&S cared about me at all. A clamor from outside snagged my attention, and I rolled to the side of the bed. Must be a feeding hour. "Si, my man, time for grubbing," I called out, but when Claire opened the door to my room, she held no plate in her hands. Her eyebrows were pulled together in mild amusement, her long gray hair disheveled, like she'd been caught in a windstorm, and she looked pale, which was saying something, 'cause these ladies didn't seem to get much sun as it was. "You finally letting us out?" I drawled, not even trying to push my way through. Physically, I could overpower the witch in a second, but there were wards around our rooms. Fresh ones. I smelled them. And considering Claire didn't look at all worried that I'd escape, they were probably dang good protections, too. Better to save my energy. "Read this." Claire pulled her shawl tighter around her, shivering as she handed me a phone already open to a web page. "You get the internet in here?" Silas asked, coming into my room through the adjoining door. Miracles do happen. I swear, if I hadn't had him to talk to for the last day and a half, I'd have gone insane. That seemed to be a mercy the witches had given us. They could have put us in separate spaces, not allowed us to see one another or to speak, but they didn't. Not so sure Si felt the same about being so close to me all the time, though. I talked a lot and could tell that sometimes I wore the Fae out. Try as I might to be mindful of that, I pushed his limits, and every few hours he retreated to his space to... Well, I didn't know what the guy did. Read? A bunch of books were about all the witches had left us.
Hurry up, then,
Claire hissed, gesturing down to the phone in my hand. I started skimming the page she had open, but got only 2 sentences in when my mouth fell open. This is on the internet? But what if humans read this? The witch shook her head.
They can't. The Covenant has been posting on secret supernatural message boards, making sure those around the globe know what happened.
What had happened, it turned out, was a full-on apocalypse in New York City. Though the article didn't identify S&S by name, it did mention that a small group led by a mage had helped the Covenant restore peace. That has to be us. Luca wouldn't let something like that happen so close to home and do nothing. That must be why no one has come, Silas said. Apparently, he'd been feeling just as put out as me, though the Fae was better at hiding it. Hell, I'd asked the guy to snuggle, and I didn't even feel embarrassed by the request. It was a wolf thing. We weren't meant to be alone or cooped up in one place.
We believe so, too,
the witch said.
And I regret to inform you that it means you'll be staying here longer than we thought.
What? You're not going to let us out after reading that? I thrust the phone at her, which she took with a shake of her graying head. But we can help.
There's no mention of the stones or anything that has to do with our coven. Nor yours. Not by name, anyway.
Claire gestured to the device.
So we can't trust you completely until Meredith arrives. Not to mention, we must be absolutely certain that Meredith has the power we believe she does. That she's capable of finding this place on her own. And other things.
She'll come here, I growled, getting pissed. We'd said she was a seeker. She'd found the damn Pearl of Hell when she shouldn't have been able to, and her name was on that fancy-ass vault in Switzerland. What more did they want? And what were these other things? You gonna test her when she gets here or something? I asked, trying to sniff out the direction that was going.
That's none of your business,
Claire said.
I came down here as a courtesy to you two, knowing your type can get antsy if cooped up too long.
I closed my eyes. Too long had been hours ago. I was dying for a little bit of fresh air and people time. I shuddered, and when I opened my eyes again, the witch was watching me carefully.
We're not doing this to be cruel.
Her tone softened.
Just cautious. The Acracusto hold a special place in this world, and we can't trust you until one of the 7 arrives, and we hear from her lips that she trusts you. No matter how much your story aligns with recent events, we must be certain. I'm sorry.
With that, the crone shut the door again, trapping Silas and me inside. My hands flew up, fingers winding through my shaggy curls as I spun, releasing a low growl. Goner. Silas spoke softly, his tone mimicking the pitch it took on when he used the magical influence he was known for, almost like a vampire's compulsion, but not as strong. But, because we were in a prison meant to nullify our powers, his voice didn't calm me, or my wolf, which was struggling to break through my skin. Unfortunately, whatever they'd put in my wine was still in effect, so even the stirring of my wolf caused pain to ripple throughout my body. Shifting to relieve the animal inside was a no-go. I was imprisoned in every sense of the word. An exhale parted my lips as I tried my damnedest to calm my other half, but only succeeded in making my skin itch painfully and my muscles tighten. I had to get out of here soon. Get outside. Had to interact with as many people as possible. Had to let my wolf free. If I didn't, I wasn't sure what would happen. Unable to stop it, a soft whine escaped me. Silas sighed. Bring it in, big guy. You mean it? My gaze flashed up, hope thrumming through me. I know Fae aren't huggers. True, but I don't want you going crazy in here. We need to keep our wits about us, so come on. Silas held out an arm, and I went to him, snuggling into the crook of his shoulder. The effect of touch was immediate, and not surprisingly, my greedy wolf wanted more. Silas wasn't even my type, but to my inner animal, he was looking pretty damn good right about now. Chill, man. I spoke to the other part of me. We don't bat for that team. The wolf howled, not giving a hoot. I rolled my eyes. He might not now, but I wasn't that desperate. Not yet, anyway. Give me a few more days in that cramped space, and Silas would probably be looking more like a real option. Let's talk, Silas suggested. Take your mind off things. Sure, man. I gestured to the seats at the far side of the room. They were placed in front of the fireplace that I hadn't lit since wolves ran hot. You want me to make a fire? I offered, figuring that since Claire had looked chilly, Silas might be too. Ice flows in my veins, so I'm well used to the cold, he replied. However, a fire would be a welcome distraction. Fire was primal. Most supernaturals were drawn to it, just like humans. The trance of the flames might calm me more, so though I hadn't thought about it, I was glad Silas encouraged it. Happy to oblige. I set to tossing wood on the hearth. 5 minutes later, the flames were roaring, and we were settled in the chairs. Silas with his arm draped lazily on the side table between us in case I needed more touch. Greedily, I laid my palm on his hand, a sigh tearing through me as I did so. I really appreciate this, Si. No problem. I was getting a little bored, too. The witches don't have the best of libraries. I nodded. I hadn't been at all tempted by the books, but that wasn't a surprise to me. I'd rather be out doing things than inside reading. Did you mean that bit about ice flowing through your veins? I asked. All winter court fae are born of snow and frost. Guess I just never thought of it that way. I cocked my head, thinking back to the other night, when he told the witches that he'd snuck into this realm. I was curious about that. Also, didn't realize you were a refugee, I said carefully, testing the waters. I'd known Silas a while now, but he didn't talk much about himself. I didn't want to scare him off with this tricky subject. That must have been hard. The most difficult thing I've had to do in my life. Silas turned his silver eyes on me. He was open to talking about it then. You've been to Asila, no? To Wolf Island, none of the Fae courts. You wouldn't have been allowed in, Silas said with a shrug. Well, perhaps to spring or summer. Certainly not winter or autumn. I nodded. That's what I'd learned too. I hadn't been in Asila long, but those weeks had been a whirlwind of teachings and stark realizations. Do you wish to return? Silas asked, flipping the conversation back to me. It seemed that he didn't want to get into his past much. That was fine by me. Maybe one day he'd tell me a tale, but not now. As a royal Wolvia, you'd have certain privileges. Nah. I removed my hand from atop his to give the guy a break and waved it dismissively. Right away, my wolf awoke and begged for more contact with another person. A few minutes of touch wasn't enough after being deprived for so long, but I didn't want to test my luck. People there are too hard, too cruel, Silas finished. You got it. Though that wasn't the first word that came to mind when describing the magical beings of Asila, there was an undercurrent of cruelty in the Mirror Realm. Asila was a dog-eat-dog realm where royals always battled for power, and commoners wanted it too. That was why S&S getting the sacred stones, and not the OA or one of the royal houses, be them fae, vampire, dragon, or other, was so important. Humans didn't know it, but they had lots of enemies who'd do shitty things to them. I got no desire to return to the other realm, I added. I'm happy here, with the Coven now, and one day back with my pack. At the mention of my pack, my wolf howled. I squirmed as he pressed on my skin, begging to get out, for comfort, for room to roam. Silas held out a hand again, and I thanked the moon for the fae who was putting my comfort before his. How does that work, anyway? Si asked as I gripped his wrist. Again, my inner wolf calmed down. settling inside me like a dog showing their belly for a rub-down. Wouldn't they want their future alpha with them? It wasn't the first time I'd been asked that question. At first, S&S had doubted my motivations for joining. My role as future alpha to one of the largest and most influential packs in the United States was one huge reservation for Luca. He suspected I might be in the dark artifacts hunting game for the wrong reasons, and would take whatever we found back to the pack. Not just magical items, but information, which was the most valuable currency the Coven possessed. So like Meredith, I drank the potion that revealed any harbored bad intentions, and had a trial period before being accepted. All through that time, many had doubted me, but I'd proved myself over the years, and now Luca was my main man, a pal and a leader who I saw as another mentor. I owed a lot to the mage, and one day, I knew my pack would work hand in hand with S&S to make the world safer for all supernaturals. Humans, too, 'cause unlike the OA, and many in Asila, I like the non-magicals. Still, questions of why I'd left my pack always made me uncomfortable. It revealed one of the largest insecurities, and no one liked to show those. Least of all, an alpha wolf. They wished I was there, sure, I said slowly, but I needed to get out for a bit, to do something other than follow Pa around. But won't they want their next alpha to learn from the current one? He brushed a strand of silver-white hair from where it had fallen in his face. I shadowed him for years, I assured Silas. I know in my blood what an alpha has to do, but the pack first. Pa believes in me, and approved of my choice to leave. For a time, anyway. Silas cocked his head. But others didn't. Nope, not one bit. Not that it surprised me. I exhaled. Ma wasn't too happy about it. We have conflicting opinions on, well, just about everything. The Fae's eyes flashed with understanding. That was my father. The only thing we agreed on was that I needed to leave the Winter Court. I wished he'd gone about getting me out a different way, but... He shrugged and trailed off. Here I am, doing what I need to do to survive. He didn't elaborate, and I didn't push. We were all entitled to our secrets. Families are hard sometimes. They are, Silas agreed. So why didn't your mother agree with your choice to leave the pack? I love her, but Ma's a hard woman. Though I normally wouldn't go into this tricky territory, I was feeling warm toward Silas and wanted to prolong the conversation. Anything to not be alone. Even talking about Ma. She's always wanted my younger brother to be alpha, so she took me leaving especially hard. Aren't you firstborn? The heir? I am, I replied, hedging the truth a touch. No one except my family knew my greatest secret, and though Cy and I were bonding, I couldn't spill it. She just likes my brother more, I guess. He's the calculating type. Silas snorted. You say that like you're not. Not like you, or Toby, or even Caleb. Who's Caleb? My little bro. Silas fell quiet for a moment. What's your sister like? The tension that had hitched up my shoulders eased. That was much safer ground. My sister, the baby of the family, was loved by everyone. Kate is... I smiled and leaned forward to stoke the dying flames. Silas probably needed a break from my touch. This time, my wolf didn't stir as much, feeling sated. She's a peach. Love that girl to death. Silas groaned. Your whole face changed when you spoke of her. Well, I'm her favorite too, so the feeling is mutual. Silas barked out a laugh. How does Caleb feel about that? Not great, I admitted with a shrug. But he doesn't treat her right. Didn't even stand up for her when a boy broke her heart last year. I had to fly down and tell that pup thinking himself to be a man what was up. I'd taken pleasure in it, actually. No one treated my baby sis like that and got away with it. He about near pissed his pants. The Fae laughed harder, which gave me pleasure. I always liked making people laugh. Outside, bells chimed in the distance. Were those coming from the village we passed on the way here? I didn't think so. We were so far away from the village and hadn't heard the chimes before. Not changing the subject, I said, but I'm curious. You think we got other buildings on this property? I wouldn't be surprised. Silas replied. "If their history is to be believed, they've been here a long while, waiting for—" The door opened, and we twisted in our seats so fast that had I been wearing a ball cap, it would have flown clean off. Claire stood in the doorway again, a nervous expression on her face. I felt bad. Here. She stuck out a hand, and my eyes widened. The witch was offering up my phone. I found it in your car. Charged it too. You get one call to someone, which I'll supervise. Don't make me regret being kind. And no word of this to the other arcacusto. She raised an eyebrow. Understood? I leapt up, eager to get my hands on a line to the outside world. Got it. Before I could take the phone from the witch, she inclined her head. Might I suggest, Gunner, that you make this lifeline count for the both of us? The sooner you get a hold of Meredith, the sooner you can leave. That's exactly what I was going to do, I assured her, and pulled up Luca's number.
Chapter 12. Tobias.
My watch proclaimed the hour to be 9 a.m. when an alarm blared to life inside Meredith's bedroom. The witch had slept for an entire day, save for 3 toilet breaks, which I only knew about because, despite her familiar's insistence that he could handle the guard, I had been sitting outside her bedroom door for hours. The door cracked open, and a cry of astonishment met my ears. "How long have you been out here?" Meredith asked, staring down at me with eyes that were glossed over from sleep. Her hair stuck out at odd angles, and yet somehow she still managed to look appealing. "For the duration of your rest." Just the idea of the ringmaster entering her room riled the dominant protective side of me. There was no way I could have waited downstairs. That was... She paused to do the mental calculations. A while. I shrugged, saving her the math. You needed the sleep, and I wished to prove myself to your familiar. The witch snorted. He reamed you good, didn't he? She glanced over her shoulder into the bedroom. And guess who's fast asleep now? Bloody cat. I drawled, rising to stand. You got that right. She stretched her arms over her head, and the thin fabric of her nightshirt revealed more of her than she likely knew. My mouth went dry as I recalled just yesterday, her bare skin staring at me from above her fallen towel, her nipple pert and tempting. How I'd yearned in that moment to take it in my mouth. How I wanted to do so now. I need a pot of coffee, she said. I'm so groggy. I hauled myself out of the tide of desire rushing over me, and leapt at the chance to put some distance between us. I'll make it. Meredith eyed me. You don't like coffee. True. So do you even know how? Or will I be forced to drink crap because you did something nice? I chuckled. I won't serve you swill. Believe it or not, I have learned a thing or two about making coffee in my years. I've even made it for S&S. Once. People had complained that day, but I was certain I'd improved since then. I'll give you a chance, she said, as if the witch was doing me the favor. For some reason, this charmed me. Did you see Luca's text about the meeting? I did. In the small hours of the morning, the Coven master had sent out a Coven-wide communication. We don't have to be at the tomb for hours, though, if you require more rest. I want to hit up my classes today, Meredith said, sounding excited. While I understood her quest for knowledge, I felt obligated to inform her that things may not go according to her plans. I hate to say this, but you might be asked to drop your classes this term. It wouldn't be the first time a Coven member has had to do so for the sake of an important mission. Meredith frowned. And what's happening now is pretty serious. Indeed. I wonder if I could do online courses. Perhaps. My lips quirked up in a teasing manner, if you wish to be obstinate about it. When don't I? I'm a Taurus. She teased back. Now, aren't you supposed to be making me coffee? Yes, mistress. I gave a low bow, which drew an amused sound from her throat. I like the sound of that. A dry laugh left me as I turned to do as I was bid. Don't get too used to it. I'm merely in a good mood.
Use the green bag of grounds, please, she called back, and shut the door. A grin tugged at my lips. I didn't understand this new dynamic between us, and truly, I feared the possibility that Giselle might have pegged us correctly. But I couldn't deny that, more often than not, a feeling of lightness came over me when Meredith and I spoke. It made wanting to stay away, to prevent us from ever knowing if Giselle was right, far more difficult. When I got downstairs, Harper was up, studying at the table. She glanced at me, a smirk on her face. "So you're gonna make us coffee?" "I can't by chance convince you to do so. I'll pay handsomely." I'd been feeling confident upstairs, but when faced with a person who surely could make a good pot, why not go with it?
I'd rather lap up the days when we have a butler.
Harper's eyebrows raised. Bloody wolf ears. "Shay didn't come home," I said, changing the subject and turning to the coffee pot, which had all the necessary brewing materials laid out next to it, including a green bag of beans. I didn't recall the countertop looking like this before, which meant the wolf had gotten it out for me. I suppose I should be happy that I didn't have to rummage through the kitchen for what I required. I put the filter in place and scooped grounds into the machine.
"I know,"
Harper replied.
"I checked her room late last night and called. She didn't reply right away, but I woke up to a text. Apparently, she and Hans stayed in the city with the Covenant all day yesterday. They were too tired to drive back last night, but are on their way back now."
"Do you know what the Covenant wanted with them?" I filled the pot with water. The shifter shook her head.
"She didn't say, but I hope it's the topic of today's meeting."
It must be. The pot was now full, so I transferred it back to the machine and pressed brew. There. Done. The machine sputtered to life, heating the water, and I smiled at it as though I'd just solved a riddle for the ages.
"Don't get too cocky stiff,"
Harper said.
"Let's see how it tastes before you celebrate."
A retort tipped my tongue, but died before it could be born when my phone vibrated. I extracted it from my pocket to find a text from my maker. She must be around others if she can't call. I unlocked my phone and opened the texting app. Giselle.
"The OA just got word of New York and the Covenant's presence. You were there, weren't you?"
I sent a reply. Much of the Coven assisted. The text bubble appeared.
"Were you successful?"
A frown pulled at my lips. We'd had successes and failures, but Giselle would only be worried about the sacred stones. No, they remain at large. The long pause passed in which I imagined my maker swearing gloriously in French before she responded.
"That's unfortunate. I have another meeting with a blood representative today. They know who you work for. Expect them to contact you."
I hadn't considered it before, but the coverage in the supernatural news, which royalists relay to the blood religiously, would make pinpointing my coven, and hence me, easy. Sighing, I replied, "I will." Giselle.
"Do not trust them. I must go."
"Who's that?" Meredith asked, whisking into the kitchen with a grin. "Your French mistress?"
"Who?"
Harper exclaimed.
"Inside joke,"
Meredith replied. She'd been furious when I ran off to Paris. At the time, she'd claimed it was because I owed her an apology, which was reasonable, but she'd also brought up a mistress, and clearly the idea had stuck. My heart thudded against my ribs before I could rein it in. Stiff actually jokes? Harper teased. "I despise that nickname," I inserted dryly.
"Why do you think we all use it?"
The wolf stood as the coffee pot beeped.
"On a scale of 1 to palatable, what do you think this coffee will rate, Mare? I'm giving it a hard 1.
"Harsh, Harp."
"He made it once at the tomb. It was awful."
Meredith shot me an amused glance.
"He did mention having experience."
Then she pursed her lips, studying me.
"But you know what? I'm going to give him the benefit of practice. I think it's going to be good." "Like with no cream good?"
Harper asked.
"Are you a heathen?"
Meredith asked, picking up the pot and pouring herself a steaming cup,
There will be cream. Meredith shuffled to the refrigerator and slippers bedecked in hideous neon green claws, fished out the creamer, and poured a hearty dose. The cloying smell of artificial vanilla sweetener filled my nose. I shuddered. As if coffee wasn't horrid enough, they added that to it? And yet, as Meredith took her first sip, I couldn't help but lean closer. Would she like it? She glanced up at me, the cup still hovering at her mouth. A pause pressed in on us before her lips slowly curled up. Well, what do you know? You can teach an old dog new tricks. Meredith sing-songed. Don't lie, Harp. It's good, isn't it? Passable. Is that better than palatable? Meredith egged her on. Harper rolled her eyes. It's good, okay? I rolled my shoulders back, feeling like a bloody prince, and immediately recognized it was vaguely ridiculous that this was all over coffee. Glad you enjoyed it. Meredith shoved off from where she leaned on the counter. I missed Biolab. Not that I'm crying about that, but I don't want to miss women who ruled. I'll get dressed, and then we can go to class, Tobias? I'll wait down here. I assured the witch as she breezed past me, filling my nostrils with her heady scent of jasmine and pine. See you soon. The moment she disappeared up the stairs, I inhaled deeply, savoring the hints of the witch in the air. You have a crush, Harper hissed. I looked up to find the wolf watching me carefully. How long had she been doing so? I do not, I shot back, my tone a touch too indignant. I think you do, Harper replied, amusement lacing her words. But don't worry, Steph. I won't tell her. I'll be in the living room, I growled, and turned my back on the much too observant wolf. We filed into Meredith's last class of the day. Women who ruled. Are you sure about this? She asked. This is a relatively small class. You're going to stick out. The professor is a siren. Alexandra knows me and won't say a word. A siren? What do they do? Shall we discuss this later? Too many humans were about, and as a vampire and a witch walking together, we already drew attention. Talk of sirens would surely garner notice that we did not need. Sit with your partners today, the professor called out, as she entered the small classroom from a side door that I assumed went to a private space for the instructor. You've got to be joking, Meredith moaned, but I grinned. He won't do anything. The twat Bentley Sloane was enrolled in this course. He'd attempted to terrorize Meredith before, but I would ensure that he stayed in his lane. In fact, I relished the idea. As the professor caught my eye, she waved. I gestured to Meredith. As I'd expected, the professor gave a single nod and went about studying her notes. Meredith turned, analyzing me. Just because you threw Bentley across a lawn, you think he'll behave? He was publicly embarrassed, which means he'll probably be even more of an ass today. Perhaps. I'd never told her that I had a chat with Gerard, an elder bonesman from Skull and Bones, who might have perceived my words as a threat to keep Sloane in line. We'll see, Meredith replied, though she didn't look convinced. Bentley still wasn't in class when the professor took to the lectern, and I scowled, somewhat pissed that the Sloane kid wouldn't have to squirm beneath my glare for an hour. And then, as if I were a witch incapable of conjuring, the idiot strolled in 5 minutes after the class began, a grin on his face, one that fell straight off when he saw me sitting next to Meredith. Bentley, if you can't show up on time, don't come at all, Alexandra snapped. Now take a seat by Miss Stone. You'll need to discuss your project with your partner today. Bentley paled further, which gave me the greatest satisfaction, and he scampered over to claim the spot on the other side of Meredith, slumping back in his chair. As if that will stop me from watching you, bloody arse. Meredith turned to me slowly, her eyes wide, and raised her eyebrows, impressed. The predator inside me roared with delight, and to counteract Bentley's attempt to hide, I leaned forward, pinning him with my gaze. And I was half listening as the professor spoke of Empress Wu Zixin. While I was quite interested in the material, I focused mostly on Bentley. The professor might oblige me with a chat on the subject later, Or better yet, Meredith would regale me with notes from this course, but I might not get another chance to terrorize Sloane. So take advantage of the hour I did. By the time the professor ended her lecture, so the students might go over their project with their partners, the New York senator's son was sweating profusely. Meredith winked at me before switching her attention to Sloane.
So, I think we should do our project on Queen Victoria of England because she's a recent ruler. She's on the approved list.
Whatever, the pompous prick mumbled. You choose. The witch smirked.
Are you just giving in because Tobias is here?
Look, Sloane spat. You're both abominations I want nothing to do with, especially the vampire who narked on me.
What?
Meredith's pitch went up. Then you best watch your actions, I growled, ignoring Meredith's scowl. That starts with not calling anyone in SNS abominations, you twat. Bentley huffed and began to write on a piece of paper that he then thrust at the witch. Whatever, bro. Meredith, Queen Victoria's fine. Here's my info. Just text me or email me and we can work that way.
Works for me,
she replied. The senator's kid scooped up his books and hurried off with his tail between his legs. When he was out of the classroom, Meredith turned to me.
You told someone about that day on the green?
Gerard, I didn't want Bentley coming at you in class.
You know I can fight my own battles, right?
Her chin tilted up. Anyone who doesn't know that hasn't passed a glance your way, I snorted. The point is, being part of this coven, you don't have to fight your own battles all the time. We want to help you. I want to help you. She blinked 3 times, momentarily stunned into silence.
I see.
A heated pause expanded between us, and again, I felt an inclination to lean forward, to take her face in my hands, to...
Tobias Aston, so glad to have you in class today.
Alexandra Lambeau, the professor, a siren of moderate powers, approached with a smile on her face. Did you learn anything? Or were you too busy scaring the pants off my most privileged and frankly most obnoxious student? Good afternoon, Alexandra, I replied. He has been aggravating my charge. I wanted our displeasure to sink in. Alexandra laughed, the sound musical. Seemed to me that he got the message. She paused. Are you up for a drink later? I've been meaning to call you up, get to know one another better. Meredith stiffened, and I felt the wave of unease that washed over her. I cleared my throat, disliking the dynamic. Like all sirens, Alexandra was exceedingly beautiful, but I didn't find myself swayed in the slightest by her offer. I'll have to pass. Coven business. I'm not sure when I'll be available next. The professor nodded, but didn't seem all that let down. As a siren, she could have whomever she wanted, and in all likelihood, I'd simply caught her eye in the moment. Shame, but I figured you're busy. I read the Covenant's message boards. She looked at Meredith. You were involved?
I was, Professor Lambeau.
Alexandra gave her an approving look. I knew you were a good student, but now I like you even more. Professors shouldn't play favorites, but... She winked, and Meredith's cheeks grew a delicious shade of red. I'm a friend of the Coven, so feel free to call me Alexandra.
Thank you,
Meredith replied, a hint of surprise in her tone. I knew how much she loved this class, and was glad to see her blossom, but as the clock struck the top of the hour, I turned my full attention to her. The meeting.
Right.
The witch collected her things.
Thank you, Professor Lambeau. See you next class.
You too, Meredith. Later, Tobias. My charge remained quiet as we left the room, but the moment we were out of the building, she ground to a halt and turned to me.
You flirted with my professor!
I did no such thing.
Liar!
She flirted with me. My lips curled up at the indignation on her face, and I declined. I could practically see her running through the conversation again in her head, and when she realized I was correct, her cheeks grew pink. At the sight, a growl of pleasure warmed my insides. I was just so taken aback. she said sheepishly. Professor Lambeau has never singled me out like that. She must not have realized what you were. From now on, I expect she'll pay you more attention. Why? Because you're part of SNS, and though few on campus know who we really are, those who do treat our members in high regard. And she spoke true. She is a friend to the Coven. She told me to call her by her first name. I don't know if I can do that. Why not? She's a Yale professor, Meredith replied with awe. I guess I just feel like she's above me and deserves the respect. Do you feel the same reverence for Luca? I asked, somewhat surprised. Meredith was a grown woman, capable of taking care of herself and accomplishing extraordinary things. Even more. I shrugged. You call him by his first name. Meredith's mouth opened a fraction of an inch, but she nodded. True. You don't have to refer to Alexandra as such if it makes you uncomfortable, but you should know she likely sees you as an equal in many regards. The witch shook her head. That's so weird. I suggest you try to get used to it, I said. To headquarters? Yeah, sure, she replied, still in shock. We fell into silence, which I assumed Meredith was using to come to terms with this new aspect of her life. When we arrived at SNS's tomb, we followed the tide to the shadow room, to find the meeting space full to bursting with members. Even Leisha, another vampire who'd been on an extended mission, was present. She threw me a wave, which I returned as I made my way to my seat. By Luca. There's a spot for you, I murmured to Meredith as she attempted to veer left, toward Harper. All right, she grumbled, and came with me. Hans was already there, nestled between Luca and Shay, the trio speaking in hushed tones. Once I took my seat, and Meredith next to me, Luca looked up. Now that you two are here, we can start. The Coven Master stood and called the room to order. There's no time to waste, but I called this meeting because everyone needs to be filled in. I'm sure most of you have read the message boards about the city. Everyone affirmed that they had seen the news. Many here received the paper, digitally or the old-fashioned way, and stayed up to date on current affairs. Since the Pearl had been released, everyone had been scouring the articles, hoping to spot hints of its whereabouts. Good. Then I can be brief. Prince Orion, the Prince of Wrath, has attacked New York City, and he has the Pearl of Hell and the Opal of Heaven. It's our job to find it, and to cull the demons he's brought over. Basically, anyone who is not already assigned a mission has just officially become a demon hunter. A few people looked terrified, and for good reason. We were dark artifact hunters, but that did not mean everyone was well trained in fighting, or knew much of demonology. Why would they? Pure-blooded demons, especially the most powerful among them, had been locked in hell for years, or so we'd thought. "What about the city?" asked Dan, a bear shifter more inclined to be proficient in tech than demon hunting. The Covenant has that handled from here on out, Luca replied. A siren leaned forward. I have no idea how to fight a demon, and I don't usually need physical skills on my missions, so I gotta say, I'm feeling pretty not okay about this. Dan nodded, and a few others murmured their agreement. If you need assistance, come to me. No one will go untrained, Luca assured the crowd. Now, for the more specific missions. He turned. Hans and Shay will be going undercover for the Covenant. I can't say much on that because there's still the possibility of a traitor in our midst. It rankled that we still had not sussed out the culprit who'd sent a shade after Meredith on her first day here. Of course, there was a chance that it had been Josiah, but we couldn't be sure until we captured him. I'm only telling you that much of their business because if you see them acting strangely, that's why. Luca continued. Do not interfere. Do not offer to help, and as ever, do not pry into their mission. My spine straightened as curiosity streaked through me. Luca then turned to me. Tobias and Meredith will also be leaving us for a while. I'm sorry, Meredith, but you will likely have to drop your classes." Though I'd warned her it might come to this, she still frowned.
"I really don't want to give up this opportunity. If possible, I'd like to take online classes, even if just for one course."
Luca nodded. "I might be able to pull some strings. We'll discuss your options after the meeting. You see, we need you to go to England tomorrow morning. It's the first flight I could book." My head tilted. Why? I received a call from Gunnar. It appears he and Silas are being held hostage by Miriam Black. Luca's eyes darkened. "And the only way our guys will be released is if Meredith arrives in person to claim them as friend, not foe."
Chapter 13. Shay. I stepped foot in my house, and it felt like 1,000,000 pounds lifted off my shoulders. For a moment, I had refuge. "Tonight calls for wine," Harper said, which was usually my line, but my wolfy roommate couldn't have missed the tension rolling off me in waves as we walked home from the Coven meeting. "Want me to call for pizza?" It was my last night in my house for who knew how long. Tomorrow, Hans and I would meet up with the Covenant in D.C., Nicoletta's chosen location for Hans to take me. "Only if you put pineapple on it," I replied, glad Harper understood no one was cooking tonight. "Half," she said, disappearing into the kitchen. "Tobias, do you want anything?" I asked, still not totally sure how to treat a vampire house guest.
"No, thank you. Leisha will drop off blood for me later."
Though the rest of us had already kicked off our shoes and Meredith had sprinted upstairs to put on her comfy cozies, he remained standing just inside the door. For a moment, the temptation to ask him about rooms rose in me, but I didn't even have the energy for that. Maybe after a couple of slices of pizza I'd be able to muster it. "Kay, you should just chill on the couch. I'm going to shower." I still hadn't done so since New York, and the grime of the city mixed with the blood of battle had probably seeped into me for good by now. I shuddered, grossed out by the thought. "Here's your shower wine." Like a beautiful goddess fairy wine mother, Harper appeared with a glass. "Thanks." I gave her a weak smile. Harper acted tough, but she was really a nurturer. Pretty spiritual, too. Meredith and I knew that, but the rest of the Coven definitely saw her differently. I wasn't sure why she put up such a front and kept those parts of her private. She was great as she was. "I'll be back once I'm clean," I promised again. I disappeared into my room, swathed in shades of cream, sky blue, and gold. The canopy bed was wrapped in gauze to give off the impression of clouds. Basically, I'd decorated my room to be celestial, angelic, a reminder of what I should be, while also providing me great comfort. Finally standing in my personal space, a long exhale parted my lips. The last few days had been crazy, and it wasn't going to get better anytime soon. Luca had told Hans and me not to let anyone know the details of our mission, but I'd already decided I was going to tell my roommates. I needed someone to know the truth if the demons destroyed me. Someone other than my mother, who, after she got over the shock of me offering myself up as bait, hadn't stopped reminding others that we were related. I was sure she was proud, but was she worried? Or did she just see me as a potential success that she wanted to attach herself to? What would Dad think? Would he really come? Honestly, I wasn't sure. Even though it might be better if he didn't show, because we didn't want Prince Orion to use pure angel blood to open one of the eyes of darkness. Not knowing if Dad would come to save me sucked. My roommates, however, would definitely care about my future. They'd care about me. And while Harper wouldn't agree with me going against Luca's demands, she also wouldn't say anything. Tobias might, but I'd risk it. I needed to get it off my chest before Hans picked me up tomorrow. I grimaced. Hans. "No, I refuse. For one night, you won't haunt me." I gathered my stuff to use the shared bathroom in the hallway. After a quick shower, and extensive moisturizing that was paused only for the sipping of wine, I felt like an almost new woman. I pulled on my jammies, tossed my filthy clothes into the hamper, and wrapped my brown hair up into a wet bun. I'd regret the bun later, when the kinks were murder to get out, but screw it. When I emerged from the bathroom, the scent of pizza welcomed me. "Whose firstborn did you promise to get that here so fast?" I entered the kitchen and toasted Harper with my nearly empty wineglass. "Just gave a huge tip online." Harper winked as she set out the plates, and Meredith placed paper towels next to them. "Worth it." "I'll say." Meredith pulled a slice dripping with cheese from the box. Because she wasn't afraid of showing self-love, there was pineapple on it. "Save some rooms." I set my glass on the counter and stretched. My body, though healed, was still sore from all the running and flying of the past days. "You'd better hurry then," Meredith teased, grabbing another slice. I think Tobias might be convinced to try one too.
"I most certainly will not,"
the vampire said from where he sat at the table, which had been cleared of school stuff.
"It's all yours."
"Aw, come on, Stiff," I winked. "There's tropical fruit involved." I did a little hula dance, which got a giggle out of everyone. The sound was like heavenly harp music to my ears, and a smile bloomed on my face. I was going to miss these ladies. Done showing them my sweet moves, I grabbed a couple of slices for myself. "Harp, can I have a refill?" I nodded to the glass I'd set on the counter. She obliged with an easy grin, and a few minutes later we were all sitting around the table as the sounds of soft munching filled the room. Tobias, the only one not totally engrossed in the pizza, stared at his phone. "What you looking at?" I asked him.
"A map of England."
He glanced up.
"We know the general area where Miriam Black lives, but it's merely a forest. A small road runs through it, and a village is nearby, but there are no notable structures."
"Why would there be?" Harper bounced back at him. "She's clearly hiding." "Not for long. We're going to find her." Meredith held up her moonstone ring. "I bet this will help." "Where was the missing stone, anyhow?" I asked. I'd noticed that it was whole now, and the stones were different, representing the lapis caelesti, but I had no idea how she transformed the piece Tobias and I found in La Bastion. "The library's supernatural section." Meredith shared a look with Tobias, and my romance radar went off again. The urge to egg them on struck, and I couldn't help but roll with it. "Did you two make out in the stacks?" Meredith turned red, but Tobias just glared at me. He knew I was onto them.
"We did nothing of the sort."
He gritted out.
"I'm her guard, Shay."
I snorted out a laugh, because it was so obvious that they were into each other, but neither would admit it. "Whatever." "I don't care about kissing," Harper added. "But what does a girl gotta do to get an invite to that library?" Before Tobias could answer, Benny chose that moment to grace us with his presence, strolling into the dining room and leaping onto the table. "Buy the old ones down, Fleabag!" Harper waved him off. "Ah, that is so gross. You walk in your poo." He hissed.
"In case you hadn't noticed, there is no litter box in this house."
"That doesn't make it better. You're probably just shitting in our neighbors' yards." Benny didn't respond, and I took that to mean Harper was probably right. Apparently, so did she, because Harper rolled her eyes. "Wonderful. Don't let them see you. I don't have time to go digging up cat crap while these two are gone." "How about you take the empty seat at the head of the table, Benedict?" Rooms suggested, clearly trying to keep the peace. "Yeah, Benny," I cooed. "We're having a nice night. No fighting."
"Tell that to the wolf."
He huffed, but strolled to the open chair.
"What do you mean by you two being gone?"
He stared at Meredith. Uh-oh, Rooms. She hadn't told Benny yet, and he'd been angry enough that she'd gone to New York without mentioning it. The cat was about to blow a gasket.
I meant to tell you earlier," the witch said once she'd swallowed. "But you were out, crapping in yards," Harper muttered. "Hunting for pleasure." The cat snapped back. "Tell me now." Meredith took a rather large gulp of wine. "I have to go to England." "But it's so cold there," Benedict whined. "Can Lucas send you to, say, Arizona? I prefer a warmer climate." "I'm not sure you can come, Benedict," Meredith replied slowly. "I'm sorry, but—" "And what makes you think I won't just slip onto the plane?" he retorted, tail twitching. Cat had a point. That was exactly what he'd done when they went to hell via Romania. "You could," Meredith replied. "But you should know that where I'm going might be dangerous. They're holding Gunnar captive." "Did Lucas say anything else about that?" I inquired. I was so curious. It shocked me that anyone could trap Gunnar, especially when he was with Silas. Miriam Black must be clever and strong. "I guess Gunnar is in a dungeon," his words, not Luca's, and was only allowed a few minutes before the call ended abruptly. I took another bite of heaven. "Well, if you're going somewhere with danger, then you really will need me." Benedict sniffed, not at all swayed. Meredith let out a huff. "I can see this isn't up for negotiation." Then she paused, spine straightening. "Actually, I don't think we got to talk about this yet. Do you know anything about Miriam Black?" Benedict shook his head. "Doesn't ring a bell." Meredith slumped. "Bummer." Seeing that he'd won the argument, the familiar turned to me. "I take it that you're leaving too?" "I am." I took a fortifying bite of pizza. This was the moment I'd been waiting for. "I'm not supposed to say anything, but—" "Then you shouldn't." Tobias cut me off, his eyes narrowed. "There's a reason missions are secretive, Shay." "And I have my reasons for sharing." I rolled my shoulders, releasing the tension pinching the sides of my neck, and trying not to be annoyed that the vampire had pushed back. I'd known he would. Tobias and Luca were thick as thieves. "Hans and I are going to seek out the demons. His sister, and Wrath, too, probably. We're going to use me as bait." "What the actual hell?" Meredith shot up from her seat, sending a half-eaten slice of pizza flying to the floor with a splat. Harper stayed in her seat, but her entire body had gone rigid. "Explain." I lifted my hands in what I hoped was a calming gesture.
First off, I should say I had the option to say no to this.
It's my choice, just like Hans also chose to do this. "Okay, I understand, but we still need details," Harper said, looking not quite mollified, but slightly less tense. I bit my lip, then began. Hans's sister somehow got a letter to him. I brushed past how shady he'd acted when it happened. "They want me. We think that's partially because I helped kick Nicoletta's butt, but also because a pure angel's blood can open the eyes of darkness. We suspect the demons want to use me as bait to bring my father down to earth." Meredith picked up her fallen slice and sat down slowly. "Who's your father?" I inhaled slowly. Rooms didn't strike me as the type of person to be religious, but then again, a lot about the witch surprised me. "The Archangel Uriel." "What? Whoa, Shay!" "You've heard of him?" Meredith snorted out a laugh. "A little. That's crazy." "To be honest, since I was born, I haven't seen much of him," I said with a shrug. "When he graces me with his presence, my mom is so proud." Bitterness seeped into my tone. "I take it she's a hard woman to please?" Meredith asked gently. Harper stayed quiet. She knew how much it hurt me that I never seemed to be good enough for Mom. She even understood it. She had similar struggles with her dad, a brutal alpha from the West Coast. Harper and I were different in many ways, but our family issues was a topic that bonded us. "You could say that," I said finally.
She's on the Covenant and runs a billion-dollar company. She's attracted a pure-blooded angel, which for Nephilim is like a big deal, because it strengthens our line's magic. Mom is accomplished, to say the least, and she wants the same for me, but we prize different things.
Our relationships with our parents can be some of the most difficult we ever have.
Tobias spoke up, and I wondered if he was referring to his human family or his vampire one.
But cherish them, if you can.
I do, I said quickly, not wanting Rooms to get the wrong idea. It's just hard. Harper finished. I get it. I smiled at her. An umbrella of silence fell over the table for a moment before Meredith reached for the bottle of wine. Well, I can't say I love your mission, she grumbled. Actually, it pisses me off that the Covenant would ask that of you, because it's freaking insane. Can't argue with that, I interjected before she could get on a roll. I wanted to bring the vibe back up, not crash it into a chasm of despair. The witch inhaled, nodding. But I do understand and accept that you chose to do this. I hope that if you lure the demons to you, the Covenant can stop all this madness. Meredith poured herself a glass of wine, filling it to the top. Until then, what do you biatches say we eat, drink, and be merry? Who knows when we'll see each other again?
So am I a biatch now?
Tobias asked, eyebrows arched, as if he wasn't quite sure he wanted to be in the cool kids club. And me? Benny piped up, sounding way more hopeful than the vampire had. Honorary biatches, both of you. Meredith lifted her glass. I dissolved into laughter and set to relishing the night in front of me, knowing full well that it might be my last with those I cared for. Chapter 14. Meredith. Tobias, I'm seriously starving, I said as yet another pub flew past the car window. I know you want to find this place, but if you want me to be alert when we get there, I have to eat dinner. And I wish to relieve myself. Benedict chimed in from the back of the rental. In the driver's seat, the vampire let out a huff, as if mortal needs were the most annoying thing in the world. Fine. The GPS says there's a tavern up ahead. We'll stop there. It was only a couple of miles more before a sweet little thatched roof building came into view. One of those signs pointing to dozens of well-known locales on the globe stood in front of it, as did another sign proclaiming, "The best fish and chips in the village." I grinned. Is that it? Looks quaint. I expect it's quite old. Most likely it was once used as an inn. As we got closer, I could read the sign. The tavern was actually still an inn. Is it common for bars here to also offer rooms? Tobias shrugged.
It's not as common as in the past, but also not unusual.
Have you ever been here? He laughed.
No. I grew up in London and have not spent much time in England since I left. The West Country, particularly this far north, is new to me.
That's too bad. Could have been good for us if you knew your way around. He parked, and we got out. Right away, Benedict bolted into the bushes. You want us to wait? I asked, glad no one was in the parking area to hear me, since I was very clearly not speaking to Tobias. Not necessary. I'll be on the lookout for your return, but I'd like to hunt. I wrinkled my nose. He got fed the best canned tuna I could buy, but Benedict still loved to catch mice for the thrill of it. Gross, I murmured. Just be glad that I don't bring them to you as presents. Benedict shot back from somewhere in the greenery. If you do, you're no longer allowed in my room. I retorted. The cat didn't reply, so Tobias and I left him to it, making our way to the tavern door. Inside smelled strongly of fried food and ale. A few patrons sat in booths or around tables, and they all twisted our way when we crossed the threshold. A busty server sashayed up to us, her gaze roving over the vampire in a way that made my fists clench. Catching myself, I loosened. Anyone with eyes could see that Tobias was devastatingly handsome, and this woman was allowed to agree. It wasn't like I had any claim over him. Evening, loves. I'm Deb. You visitors?
We are, I replied. We don't get many tourists in these parts. Where you headed? The coast?
Actually, we're looking for someone, a local in this village.
Well, you're in luck. I know the whole village. I can point you in the right direction.
Deb grinned and batted her eyelashes at Tobias, who gave her a polite smile. Her name is Miriam Black, I said, wanting to pull the server's attention back to me. The woman blinked.
Black? You don't say.
Do you know her? Hope rose in my chest. Could it be this easy?
Not at all. But you're the second person I ask after her. Strange, that.
Oh. Tobias and I shared a glance, and I asked, was the other person a big, muscly man with longish hair and a twang from the south of the U.S.? Deb beamed.
He was. Handsome as the devil. And a charmer, too. I always was a goner for that accent. Wish he'd have come back this way.
Someone called to her from the back of the tavern, their accent so thick I couldn't decipher what they said. She turned, threw up a hand gesture that told them she'd be right there, then focused on us again.
So you staying for a meal?
Yes, a table for two, I replied. Deb led us to a small booth in the back of the pub, where Tobias took the bench seat, probably so he could keep an eye out for threats, while I ate. He'd been watching for demons this whole time, and while I hadn't considered an attack until we landed in Heathrow, he was right to do so. What was to keep Wrath from sending peons for us, specifically for me?
The special is fish and chips,
the woman informed us.
We make them right good. There's also vegetable soup, if you fancy a healthier option.
Thanks. I'll have a lager, whatever you think is best, but I need a moment for food. Really, I was already salivating over the thought of fried fish and french fries, but I wanted a word with Tobias first.
And you, handsome?
The lady required a stop. I'm not hungry. Thank God for that.
What a gentleman.
Deb cooed, only to be interrupted when a table called her over.
I'll be back for your order, love.
She disappeared to tend to the other tables in the tavern. That had to be Gunner, I said. Agreed. But she didn't seem to have a clue who Miriam was. In a village this small, that's odd. Well, if she's old, maybe that's not so strange. Deb is like, what, maybe 30? Miriam has to be way older. She might be a hermit. Still, in villages like this, people know one another. Many families have likely lived here for generations. Suddenly, a pint landed in front of me, sloshing everywhere.
What'll you be having, love?
Deb asked, not at all bothered by the spilled beer.
Fish and chips, I replied.
That's all?
Yep. Actually, though, we were wondering. You don't know Miriam, but she's an older woman. Is there anyone here who's been around a while that we could ask about her? I'd hate to have come all this way for nothing.
I was born and raised in the village, Deb said,
but so was Samuel over there.
She pointed to an elderly man wearing a tweed jacket a few tables away.
You might ask him.
Thanks, we will.
Ta. Your lunch will be out in a jiff.
And she was off again. I watched, amazed as everyone smiled and laughed when she checked in on their tables. Deb had an easy, friendly way about her. The skill set was so opposite of everything I knew how to do. She keeps busy, and she's entertaining, I murmured, somewhat envious. I suspect Gunna appreciated her as much as she did him. Tobias's evergreen eyes followed the curvy server. I rolled mine. And you, apparently. The vampire's attention veered to me. She's pretty. He said it slowly, as if testing me. From the way my jaw tightened, I knew I was failing the test. Yeah, she is. I took a glug of beer, and once it was down the hatch, coughed. Tobias snorted a soft laugh. Too warm for your tastes? Caught me off guard, I admitted, and though I should have been pleased with the change of topic, Deb laughed, the booming sound drawing my attention once more. My hand tightened around the pint. Tobias noticed, and a smirk tilted his lips. Gunna probably adored making Deb laugh, but she's not really my type of woman. I blinked. He'd pivoted back to her,
and explicitly said she wasn't his type. Did that mean... "What is your type?" I blurted, unable to stop the words. He didn't respond right away, and I could practically see him reaching back into the recesses of his mind. Was he sifting through hundreds, perhaps thousands of women that had thrown themselves at him over the centuries? Or were we finally going to confront that something between us? How the air electrified. How sometimes he took my breath away, and I was pretty sure I did the same to him. My heart skipped a beat, hoping. "It doesn't matter," he said finally. "The women I fall for usually meet tragic ends. It's why I've forsaken romance." Pain cut through me, making my throat tighten and something in me cry out. Though I was really not one to talk, having exactly 0 real relationships and a string of semi-regular sexual partners in the past, that was just so sad, and it made me feel empty. "Here you are, love."
Deb appeared again. The woman spoke and laughed loudly, but she walked as silent as a cat.
"Brought you some vinegar and ketchup, too." "Thank you," I said, swallowing because I'd already begun to drool. Before Deb left, I'd already dug in. Not only was the food delicious, but its arrival eased a bit of the tension between Tobias and me. Though, when he stood, I went back on alert. "Where are you going?" "To speak with Samuel. I can't abide the smell of fried food. I'll be back." His loss, I thought, digging into the breaded goodness. Just a few minutes later, probably too soon for his olfactory senses, Tobias returned to sit across from me. Bad news. "What's that?" I asked, dread settling in. Were we in the wrong place? It didn't seem possible. There was little in this part of the country. How could we have messed that up? He didn't know Miriam by name either. Tobias replied. However, he did know a group of senior citizens who live in the direction we need to go. Apparently, they do not get out often and stick to themselves. Sounds like our people. I'm inclined to agree, though we can't be sure. Tobias glanced at a motion behind me before continuing. Unfortunately, the road that cuts through the forest is even longer than the map notates. It runs for nearly 100 miles, and no one seems to know exactly where the elderly group lives. Which means someone in that tribe of senior citizens is a warder. Precisely, he said. And you're not trained to magically suss out wards. I swallowed. Nope. But there have to be other signs. Gunnar can't do magic. Or would Silas be able to do that too? I knew little about fey magic. Hell, I'd barely scratched the surface of witching magic. They'd be searching for the general feel of magic, and the wolf's senses are excellent for that. The fays are quite good too. Vampires can sniff it out, but not as well. He nodded to my hand. I believe our success rests on the ring showing you the way. I peered at my hand, the fingers glowing with grease. A frown tightened my lips. I hope so, but it hasn't done anything since the stones changed. Tobias leaned back in his chair. In that case, I'd suggest that you eat heartily, because we may be in for a very long afternoon. The sun's dying rays lit our way as the rental car jostled down the road, which was in need of some serious repairs. Then again, it's probably pointless. By the time the workers got to the end, they'd just have to start over again. I stared out the window at the forest. It was our second pass down this road, and while there'd been a few pullouts and streets pointing to hiking areas, none of them looked promising. The offshoots were all even worse than the road, and thanks to the climate, overgrown with ferns as wide across as an average umbrella. Only one area had a different sort of feel to it, one that might be magical, but we had to get closer to be sure. This pullout has got to be it, I said, looking down at the ring. It hadn't exhibited strong magical signs like we'd hoped, but there had been a tiny tug within me when we drove by a single lane. It's worth a look, Tobias agreed, maneuvering to the side of the road and parking in front of a closed gate. We wouldn't be able to drive through, but the gate didn't extend into the woods, so it would be easy enough to get around. We exited, and I dropped into a forward fold, the backside of my legs begging for a stretch. It was in that position that I noticed something strange. Tobias? My eyebrows pinched together. There are tire marks here.
Really faint footprints leading down the drive, too. A couple of sets. One is enormous. Think it's Gunnar? The vampire rounded the car, and Benedict joined us, sniffing at the tracks.
I cannot smell Gunnar or Silas,
Tobias said.
There must have been a rain lately to wash away the scents. It seems to me the car tracks are more recent.
They could have parked and walked in, like we are, and
someone else moved the car.
Tobias finished.
Perhaps to hide it. We know Gunnar and Silas are being kept locked in a room.
I lifted my hand to look at my ring. It still wasn't doing a darn thing, but that inkling that this was the place, that very pull I associated with seeking, was present. Since seekers could not search for people with their powers, there had to be an item or items around here that was magical.
But,
Tobias turned, closing his eyes and sniffing the air.
Now that we're no longer in the car, I do sense magic. Very faint, but it's there. I believe Miriam might be a talented warder, skilled in hiding her own power.
Then I guess we follow the trail? I gestured down the drive, which, from this vantage, appeared to be a flush tunnel of greenery. Pretty, but it would also make catching threats hard. I knew from my days of thieving and tomb raiding that a clear line of sight would have been far preferable.
I'll go first,
Tobias said. We'll go together. I fell into step with him. This is my journey, vampire. You're just on it. His lips lifted in a smirk, but he didn't deny it. So together, with Benedict trailing a few feet behind as always, we tramped down the gravel lane. The street grew ever narrower as we went. Soon, it was no wider than 7 feet across, and ferns waved about in front of my face every few seconds. If their car is down here, it must be covered in plants, I hissed. Trying to dodge a fern, I ran face first into a branch. Yeesh!
Is your ring doing anything?
Tobias gestured to my hand. I focused on the moonstones set in a band. Not a darn thing.
I'm beginning to think they've warded the area specifically to you.
I halted as realization poured over me like rainwater. Tobias mimicked me, his shoulders tight. Did you hear something? Feel something? I shook my head, unable to believe we hadn't considered it earlier. Tobias, this is a test. Miriam had to have made this harder than it should be. Otherwise, how would Gunnar and Silas have found it in the first place? They might be able to feel magic in the area, but this ring should basically lead me here. But she nullified it somehow. This has to be a test for my powers. After all, Miriam should suspect I'm coming.
Bloody hell,
the vampire rumbled, as if Miriam had slighted him personally.
If this is a test, we need to expect an attack.
Did we? I hadn't thought to go there, but then again, why not? More than likely, Miriam had something to do with the lapis caelesti, and that information should be well guarded. Proceed with caution, I said. Tobias nodded, and we set off again. It didn't take long for us to come across the first hint that I was correct. The lane diverged, unnaturally so, for how small it was, and provided 8 trails from which to choose. Totally a freaking test, I whispered, walking from the mouth of one trail to another. Tobias joined me, and his green eyes widened.
Undoubtedly, this area has been recently enchanted.
So she wants me to find Gunnar, but also to see how well I do it.
Cheeky bugger.
I'll say. I grinned, up for the challenge. Well, you just wait, Miriam. I'm coming for you. I paced past the openings once, and then again, paying attention to how they made me feel, and if the ring reacted. The ring didn't do jack, but my seeker magic did. It's one of these. I pointed to the paths in the direct center. The pull was equal between right and left, but I could only choose one. I think it's the left, I said finally. Guess there's only one way to find out. I stepped down the path, and immediately a vine reached out and wrapped around my neck. Benedict loosed a hiss, which was almost immediately drowned by the roar of the vampire. Meredith! Tobias leaped forward and ripped the vine from around me. I gasped. But the relief was short-lived, as another snapped out, then another, and another. Retreat!
Tobias shouted, pulling me back to the opening. No vines followed. Rather, they retreated back into the woods, as if they'd never been there in the first place. I sucked in a breath. If that's the way, Miriam is a straight-up psycho. Agreed, Tobias replied, shaking his head as he examined the other path. The right lane it is, I guess. Slower this time, and I'll go first. Tobias's tone held a dangerous note I didn't dare argue with. He looked predatory, like he did that one time in training, when he basically attacked me, back before we'd come to whatever sort of agreement there was between us. If Miriam knew what was good for her, she wouldn't try another attack like the first. With caution, Tobias took a step down the other path, then two. When nothing sprang out at him, he darted forward 10 feet. Still nothing. I believe this is the way forward. I nodded. Stay close, Benedict. For once, my familiar did as I asked, hugging my side. Apparently, all it took was a little threat of strangulation for him to shape up. Something is wrong with these woods, Benedict said after we'd gone about a half-mile. I sense no prey. Like mice? I asked. That would be prey for him, but in a forest like this, one would expect deer or other larger animals. Anything. There are no sounds. The cat is right, Tobias said. It's too quiet. I swallowed. Do you think we're walking into another trap? Maybe this isn't the right place after all. Maybe, oh my God! From the dense woods, a 30 feet tall and powerfully built person appeared. He carried a club and wore a loincloth, like a caveman, an image added to by his protruding brow and jutting chin. Benedict scampered up a tree, and I wished I could follow. Tobias, what is that? I asked, my voice shaky. Giant. Tobias confirmed my fears, but they are supposed to be extinct. No. The giant grunted and pounded his chest. Here. We can see that, I said softly. But why? Protect. The giant swung his club at Tobias. Just in time, the vampire zipped out of the way. Brute strength, Tobias rasped, eyes wild. I'd rarely seen such fear in him, but the giant really was something else. We have to knock him out. What? Why? He said he's here to protect. Someone has even taught him English, so he's not just here by sheer chance, thinking it's his territory. This challenge must be to get past him. Unless you'd rather kill? No, I shouted. I might be scared of the huge creature, but that didn't mean I wanted it dead. Just steer clear of the club and aim for his head, Tobias instructed, springing up and ripping a medium-sized branch clear from a tree. No, is he going to... Without sparing me a glance, the vampire leapt at the giant's face, swinging the branch. The giant dodged, with shocking speed, and my partner missed. Why not just bite him? I yelled, astonished at what I was seeing. Wasn't there a more vampiric way to go about this? One with more finesse? What do you think I am, a leech? It would take ages to weaken him. Tobias called back, rounding the giant and drawing its attention. I can't even hold that much blood inside me. Though inappropriate, I couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Instead of mocking me, why don't you help? Tobias hollered, leaping up once more to pummel the creature. This time hitting his mark and whipping the huge man across his face. The giant's roar ripped through the woods, its ferocity making my knees buckle. I'm not joking, Meredith, Tobias shouted. I had no clue if my hedge magic would do a thing against such an opponent, but I had to help my partner, so I took a chance, blasting a beam of light at him. The attack struck his arm, and the giant dropped his club and howled in pain. Mean, he roared. Not mean, I yelled back. Just, oh crap. The giant picked up his club, and this time hurled it right at me. With quick reflexes, I managed to dive out of the way, landing in a thick bed of ferns. Well, that sure as hell backfired. A grunt of pain from a certain surly vampire had me quickly ripping my feet out of the bed of greenery, and when I saw the cause of the sound, I gasped. The giant had grabbed onto Tobias's shirt and was holding him aloft. The vampire flailed, trying to get in a strike. But in this instance, none of Tobias's defenses could help him. "Up here!" Benedict called out. I searched to find the cat on a branch, above the giant's head. "Aim between the eyes, Meredith!" With that, the cat leapt from the branch, his claws digging into the giant's head. Flailing, the giant released the vampire and sent him flying through the woods. My instinct was to run after him, but Benedict was still holding on to the giant, like a tipsy college girl riding a mechanical bull. "Hurry!" My familiar yowled as the giant tried to bat the cat away, but somehow Benedict just kept clinging harder to him. A pang of pity for the giant rippled through me, but I needed to look out for my own. So taking aim, I blasted another beam of light, this one stronger, meant to knock the giant out. As intended, it struck just between his eyes, and I watched with bated breath while consciousness slipped from the creature and he collapsed to the ground. Upon impact, the earth beneath us shook. I waited, not willing to take my eyes off the oversized man. But after 10 thundering heartbeats, the giant did not rise, not even when Benedict trundled over his face and chest on wobbly legs. "That was a close one," my familiar wheezed. "I'll say," I murmured, looking around for the vampire and not sighting him. If he wasn't on his way back, something was wrong. We have to check on Tobias. I trekked through the thick woods to find the vampire slumped up against a tree, blood seeping from his head. His shirt was torn too, either from impact or how violently the giant had been flinging Tobias around. As I knelt at his side and gingerly touched his face, his eyes blinked open slowly. "Tobias, are you okay?" I asked quietly.
"It's been an age since anyone has rung my bell quite like that," he grunted.
"I can't believe there are giants."
"There aren't,"
he growled, shoving himself up off the ground.
"At least, not according to the wider magic community, which means we must proceed with even greater caution as we seek Miriam Black."
Chapter 15. Hans. "There's a spot."
Shay pointed to the left of a crowded car-lined street. "Fucking finally," I muttered, turning on my blinker to claim the parking space before the oncoming car could. I hate D.C. My dislike of the large pompous city had only been compounded by our journey. We'd spent hours in the car, 3 more than we'd bargained for, thanks to traffic and a rainstorm pummeling the East Coast, and most of it had been shrouded in a prickly silence. Shay hadn't tried to start a single conversation. For someone who yammered as much as she did, that was saying something. We may be partners on this mission, but we weren't friends, or even friendly. Not anymore. Once upon a time, we'd been able to talk to one another without growling. Hell, we even used to flirt. Those days of light-hearted teasing at the bar, or even friendly waves at the S&S tomb were long gone. It pained me more than I liked to acknowledge. I pulled into the parking slot and turned off the car. "We're not too far from the house, right?" Shay nodded.
"My phone says we're actually closer than before that wild goose hunt. Only about a block away."
"Let's go then. They're probably pissed we're so late." Originally, we'd intended to arrive in the capital hours ago. Surely the Covenant Seeds, who journeyed from New York and further to assist us in this ambush, would be angry by our delay. Then again, did I really care? The Covenant was just fine with serving us up to the Prince of Wrath, like little demon playthings. A few hours of inconvenience on our part was nothing by comparison. So, side by side, but with at least 2 feet separating us, Shay and I strode down the rain-soaked streets of D.C. When we reached the address Autumn had sent me, her phone pinged. "Arrived."
"Yeah, we got it,"
Shay murmured, turning off the GPS as we climbed the stairs. The door opened before we got to the top, and the stunning Angelina Ramos, Shay's mother, stood before us, decked out in a gold and white cocktail dress with a neckline that plunged all the way to her navel. Though I couldn't see anyone else, voices and tinkling laughter came from a side room. What the hell? Were they having a party? The Nephilim seat's deep red lips spread into a wide smile.
Welcome, Shelina. Hans, you two finally made it. We were worried the rain might force you to turn around.
Her eyebrows pinched together daintily.
You didn't bring your bags so you could change?
Bags?
Shay cleared her throat, eyes narrowed.
What are you talking about? Why are you dressed like that?
Appearances, darling,
Angelina hissed.
Hurry inside.
We did as the Nephilim said, and immediately found ourselves in an expensive foyer that smelled like a spiced candle. Not quite the pumpkin spice that was cropping up everywhere as fall progressed, but close. Craning my neck, I found about 60 people, all dressed in finery, milled around the living space just off the foyer. Angelina shut the door and waved for us to follow her as she marched right past the party.
Come with me.
Why are these people here? I pressed. She'd never answered Shay, and this seemed off, suspicious. There were so many people. They couldn't all be Covenant members, who were really the only people I was cool with knowing our plan.
Hans, the Covenant seats cannot meet in the same city where your sister has chosen to claim my daughter and not draw attention, particularly one where we do not have a lodge.
Angelina replied.
We're all powerful, and surely there are demons watching us. As mentioned earlier, Prince Orion is rumored to be a brilliant tactician. He will certainly have eyes on people of power.
I blinked. Thanks to my sister, I'd already considered that demons were watching me, but I hadn't thought much about the ruling body of supernaturals. Though Angelina was probably right. Why wouldn't Wrath keep an eye on the Covenant? All he'd need was a peon or two stationed in the area.
So it looks like we're just popping into a party?
Shay asked.
Exactly. And because I'm your mother, one might assume that Hans is using this party as a cover for himself before he takes you to his sister.
Angelina arched her eyebrows.
Less suspicion.
Fine. I gestured back the way we came. But do those people know what's going on?
Of course not. We gave our word that we wouldn't out you.
Angelina replied, her nose wrinkling. She had never done that before she learned I was hell-blooded, and that stung. Although it hurt way less than the time Shay had used the same gesture.
Those people are local supernaturals who wish to do their duty when the Covenant comes calling. They ask no questions.
Is that because of Igor? I pressed. As one of 3 Vampire Covenant seats, Igor was powerful. Not as gifted as Tobias in compulsion, but then again, he wasn't a Laurent.
Perhaps.
So, yes. I wondered how those people would feel when they learned their elected representatives were cool with hoodwinking them, or if they would ever find out. The Nephilim seat led us to the back of the home, where about 30 people milled. The room oozed an old-fashioned type of wealth. Dark woods, leather furniture, and gold embellishments drew the eye as they caught the light of strategically placed candles. I didn't know whose home this was, but someone influential for sure. Perfect for the type of cover the Covenant was trying to pull. After raking across the room as a whole, my attention paused on Artem. He waved, and I returned the gesture, but didn't linger on him. Save for mages, who wanted no part in being ruled, every major supernatural order had representation in the Coven, even Fae and Phoenixes, arguably the rarest order in this world. Shifters were the most abundant in the ruling body. Each animal type required their own representation, because, goddess forbid, a lion be represented by a wolf or vice versa. From what I could tell, more shifters, at least one phoenix, and a fae had arrived since I'd met a portion of the Covenant in New York. My attention latched onto the flaming-haired phoenix for a long moment, taking in the backless dress she wore, displaying with pride the scorch marks where her wings could appear at any moment. It was a sight to behold. Though SNS consisted of many supernatural orders, This room was even more diverse. We had no phoenixes. Then again, the Covenant has no hell-blooded, so maybe we're even. Before Angelina could maneuver us deeper into the room, details of the night and who would be present during the ambush still needed to be hashed out. Igor appeared. "You actually showed up," the vampire sneered at me. "Of course, we did," I replied. "Why wouldn't we make good on our word?" Igor drew in a long breath. "It's difficult to trust your kind." Many would say that of vampires, too.
Igor, Angelina cooed, leave these two soon-to-be heroes alone, would you? We've all heard your fears. I assure you there's nothing to be worried about. Shelina and Hans are trained in escapades such as this.
Her eyes went to her daughter, filled with pride. Shockingly, Shay shrank beneath the weight of her mother's stare. My eyebrows pulled together. I still hadn't figured out their dynamic, but I didn't like knowing Shay had agreed to this without seeming all in. "It's not the mission I doubt, nor your daughter, Angelina," Igor growled. "I do not want to put the full weight of the Covenant behind a Hellborn. Others agree, you know? Not everyone wants to put their life on the line to save the boy." I stiffened. If the Covenant didn't come with us, no way I would meet Nicoletta tonight. I couldn't offer Shay up as bait without the knowledge that others had our backs. For sure, Nick wouldn't arrive without other Darkborn on her side. I chanced to glance at my forearms. Hour by hour, the gray in my veins had faded. Thanks to my ink, the coloring born of using my demonic magic was practically invisible, especially to the unaware eye. Sure, no one else would notice. And knowing that I had to make a grand gesture or risk losing the Covenant support, I rolled my shoulders back. "Would you be more trusting if I underwent a vow of intent?" Igor blinked. "You'd do such a thing?" I gave a single terse nod. Artem can bind me. "What about bronze?" Igor replied with a cunning smile. Revulsion surged inside me, but I should have suspected the vampire would suggest this his buddy. Artem had a soft spot for me, and it was apparent to all. If I were to undergo a vow of intent and break it, Artem would be more likely to go easy on me, spare me in some way, perhaps even return my power. With Richard Bronze, one wrong word, one wrong move, and I'd never be the same. "Not so keen now, are you, Hellborn?" Igor sniped. "Bronze is fine," I spat out, not meaning my words, but knowing that if I wanted to rely on the backing of the whole Covenant, compromises needed to be made. Angelina sighed.
I take it that puts off our planning. You'll want to do the vow now, Igor?
"Those who have reservations would prefer the demon to be bound sooner rather than later, yes."
And here I thought some of the evening could be pleasant.
The Nephilim gave a dainty twirl of her hand.
Go on, if you must.
"Come, Hellborn." Without a glance back at me, Igor stomped across the room, heading right for Richard Bronze. I exhaled a long breath, hoping I had made a stupid-ass choice. But before I could take a single step, a hand wrapped around my wrist, stopping me.
You don't have to,
Shay said gently. I glanced down at where our skin touched, shocked at the connection. The Nephilim could barely bring herself to look at me since she learned the truth. And now she was telling me not to bond myself to Bronze? Why?
They already said you could maintain your status as a wizard,
Shay continued.
Even if it's not the truth, they should honor that promise and not require more from you. It's risky, Hans.
I agreed, and her sticking up for me cut to the quick. It was so much more than I'd expected. The right thing to do, but clearly against what she thought. And yet, I pulled away. You're right. But you know we need their help to keep you safe.
We're trained. We might...
Might isn't good enough. I gestured to the room and brought my face closer to hers so that only she could hear. Look, Shay, there's a phoenix and fae here. This is big, and we want all the varied power we can get. Don't you agree? A part of me wanted her to say no, to back out. I was still wrestling with the idea of her even committing to this. I wouldn't back out, but if she changed her mind, we'd have no choice but to devise another plan. But she had just nodded.
Fine. If you really want to go ahead and bind yourself to him.
Though I wanted to clarify that I didn't want to bind myself to Bronze, I simply turned. Igor was already waiting on the other side of the room, brows raised. There was no need to give anyone in the Covenant more reason to suspect me. Before I reached Igor and Bronze, however, Artem stepped in front of me. He put a hand on my chest to stop me, as though he thought I might walk right through him. "They're out of line," he insisted. "We promised." I laid a hand on his shoulder. "I know. But I can't risk not having as many strong supernaturals as possible behind us." I tossed a glance at Shay over my shoulder. "There's too much on the line." Her blue eyes glittered, watching me closely. For a moment, my heart stuttered. I'd have to be a blind man to not realize she was beautiful, but at that moment, it almost seemed like she didn't hate me, like we were back to normal. But more. Tingles racked my body. We'd flirted in the past, but my body had never reacted to her in this way, so heightened. "I don't like this," Artem grumbled. "I don't either. I offered you up to bind myself to." The Seat's eyes widened. "Igor would never allow such a thing. Bronze was his choice. Be careful of the wording, Hans," Artem warned softly. "I do not wish for your power to be locked inside you, yet unusable, at the discretion of Richard Bronze. I've seen such punishments done in the past. It looks like a living hell." I hadn't actually seen anyone lose their power due to breaking a vow of intent, but I'd heard of it happening. Making such an oath puts one under a magical binding. If I broke the vow, the person I betrayed, in this case, Bronze, would lock up my magic. I'd still feel it inside me, but never be able to use my power again, not unless he released me. And the chances of that happening were about as good as the Prince of Wrath taking up a halo. "I'll be careful," I promised. Then I rounded Artem and walked up to Igor and Bronze. Beside them stood the phoenix, and again, my gaze went to the burn marks where her wings could sprout from, if she so wished. A jacket would easily cover them up, but in this company, she didn't need to hide her true nature. "About time," Bronze said. "I was beginning to think you'd changed your mind." "I don't go back on my word. We'll see about that." Bronze held out a tanned hand, and I clasped it. "Ready?" he asked. "As ever," I replied, somewhat smug that I'd been right and he hadn't noticed the discoloration of my veins. "Do you need me to cast for you?" I smirked when his face hardened. Bronze had been born an air elemental, but had learned to cast too, a feat that, as much as I hated to admit it, was impressive. Still, he wasn't as good as me, a natural-born caster, and I couldn't pass up the chance to rile the bastard. "As if I would trust you to cast during a vow of intent, asshole." Artem had come up behind us, as had Angelina, and others watched not much farther away. Activity in the room had ceased, because nothing was as interesting or important as this. I searched for Shay, and found her in the corner, still watching me intently. Catching my eye, the Nephilim shook her head ever so slightly. Again, I was touched, but there was no going back now. For her life to not be in danger, nor mine, we needed support. When I turned back to Bronze, it was to find his eyes closed, magic pulsing all around him. He'd already begun to call on the power of the goddess. "Goddess, hear me," Bronze spoke loud and clear. "Bind this man's word to me. Ensure his intention is true. His promise of the light, not the dark. Should he go against his promise, tie his magic within him to be released only at my will." Wind surged around us, creating a funnel as Bronze chanted the words again and again. My hair lifted and the skin on the back of my neck prickled. I fucking hoped this was the right thing to do. Finally, Richard Bronze opened his eyes. They glowed from within, a brilliant gold color. My stomach lurched. The goddess had accepted the bargain. Now I only needed to give my word to bind us. "Do you, Hans Novak, agree to do everything in your power to catch the Prince of Wrath? Do you agree not to betray the Covenant, and in turn give everything you have to aid in catching the creatures of the underworld, namely Prince Orion?" "I agree," I said without hesitation. Light wreathed our hands. It came from neither of us, but from a power we were both connected to, one so much bigger than Bronze or me, the goddess, the creator of magic. The illumination seeped between our fingers, and then blossomed to fill the whole wind funnel, taking it over so that the air petered out to nothing. The Covenant wizard tilted his head back, as if experiencing some type of miracle, and I had to admit, as the light swirled around us and the power of the goddess encompassed us, it was the closest damn thing I'd ever felt to a divine moment. The moment that power left, just vanished into the air, I felt hollow, like I'd never been whole in the first place. Bronze's eyes met mine, his no longer glowing. "The goddess has accepted the bond. Forsake us, and you will live forever without your magic." I released his hand. I have no intention of betraying anyone. "We'll see about that," the wizard replied. "Now, let's begin our planning, shall we?"